Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi everyone, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics here. Welcome to the Village Fabrics at Home studio. This is where a lot of the design work gets done for the projects that we bring to Sewing Street. So what I want to do today is to introduce our new project that we are doing with Sewing Street, and that is Village Street. That's the quilt that's hanging behind me. And this is a row of the month program. 18th of May is the date to put in your diary. That's when we're going to show this for the first time on the television, and I'm going to show you how to do some of the more difficult aspects. The whole project is going to take about 6 months. Once a month I'm going to be in your living room nagging you to get on with things and showing you how to do the more difficult parts. It's going to be a lesson each month really, because we show you different techniques. And it gets a little bit more difficult, but the easy bit for you is that each month there is going to be a package coming through the door with full instructions, the fabrics that you need, and some little extras. So please join me and come along and enjoy this really fun project.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Oh, Jeremy. Oh, that's good. Jeremy found at my trolley, he found me this party popper thing. So I'll do that at the beginning, add a bit of pizzazz to the show. Anyway, good morning. Now, I'm only here for one day this week, for now. I'm having 2 days off after today. So we've got some special, it's a brilliant show. It's a brilliant show. Shall we start with today's early bird? Now, I don't know why this is the early bird. This sells completely, well, it all sells out on its own account without taking any money off. So what do? We take money off. I know, £5.99, you're saving £2. Saving £2. Now, if you don't know what 505 is, if you're a quilter, it's a repositional spray for fabric to fabric. So when you're putting the back and the wadding onto your making your sandwich for your quilt and everything, brilliant for that, brilliant for applique, brilliant for so many things. Now, I can tell you that people will be multi-buying this the minute they realise that this is one of our early birds, because we get it in stock, it sells out, then we have to wait for it to come back in again, don't we? So it's £2 off, you're paying £5.99 for this today. You can have as many as you like. You can have as many as you like. There's no restriction of how many you have. And when you've done it, that's your P&P paid for the day. Once you've checked out, that's your P&P done. So don't think, oh, I'll check out later because I'm going to come in and get Yvonne's row of the month, or I'm going to buy Yvonne's lovely tropical thingy, whatever she's doing this first ad. Do you know what I mean? You know, I can't remember. She's got so much in her show. I can't remember what she's doing. What's it called? Tropical what? Oh, tropical flowers. There you go. Tropical flowers. I was nearly there. £5.99. Now, what are you saying, Hannah? Of course, there are loads and loads in basket. While you're checking out, I'm going to read out some Facebook messages because Julie says, morning, looking forward to today's show. Love Yvonne and Cara. Catherine says, morning from a pleasantly sunny Ayrshire. Cousin Susan says, hello from a glorious Kent. Leslie says, morning, lovely people from sunny Bishop Stortford. Barbara says, morning, John, from a cloudy... I thought that said Tesco's. Oh, I've got something to tell you about Tesco's in a minute. Cloudy Teesside. Jackie says, morning, John, from a lovely, sunny, great Sutton. Good morning, John and team. Have a great day, says Laurie. Claire says, good morning, John and all. Gorgeous shirt, sunny in Silverstone this morning. Carol says, morning, Jov, loving the shirt. Well, I've got to have some pictures taken today, so I've brought in 3 different shirts, so I can decide which one to do. I've got a top photographer coming in to take a picture, yeah. It's not Rankin, no. It's not McBabe. She couldn't, her filters wouldn't work on me, apparently, because I didn't want to look like that. Anyway, $5.99. I was going to say, I'm not going to say which supermarket, but I've sort of given it away. Went to a supermarket yesterday, right, with my mask on and everything like that. Got my trolley, went outside and I was like, because I always spray it and wipe it down and do my hands, everything, gone. The sanitizer station, gone completely outside. So I went in and went like that, got a tiny bit. Anyway, there's these girls kneeling on the floor with like scrapers, scraping all the keep 2 meters apart, sticking things off the floors. They obviously thought it was all over. $5.99. We are going to sell out on this. Half the stock has been checked out already at £5.99. I know. You keep coming through for that. Karen says, morning, John and team. Margaret says, morning, John from West Yorkshire. Suzanne says, good morning, John and team from sunny Aberdeenshire. Loving the shirt. Carol loves my shirt as well. June says, good morning. Good morning. Oh, she'll have a lovely walk today, won't she, on the beach? Anyway, $5.99 this is. Keep going through, keep going through, keep going through. I've got to move on. More people have got that in their baskets than we've got stock of, right? Now, launch, is it what? Happy birthday to Yvonne. No, so not this Yvonne. Not this Yvonne. It's Yvonne in sunny Broadstairs' birthday. We just looked at Yvonne and she went, not me. You could have gone. If you'd gone yes, then we'd have had a cake brought in and everything for you. Oh yes, it is. It is. Yes, it is. Right. You know, every Tuesday, that's going. You know, every Tuesday we launch a new panel of the week. It's only on until Sunday. And the price goes up. So last week's the price will have gone up now. Go and check on the website, you'll see. But, so this is, I don't know how much this one is actually. Look at it. Yeah, what? £7 off. £7 off. So on Sunday, this will go back up to $19.99. Now, you might have seen it before because Jeremy came in and went, oh, I've seen that one. I've seen that one. It's exclusive to Sewing Street. And for this week, while stocks last, £12.99. So they're all 2.5-inch strips. So it's like a design roll, isn't it? They'll be 44 inches wide. Oh, actually, it looks wider than that. Oh, hang on, I'm going to try and find a tape measure. Jeremy's been moving everything round this morning. I don't know. He comes in for a couple of days, causes mayhem. It's what? He's bringing professionalism into the building, he says. 55 inches they are. 55 inches by 2.5 inches. Have a look at them. Aren't they lovely? So each one is 2.5 inches wide. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Does it say on it how many there are? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of them, ranging from your blues to your creams to your reds. Yeah, I'll hold it up. That might be easier. There you go. Look. There you go. Can you see it all now? Come in a bit closer then. I'll stand a bit closer to the camera. There you go. Tilted down. And I'm going to let it down because I've not been to the gym in over a year. That's hurting my arms. Sue says, good morning, John and team. I love Yvonne and Cara. Have fun all. Isabel says, good morning, John, everyone. You're bright and breezy this morning. Lovely to see you. Stuart says, morning, John. Lovely and sunny. The rain stopped here in Suffolk. Dawn says, I agree, John. The supermarkets have been terrible recently. They're all as bad as each other, ending the measures prematurely. Exactly, they are, Dawn. They are. Anne says, morning. Oh, sorry, go on. Oh, the early bird, there's only 4 left. There's only 4 early birds left. Anne says, morning from Chester. Just bought Yvonne's project. I have just completed her sampler. It was great instructions. So my journey begins. Oh, Anne, that's lovely. Ellen says, morning, John and team. Looking forward to Yvonne demonstrating this morning. Jenny says, good morning, John, from a sunny Isle of Wight. Love that shirt. Carol said, that panel of the week will go great with what's coming up on today's shows. Oh, look at you looking ahead. Now, Yvonne, I don't know if you've seen it on Facebook. I think it's Roxana has just done your geisha girl, and she absolutely loved it. She thought it was fantastic. She said the instructions were immaculate. So that's nice, isn't it? Lots of love for Yvonne today. Just well, 'cause she doesn't get it from us. When she gets in, we just boss her around. Nothing. Can you hear her muttering in the background? That's Yvonne muttering in the background. Right, look back at this. Look back at this, because I need to start getting ready for Yvonne to come on, you see, so. Yvonne's row of the month coming up later. It's already selling. And this month is special. This month is special. I think she says on the advert we're doing 2 this month, aren't we? Anyway, look, beautiful. £12.99. It will go up to £19.99 next week. You will see it each morning, but it's only while stocks last. Because the Christmas one, do you remember the Christmas one a few weeks ago? Sold out by Wednesday. Yeah, people are multi-buying this. I'm not surprised. It's on 100% cotton. 55 inches those strips are, 2.5 inches wide. So it's like if you've got a Pam and Nikki Lintott jelly roll book or something like that, you could easily make some of their lovely projects as this, couldn't you? £12.99. Right, yeah, I'm going to move on because Yvonne's got lots to show you today and talk about today. What's the matter, Jeremy? There's no panel. That's the only panel of the week. Right, okay, let's have a look at today's menu then while I just clean the table. Here we go. And we've got Village Fabric, Tropical Lap Quilt with Yvonne. Oh, you see, I noticed they've missed off macadamia nut because they can't spell it. That's, well, yep. Then we've got the felt. Oh, hang on, let's have a look at it. Sorry, I'm saying that. Let's have a look, Jeremy, at the Tropical Lap Quilt. Comes in 2 colourways. That's one. And then there's another colourway, which you'll see. Oh, there, look. Isn't it lovely? Both beautiful. That's a kit from Village Fabrics, Yvonne's shop. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be mopping, not stamping. Then we go to Felt Flowers with Cara with a brand new book. There you go, Yvonne. Brand new book. Excuse me. There's a montage of all the flowers she's made. So that's that one. Then, now this is what everyone's so excited about. At 10 o'clock, we've got Village Fabrics Sew a Row Quilt. It's the launch. If you've not seen the advert, it has been going out for about a week now. But this is the quilt. And today, we are doing the bottom 2. So there, the first one is your log cabin and your courthouse steps and your frisky soldier. What's it called?
Soldier's box.
A soldier's box?
Yeah. Shall I explain?
No, tell me later. And then, of course, we've got now, I thought it was a zebra crossing with a cat wandering across the zebra crossing. It's a fence, John, with a gate. Of course it is. I got told off, you see, about that 6 o'clock this morning. So they're the 2 rows we are doing today. Yvonne's done a special, well, I'll tell you about it later. It's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. There's the finished thing. So over 7 months, so the next month will be the flowers. The next month will be the buildings. The next month will be the shop. Now that's foundation paper piecing, is it? For the trees, yeah. Then we've got those lovely flying geese, but there's flying geese with a difference. And then the stars. So over the 7 months, you'll be able to buy each row and make your very own quilt. It's fantastic, isn't it? So that's that one. And then Cara's back with a patchwork teddy bear from a book. Now, last time we had the book on, oh, he looks really cute there, doesn't he? He looks like a penguin for some reason. Hannah said it's been modelled on her. After lockdown, it's been modelled. She said it, not me. She said it. Because she's gone pink and stripy. That's what she means. Anyway, that's Cara with not a brand new book. Last time we had the book in, it completely and utterly sold out instantly. Then, the last hour, as if that's not enough, handy tools. Handy tools at 12 o'clock. We've got rulers. Oh, we've got the I'll show you. When we do the thing, we've got the graph paper back in. And last time we had the graph paper in, I went like this, sold out. So I'll tell you about that in a minute. Right, shall we tell you how to get in touch? The 3 different ways you can email. That is studio Jeremy, that's you. studio@sewingstreet.com. Or you can send me a message on Facebook Live. Oh, is that Elliot in there? Oh, Elliot, stop putting him off. You know it doesn't take much for him to be put off. There is now, just read a couple of Facebook. Ellen says, morning, John team. Looking forward to Yvonne demonstrating this morning. Good morning, John from sunny Isle of Wight. Loving that shirt, says Jenny. Carol says, the panel of the week will go right. Well, I've said that one. Vida says, morning, John. Jill says, morning, John, everyone. Julie says, I love the sew in a row quilt. Well, Julie, make sure you get yours today. Otherwise, because I tell you, it's going to be a sellout. Now, the third way you can get in touch is going to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch the Live Show, and you'll get me in the top corner there. See to the right-hand side there, there is a white box. You can write a message in there. Hello. That's all she's writing today. Hello. Yvonne wants to know why you put the wrong out the other day.
I didn't say a word.
Yeah. Anyway, look, scroll down. There's, early bird sold out. Early bird is sold out. Right, so you see underneath there's two columns. There's today's show deals. That's when we have shown an item, it will appear in that column. So in a minute, when we introduce Yvonne's quilts for the first hour, they will appear on the left-hand side. However, if you need to go out or you want to order now and then sit back and watch the demonstrations, you go to pre-order on the right-hand side. And there you go. So there's the kits. There's a kit from the first hour. There's some safety pins there. There's the other kit there. There's a rotary cutter. There's the cushion kit that I was just talking about in the two different colours. Now the blue A5 book covers in there as well. I haven't got the kit here, but it's gorgeous. Then, I hate this when it does this. Why is it doing that? Then we go on to Cara's Hour, which is there's the book, the brand new book about felting for flowers. Glue gun, you'll need a glue gun. Then we go into... There it is. Oh, I see they've blocked out the rest. Oh, they've blocked out the rest of the quilt and they've only shown you the two that are available today. Oh, you thought that, Hannah thought that was clever. Oh, it won't. Why is it not working? Okay, keep going. Don't try and stop on anything. We'll just keep going. Then they've got the book, the bunny book there, and all of Cara. There's the teddy bear, kits and everything like that. Then there's the tools. Right, now I'm looking for the graph paper. There. Last time I had that graph paper in, it sold out within seconds. And I'm worried. I can't show it to you because it's going all chaotic again. But it's a 12-inch thing, and you can draw blocks and everything like that, and it's brilliant. It's really lovely. I think, was it $4.99? Be careful, because people will buy on pre-order before we get to anything. Right, let's get going then, shall we? Don't think I've got anything else to tell you. No, that's it. Has the photographer arrived yet? No. I'm a photographer arrived and take my picture today. Oh, okay. Hannah's now talking about a program she loves called Glow Up, where they do the makeups, then they all go to the room to have their pictures taken. Right, let's do these two quilts then. So, I love Glow Up, I really do. I like the new presenter, but I kind of like Stacey Dooley before, but... Right, so which one should we do first, Hannah? Tropical first. They're both called tropical.
Cream or dark?
Cream or dark? Cream. The one that's on the wall, right? So look at these gorgeous fabrics in here. Everything you need for the front and the binding in there. And the border, So everything that you see there, you need to supply your own wadding and your own backing. The finished size is 44 by 44 inches. And this kit makes that one that you're just seeing hanging on the wall there. It's very effective, isn't it? It's very simple, very effective. $49.99, beautiful, isn't it? Lovely, and that's this one. So look, there's all your fabrics in there. There's your stripey for your border. There's your dark blue. It's lovely, isn't it? You won't see that one opened, actually. If you want me to open that one, just let me know, because Yvonne's going to be doing the other one. Morning, John and all. I've been waiting for today's launch with the quilt of a month with Yvonne. All ordered, sun shining Surrey, time for coffee from Claudia. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Now, please be careful, because, I mean, we've got loads of them, but at this rate, they could have all gone by the time we get to the show, couldn't they? So who knows? Who knows the secret of the black magic box? Do you remember that advert? It was an advert for chocolates. And who knows the secret of the black magic
box? Oh, yes.
They're all dark chocolate,
Yes.
weren't they? Right, okay. Yeah, lovely. I'll calm down in a minute. It's just I'm excited to see people, that's all. Oh, and I found something else out today. Right, so I've been going on about, can't wait for hugs, can't wait for hugs. Hannah's been going, please don't hug me, please don't hug me. Apparently we're not allowed to hug work colleagues. It's only friends and family, right? Because it was on the news this morning on the Vanessa show that Holly and Philip were going to hug on yesterday's show, and they weren't allowed because they're work colleagues. I know they are friends as well, so that's a bit, but anyway, no, they're not allowed to. So Hannah is so overwhelmed. Jeremy's very upset because he was ready for a hug with everybody this morning. But anyway, here's the other one. We called it black.
Well.
Oh, it's because it's got black
like
coloured
that
stripes
on the
on the
binding.
background,
Yeah,
for the backing. Oh, look at those colours, though. It's like jewels, isn't it, that one? We love this one. That's $49.99. This is what you're going to see Yvonne demonstrating. We've got a picture, haven't we, Jeremy, that Jeremy took? There it is. Oh, it's lovely. Look. Vibrant, gorgeous. Now, I do need to warn you, nothing to do with this hour, but the block of, no, what's it called? The row of the week, row of the month. I'll get it right in a minute. Yvonne's row of the month. Just be careful. All I'm saying is if you want it, just be careful because they're flying out the door. Right, okay, so is this. Lovely. Look at the colours. Yvonne's very busy because of you lot already, because of all this. She's at home in her new kitchen cutting all of these out. Oh, listen to her, yawning. Right, okay, what I'm also going to do, before we go to the demonstration of that, I'm also going to take you through the other things that are available in this hour, just so that you can, if you want to start checking out on them, you can do. Right, this lovely cushion here, which we've done before, it's the pastel rail fence cushion. Again, there's your kit. There's it finished. 26th of January, if you want to go to YouTube to see it, make it, it's 18-inch square. Yvonne, is the back in there as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can make the whole cushion.
The whole thing.
Make the whole cushion.
Envelope back.
Envelope back cushion. So you don't need anything else apart from some thread and a sewing machine and a cushion.
Yep.
That would help, wouldn't it?
That would help.
So that's your pastel one there, which is the one next to me, which Jeremy just showing you a picture of.
And that's all Moda fabric.
It's all Moda fabric. $15.99. It's lovely, isn't it? Right, I've also got that in another colourway, which is this one, which is this one up behind me here. It's lovely, that one. That's my favourite one. Oh, that one's very limited, apparently. This is just called number 2. It hasn't been given a colourway. It's just called number 2. Rail fence 2.
Yeah, just think of it as TOO.
Oh, as well, not as the number 2. Yeah. $15.99. There's all your fabrics. Again, gorgeous fabrics in there. Are they Moda as well?
No, those ones aren't. That's Nutex.
Oh, nice. Oh, is one of these the one with the lollipop in it?
That's it.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you, Hannah.
they
I would
both
have forgotten
are,
that, but yeah. $15.99. $15.99, that one. Right, then very quickly, one more kit that we've got is this one here. Now, I haven't got it here with me, but when was it? It was the last time I was with you, I think we did this. Didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, no, hang on. Did I do the geisha girl? Anyway.
Oh, pass.
20th of April it was. Oh, it must have been
So
the last
what's
one.
last
20th of April. I've only got it in the blue. I've only got it in the blue. Now you get everything you need again with your, you get your button, your covered button, and you also get your notepad to put in, and it is, I was going to say it's gluten-free. It's not a gluten-free notepad. It's,
responsibly sourced.
the responsibly sourced, there you go, rather than me get, so you get all the fabrics that you need to make the whole thing, don't you?
Absolutely, and the wadding.
And the wadding.
And the button to cover.
And the button, I said
ribbon.
that. And the ribbon. It's the only colourway we have now. $19.99. Barley pop. Barley pop. Well done, Jeremy.
Yep, it's a Hoffman,
Yeah.
one of Hoffman's basics. That
Beautiful, isn't it? Look.
Wonderful fabrics.
Oh, now that's limited already as well. That one's limited already. So if you do want that, get it. Lovely gift. Right, now we still have to go ahead with the 10 o'clock hour, even if they all sell out, but please be careful. Okay, so, hello, Yvonne.
Good morning, John.
Yeah.
Can I give you a virtual hug?
Oh,
from
that'd
over
be
here?
lovely.
Yeah,
Thank
virtual
you.
hug.
Thank you.
That's
Oh,
what we're
that's
going to
nice,
do.
isn't
We're
it?
going
I
to
know.
be responsible but friendly. Yeah.
Yeah, work colleagues, not friends.
No, no.
New waistcoat?
Very original waistcoat.
Well,
First
they're all
one
very
ever.
original,
yes,
aren't they?
but this was the first one.
Oh, it's the
Absolutely
original,
first one.
as in the very first one you
This
did.
was the very first one because
It's a different shape.
yeah, no angles on the front here.
That's it, yeah.
But whenever I make one of these, it always takes me much longer than I think because they are absolutely unique.
Like you, Yvonne.
Oh, no.
Well, they wouldn't make a second one, would they?
Well, no, they've thrown away the mold many a year ago, absolutely.
And is that one reversible as well, then?
Yes, though it's just all one line.
Oh,
but it
okay.
is quite superb lining.
Yeah.
This is Fairy Frost, Michael Miller's Fairy
Nice.
Frost.
Very nice. Okay, so should we do some sewing then? So what do we do? Are we going to do the tropical
I
flowers?
thought you'd sold out of everything. I didn't have to do that.
No, exactly,
No.
exactly.
Well, look.
Very busy this morning.
This is tropical flowers, and this all came about because of this wonderful floral fabric that the squares are created out of. And really it's a lesson in colour coordination because all that we've done here is taken the main fabric, which has these wonderful vibrant colours in it, and taken 8 colours from the main fabric. So each kit is going to come with the main fabric and 8 different coordinating fabrics. And the one thing I want to just make clear for you is in the kit you will get 8 fabrics. Of those 8 fabrics, 4 of them you get one width of fabric, so you get 42 inches of that.
Right.
The other 4 you get a width and a half.
Oh.
And you just have to think a little bit about how you're going to cut out the rectangles that you need. As always in our cutting instructions, we have been as clear as we can. But because this is such a simple block, I thought the most important thing to do was to actually show you what you're going to cut out of each of the different sizes of piece.
Right.
Then it's a reference point for you as well as the words in the instructions. So, shall I sort of wander through that
yes,
slowly?
please. I was going to say too, is there a definite plan of where you put the colours, or are the people at home allowed to put the colours wherever they want to put the colours?
You can put the colours wherever you want to put them. The only thing that you're not going to do is put 2. Let me just take a step back and say that what you are making each time is one block like that. So you have one square with a rectangle along its side, and then press that open, and you are then going to put the longer strip across here.
Right.
So because you will have cut accurately, won't you, ladies? Of course you will.
And gentlemen.
And gentlemen. Sewers.
Yeah.
Quilters. Crafters. All kinds of very nice people.
Yeah.
So because you've cut that accurately and that, you simply sew that to that, and they will be even. Then you press that, making sure that you've got no little creep.
Did you press it open or to one side?
Always press to one side.
Okay.
Always. Then, because you've cut this piece accurately, that and that matches.
Yeah.
So you have no further requirement to measure anything. And the way that the quilt is constructed, so I'm just going to pull this in.
So we'll get this at home, will we? This
is all in the instructions. Yep. This is the assembly layout.
Right.
So this shows you, and what it is you have no seams to match across each row.
Right.
The only seams that you have to match are from row to row. Brilliant. So straightforward.
I need to say a third of the stock of the black one's gone already.
Okay.
The one that's in the little box.
And so the only thing that you're not going to do is put the same colour there and there.
Right.
Okay. I'm having a moment's panic because
what's the matter?
obviously I've put some pieces of pre-made quilt somewhere that I don't actually now know where I put them. So it's fine, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
I'll get there eventually, John.
Okay, what are you missing? Because I'm going to look for it for you.
No, it's here somewhere because I had them in my hand a few minutes ago. I'm just really good at setting things down. And ladies, don't you do exactly the same at home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With everything, not just sewing. Can I just tell you about the graphics then? So the graphics on this side here of the black one, which is the bright one, and the graphics on this side are the one that's on the wall behind Yvonne. Okay, so what's he looking for?
I have some half-made blocks and some whole row made here.
Right.
Yeah, and I have some single blocks made. And as I say, I had them in my hand, but you know what? We'll deal with it. Sometime.
How weird.
Never mind. Never mind. What we're going to do.
That's not your trolley, that's my desk. Okay. So we'll be back in a minute.
No, we're fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine. You keep saying that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not convinced.
No, I'm not either because let me waft.
Yeah.
No.
They've not fallen off the table, no. They're not on the big trolley, are they?
Anyway, the really important thing is how you make sure that you have cut enough of each of these pieces out of the fabric that is in the kit. Okay. That's the really important thing. So there are 36 blocks. So that means you need 36 of the short rectangle and 36 of the long rectangle. Right. And you're cutting that out of 8 different fabrics.
Right.
Okay, so 72 different pieces out of 8 fabrics.
Yeah.
So let's start with, and the thing that I will say is this is a really good opportunity to use your best press.
Okay, best press.
Yeah.
We've only got scent free at the moment.
Oh, well, that's excellent, isn't it? I like the scent free one.
Yeah.
So in the instructions, we have suggested to you how we would cut this. Obviously, start with the ones where you only have the one strip.
Yeah.
Now, we obviously have given you a little bit more fabric than you need.
Good.
Width-wise, but not across the length of the fabric. There's a woven fabric in each of the, there's the bright orange one.
Yeah, orange in that one.
And there's a green one.
Right.
The turquoisey green one is the other one.
Yeah.
And they are very, very soft. This orange one is one of the wovens and is very soft. This is, I would really suggest that you do a little bit of best press. It's very soft. So from one width of fabric, you need to cut 4 of the short ones and 3 of the long ones.
Right.
So start at the selvage edge. So you want to preserve your fabric in as big a piece as you can for as long as you can. But you do need to take the selvages off. You don't want them involved in your length. But so a little bit of getting rid of that. So we are going to cut 4 of the short lengths. So that means whenever we have our fabric double, we can actually make use of the 4.5 inch measurement on our, there we go, on our Creative Grid ruler. We have this double, so each time I cut through here, I'm going to have 2. I need 4, so that's going to be 2 cuts. So 1, blade cover back on. Yeah. Just get into the good habits of every time you set it down, blade cover back on.
You're really getting ready to do your classes again, aren't you?
Well, I keep getting asked, and I tell you that I think they'd be through the door tomorrow if I'd let them.
I'm sure they would.
But we are taking baby steps, safe baby steps.
Yeah, I can't blame you.
Well, it's a different matter from walking around a supermarket to actually staying in an indoor space with for maybe 3 hours, minimum of 3 hours, maybe 6 hours. So we're now ready to do 3 of the longer ones. So
Right.
again, I've gotten my 2 thicknesses here, and I am going to cut through there. That gives me 2. Open it up, and I'm going to have 1 more of those. So I've got a little bit going spare.
Yeah.
And that is all that you need to cut from the fabric that you have 1 strip of.
Right.
So this is a little bit extra, and that would allow you to actually cut one more.
If you needed to.
But you might, so this is whenever you're thinking about your colour arrangements, you might actually want to have an extra yellow one, an extra orange one, and you have a little bit going spare.
So how many did you say you have, how many colours did you say you had 1 strip of?
4.
4. So you do that the 4 different colours?
With each of the
Okay.
fabrics that you have the 1 strip of. Set those down.
Okay, where are you putting them so we can find them, right?
There.
Oh, there they go. No, it's confusing me now.
No, I'm going to put them there because that's where all my strips are. Now, whenever it comes to the ones where you have a strip and a half, we are looking at cutting 5 of the longer strips.
Right.
And 6 of the shorter ones. So we're again removing our selvages. When it, once we have all of this cut, I actually just go ahead and I'm as random as I possibly can be, which is not easy for me.
No.
But I do as just set them down and pick them up and sit at my machine and do quite a lot of sewing. That's the other thing. There is one other, remind me, I have one other thing to say about the sewing. But I won't confuse myself any more than I already have this morning. Okay.
When do you want me to remind you? When you're sewing it?
Whenever I've cut, whenever I finish
I'll
cutting.
remind you. I'll remind you.
So, so this time we are again with our 1 strip, our 1 full width strip, folded in 2. So each time I cut, I'm going to get 2. But I want a total of 5 of the longer ones. So that now gives me 4. I'm opening it up because I just want 1 more of those. That gives me 5. I'm making sure that I'm square here, so I'm making sure that this line runs all the way across the top of my fabric.
Brilliant. June says, morning, John and team. Love Sewing Street. How's Vicky and the baby? We miss her. She's doing really, really well. Really well. Morning, John. So excited to start this quilt, says Kate. Carol says, I was doing that at 8 o'clock this morning. I'm not quite sure what she means. Elaine says, morning, John and team. Morning, darling John and crew. Morning, beautiful morning here in Rochester. Love the felt flowers, and I love Yvonne macadamia nut. Love to all. Donna says that was from Sue. Donna says, morning, John and team. Ghislaine says, good morning. Carol says, oh, I prefer the dark one to the light one. Oh, do you, Carol? So do I.
So do I.
Glenys says, oh, so do you. Good morning, John, says Glenys. Ange says, morning all, coffee pot on, ready for the demos. The sun is peeking out. Happy day. Lynn Tuitt went to see her daughter and her family, and it was so emotional being able to hug them after that all this time. Love watching Yvonne. Morning, John. Can't stay all morning. Going back to singing this morning with real people instead of online. That's Juanita. Willow says sending an air hug. Judy says, good morning, John and Yvonne. And then Diane says, bless, I'm always putting things down, then a minute later I can't find them. So you're not on your own.
Oh,
She's still looking for it.
Yeah, I've no idea where I'll put them. They'll turn up.
Yeah.
So having cut the 5 long lengths, I've refolded my piece back into 2 because I can get 2 of the shorter lengths out of this strip.
Brilliant.
So that because on the shorter ones, we are looking to have 6 of these.
Okay. It's got a teeny weeny bit left of that blue
Yeah.
there then.
But we have
All of that, yeah.
all of this. So again, we're removing our selvage.
Are you in the shop on Saturday, Yvonne?
Yes.
Janice says, morning, John and Yvonne. I'm coming to Wallingford this weekend to see my son, daughter-in-law and granddaughter for the first time since Christmas 2019. I will be visiting Village Fabrics on Saturday. Looking forward to meeting Yvonne and her team.
Oh, well, I shall definitely be there. And very honoured that you're going to come and see us.
Oh.
So my half-length piece, again, I'm in 2. So that I always like to cut through 2 thicknesses if I can. It just gives me a little bit more stability.
Okay.
So there we go. And the final 2. So this has been, you don't have quite so much left. But
no, you haven't got enough to make another thingy on that one.
But you do have more pieces cut. So you have your whole little bundle.
Yeah, so the likelihood is you're not going to need more of that one because you've already got more of that colourway.
To start with. Now, the thing that I was...
Sewing.
I know. And the important thing is that whenever you sew your piece of...
you keep talking.
Don't worry, I'll manage that. So you have your square. You are going to attach a short strip along its side. What you have to do is make sure that you always sew to the same side of the square. So you are going to put all of your squares down first.
It's not that one on the second shelf, is it?
No.
There? I'm just. If you wonder why I'm not talking, it's because I'm looking for Yvonne's missed bits. That's all.
And so you're always going to put your square down first. You're going to put the short length down on top of it, and you're going to machine along that edge.
Does the square have to always be in the bottom right-hand corner?
You tessellate it across the blocks.
Okay.
And to be able to do that, everything has to be exactly the same.
Okay.
So whenever you sew the pieces together, you have to be consistent in that you always sew in the same sequence.
So when you finish, you're going to have 32. Absolutely
exactly the same.
Exactly the same. So you don't have to, even though the squares are going to be moving around the quilt, you have to have them all exactly the same.
Yeah, and if you don't, you can't tessellate them.
Yeah, you do say that again.
You can't tessellate them if they're different.
Oh, okay.
They have to be exactly the same so that you have your square. What I have here, and I can find, and look how orderly was this. I even have a pin in the top left-hand corner so that I know that's my top left-hand corner.
Right.
I just, sometimes you get little pins with that numbers on them or little pieces of paper, little sticky circles, whatever, so that I know that's my top left-hand corner. And then it's a matter of long side, long edge. Sorry, Jeremy, I'm coming back to there. So we have the long strip on the edge, long strip on the top, long strip down, long strip across the top.
Oh, it's as simple as that?
It's as simple as that, but they all have to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
So long strip down the side, long strip across the top.
Okay.
And that's row 1. Now row 2.
Okay, I just got to interrupt 1 second. Single figures on the one that Yvonne's working on now. Single figures in the black one. The main graphic.
So it...
God, it's selling as well. Imagine if she'd done it right.
Yeah, no,
You're really flummoxed by that, aren't you?
I am. I have absolutely.
I've got a nice message for you, Yvonne, while you kind of.
Let me panic. Let me panic quietly. Yes.
Good morning, Hannah, John, Yvonne. Thanks for the mention, John. Oh, there's Roxanne, who I said wrote the thing. I'm delighted with the Village Fabric kit, which I bought from Sewing Street a few weeks ago. Yvonne's kits are excellent. Anyone considering buying one will be delighted. Good quality fabrics, great illustration, and as John said, immaculate instructions. Thank you all for what's bound to be a great show today. That includes Cara. Love to all from Roxana. You see now, Roxana, your kit will have everything in it. She won't have left half fit at home or on a trolley or anything like that. Everything's in the kit.
Oh, absolutely.
But that's so unlike you because you're so meticulous about every single piece, aren't you?
And it's here somewhere, you know, because I had them in my hand
Don't worry.
a few minutes
Should
ago.
we make a block? Should we make one?
No, we can't.
Oh.
We can't without the bits that I had. So
Oh,
we are going to talk about the arrangement of the blocks.
You do what you like. It's your show.
Because I did not bring any additional.
Are they under the cutting mat? Somebody's just put. Sue said, are Yvonne's missing bits under the cutting mat?
Not that I can see, but that's a really helpful suggestion.
Yeah,
so
or under the quilt on the desk. No, she's taken the quilt
No,
up
I've had
the desk.
off the desk. Yes!
Where?
Yes!
Under the cutting mat!
Oh, yes, thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Sue, you've made her day now.
Oh. Okay, so now I'm throwing things at you, John. Right. So the important thing, as I was saying.
Oh, look, you've immediately settled now.
Oh, yeah.
You've immediately settled now. Anyway, go
on. The important thing is that all of these are constructed in the same manner. Okay. So short piece attached to square, short piece attached to square. Then, doesn't matter which way you do it, as long as you do it the same way each time. So what I like to do, just to make it a little bit easier, is I do lots of them with just one log attached, and I set that by my sewing machine. I have the bundles of the longer lengths, and I have some additional pieces as well as the ones that I've just cut. And I'm going to put this on top of the log. And this way, with my closed seam, I'm going to know that I'm going to be sewing along it here, and I'm going in the right direction.
Hang on a sec, Jeremy. There you go.
Yeah.
Along where, Yvonne?
I'm going to sew along this edge, and where the seam is pressed closed, I'm going to be stitching down over the top of it, and I'm not going to split the seam open. There's no need to do anything other than machine along there.
Perfect.
And how about that? I might even remember where I have to put. No, hang on. Even the machines are conspiring against me this morning. There we go.
Okay, got a message on the bottom saying, just bought the bright kit. Is it suitable for a beginner? Nina in sunny Holtwhistle, Roman wall country, Northumberland. Oh, nice.
Yes, absolutely. You have a square to cut, and your double check each time is that the piece, the first short piece that you've cut, is the same size as your square whenever you lay it on top of it. If it's not, something's not quite right. So go back and check that you have cut both the square and the short rectangle the correct length. You're then going to sew that onto that and press it open. I've been pressing each of these out to the rectangle so that you can see that everything is lying flat in here, and you can see the full size of the square.
Lynn says, loving Yvonne, I'm a beginner. What does tessellate mean?
It's a mathematical term where you are turning things through 90 degrees, and it's as simple as that. And on the assembly diagram at the back of the instructions, you have the layout for the full 36 squares. So just follow. So you're going that way, you're going that way.
Yeah.
That way, that way. Yeah. So 90 degree turn each time. So when it comes to making sure that I have nice colours in the right places, I make half the quilt.
Right.
I make blocks for half of the quilt, and I sew those 3 rows together. Then I start worrying about where the placement is going to be, because I can always add a row to the top of those 3 or to the bottom.
Yeah, because I imagine more on the pastel one and the wood, because the blue, if you get too much blue in the top, it's going to look top heavy, isn't it? Because the blue stands out a lot on that one.
You've got to distribute the colours evenly, and if the colours are a bit heavier, then you sort of need to use them to anchor the quilt.
Yeah.
It's the same with the green on here, I think, as well. It's but they are just gorgeous. It's this
I mean, what you could
fabric.
also do is make all 36 of your blocks and lay them out on your bed or wherever you're working it, and have a look at it from above, looking down, because you'll soon see if there's too much dark blue over there or too much green there, won't you?
Yeah, I just give myself the options of not having to unpick, because each
That's what I mean. If you've got all 36 loose, then you can move them around, you can play and walk away, go and have a cup of tea, come back, look at it again and everything.
But you can sometimes find that you put the wrong colours in the block. Well, here you've gotten quite the pink and the purple, kind of, they want to go together.
Yeah.
So you find that you might have put more of those together than you might.
You have to be careful. You don't think, they look like they have to do them all like that. Then it'll give you a completely different look, won't
So
it?
that's why I make half of them.
Yeah.
And then think, okay.
I see. So you've only made, so all your others are still in pieces. You've only made 18, put those together, and all the rest are still in pieces on the table.
So I can look and think, I need to get a bit of yellow with a blue because I just need to get that distributed further through the quilt.
Okay, brilliant. Hang on, I've got a message here.
I'm going to actually sew a seam.
My word, you're not. We're only called Sewing Street.
I know, it's quite absolute. Wow.
Margaret says, I love Yvonne's teaching style, so calm and precise. Very Buddhist. Well, you're Buddhist.
No, but I do believe in being calm. Absolutely.
Lo says, good morning to everybody. Everyone say morning. Yeah. Maureen says, morning John Yvonne, loving the demo. I was going to Tai Chi this morning, but I've come down with a bit of a cold, so I'll enjoy Sewing Street instead. Oh, you're better off being here.
Oh, yeah.
And then Susan says, good morning John team. Lovely to see Yvonne and her lovely house quilt this bright morning in Derbyshire. So much love for Yvonne. Well, there always is lots of love when you come on anyway.
Oh, that's very kind.
Even Elliot loves you, and that's
saying something.
Yes, yeah, exactly. He doesn't hates most of us. You know what I mean?
So, just because to actually plug the iron in, I think is just pushing it this morning.
Are the stars not aligned properly this morning?
I think there's definitely something
Mercury's
not
gone into
quite.
retrograde
Absolutely. You know what? I didn't have a nerve this morning, and just no nerves at all this morning.
Oh, you're normally nervous?
Oh, absolutely. Ask Elliot.
Nerves, it's all
ask
gone wrong.
Elliot. And this. Oh well, it's what it is, and we're all human, and I still think we're getting there.
Nobody would have known. We'd all just carried on, wouldn't we?
Well, that's
okay, so what else do we need to tell them on this
and
one?
that's all we've got to do.
Yeah.
We simply have to make more of them that look like that.
Okay, now, does the pink... I'm going to jump to the pink border now.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We need, when you've got them out, you need to make sure that you don't get, if you don't want to, you don't get 2 colours together as well when you're setting out as well.
Yes, because you don't have enough of anything to actually make a pattern coming down through. And I think it would be quite distracting.
I think that's the joy of it, though, that it is just random.
I agree, because you don't want... What you're actually trying to feature is this nice, colourful floral fabric. Yeah. And it's a matter of making sure that you are... what I was doing was making sure I was kind of complementing the colours that appeared in each of these squares. Mm-hmm. These squares you just cut randomly across. You don't try and fussy cut or do anything like that. And because there is so much going on, it's not an issue. Each square has got something interesting.
But that's also lovely, because the square you just pointed out before is absolutely going down, is absolutely full of flowers. But there's one over here which is just leaves, and I like the fact that you're getting...
And this one has...
accidentally cut fussy cut.
has accidentally got a beautiful big cerise flower in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted then. So the pink border, is
On
that already
the dark
cut
one.
for you, or do you have to be careful you don't cut up it by accident?
It's a different size.
Oh, perfect, right.
I believe it's,
Shall I
yes, it
open it and
must
have a
be,
look?
I believe it's a different size.
And it'll be the dark blue on the other quilt.
Yes.
So let me just show
Well,
Jeremy,
the
can I just show
instructions-
this?
The instructions tell you that it's cerise.
Is it that, is it a big
Yes.
piece? So all of your, if I just show this, Jeremy, or these, Yvonne, these all here, these are your little blocks
Yes.
within the block.
Yes.
That is what you cut up to make your
Yes.
flowers. That's your big outside border. And then that's the end of those. And then
Yeah.
the big piece of pink, that all blue in that one, will be for your border and your binding.
Ding. Yes.
Got it. So,
So
don't
it's-
cut this one up. Don't
No.
cut that one up.
No,
the
because
cerise
it's
one
so
up, 'cause
much
it's
bigger.
Not part of.
And it's so much bigger.
Yeah, perfect.
That it provides you with a frame to both sides of the border.
And the instructions for what you cut for the blue border or the stripy border are all in the instructions, aren't they?
Yeah.
So all you need to supply at home is a backing and a wadding. So there's enough in this kit here to make the front and the binding. You'll need to do your own backing and your own wadding in there.
And I've sewn this all together with a grey cotton thread. This one with a grey cotton thread. Because it's darker. The paler one, I will have used a beige, a dark cream.
And you always do that when you're piecing lots of different colours, don't you?
Always.
Rather than trying to change colours and put different colours in.
It's not worth the effort. And of course, whenever you are pressing your seams closed, you're not putting, well, look, here's a red and a black, and I have actually sewn this with a white thread because that's what's on the machine here. And currently, whenever it's like this, you cannot see it. You have taken the pressure off the stitches in the seam by pressing the seam closed. If I pull, I give it a good tug, you can just about see white. White would be the one thing I wouldn't use.
No, exactly. It's just it was on the machine.
It
And
was
very,
just
very
on-
quickly, what quilting have you done on it, or what quilting would you do on it?
This, up for grabs, all we have done is stitched in the ditch
Okay,
around each of the
okay,
blocks.
okay.
Yeah.
perfect.
You could cross hatch, obviously.
Yeah.
You could do a little motif in every other square.
Sometimes I think I've got a log cabin one on my bed that Jane Alcock made me, and it's all obviously squares and stripes and everything, but the actual quilting is
It's
floral.
circular, yeah.
And it doesn't overtake the log cabin, but it gives it an extra depth.
Another
doesn't it?
dimension.
Yeah.
It would be lovely to quilt some butterflies in here,
Oh,
wouldn't
yes,
it?
yeah,
You know,
definitely.
keeping in theme with the flowers.
Definitely.
But for the purposes of this is all about the fabrics in this one.
Yeah. Pamela says, morning, John, lovely shirt. Please tell Yvonne she wears lovely gilets. She makes them all herself, and they're all reversible. And then Lo says, oh, darling, don't get nervous. You're amongst friends. Plus, it doesn't kill you or make you pregnant, so it's fine.
Oh, you're so true. So true. I love your sense of humour.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Yvonne. Now, Yvonne's back in an hour's time to do the first 2 rows on her row of the month quilt. Over half the stock has gone already. Over half the stock has gone already of that. So we're doing the bottom one and the one that's a fence. It's not a zebra crossing with the cat on it.
If it was a red zebra crossing, it would be black, wouldn't it? It would be black and
Well, I
white,
thought you'd
not
take
shades of grey, John.
My eyesight's not been what it was. Anyway, go and sit down, have a cup of tea and get ready for that hour. Recap. What's first? This one first. This one's almost sold out, the black one, which is the one Yvonne was demonstrating with. $49.99. You get all the fabric you need for the front and the binding. Very simple. It's good for a beginner, but very, very effective, isn't it? And the finished size is 44 by 44. There it is. Love it. The other one, which is this one here, which is the one hanging on the wall behind Yvonne. Third of the stock of this one has gone. Oh, okay, so 2/3 will be gone when you've all checked out, basically. And we're only at 5 to 9 on a Tuesday morning. So again, there's the colours in there. Oh, sorry, no, that's the finished thing. Yeah, get it done now, Hannah's saying. When the heat wave hits in June, you can sit on it in your garden. $49.99.
Picnic.
Yeah, I'm only working 22 shifts next month, so I could miss all the sunshine. The whole year's worth of sunshine, I'll be in here. I'll be like, what do they call it? The Victorian porcelain skinned ladies, very mysterious like that. Anyway, where are we going next? Rail fence cushions very quickly. So which one first? Pastel first, which is the one next to me here. Ooh. You get everything you need to make the envelope back cushion. I'm happy what, Jeremy? I'm not in on my birthday. And I said to Hayley, oh, on the master schedule, it says birthday for Monday. Oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you. It says birthday on Saturday and Sunday. She went, yeah, you're having two birthday shows this year. So it's my birthday celebrations on both the Saturday and the Sunday. Got loads lined up for you. That's brilliant. Right, okay, so that there is the pastel. Then we've got the... Oh, I have to have a word with Yvonne. There's something in that one. I don't know what it is. Looks like a bit of feather. Were you wearing your feather boa when you packed this one? $15.99. That's gorgeous, that one. That fabric there is called a lollipop. And what it is on the fabric itself, there's 5 different fabrics on the half-metre piece of fabric. Brilliant value, $15.99. That makes the one there. Brilliant. And then the blue diary holder, notepad holder, which you actually get everything in the kit. Single figures on this, single figures. So in the kit, you get all the fabric that you need. You even get the button to cover. You get the ribbon and the notepad. And the notepad. Everything you need is in that kit for $19.99. There's 3 left. 3 of those left once you've all checked out. £19.99. I have got other things, but I might have to... I'll tell you what, I'll bring the extra wide backing in my tool hour at 12 o'clock because I don't want to take up any time. Oh. Yeah, this is now this is lovely wadding here. This one, this cotton batting, this is crib size. This would be the perfect size for that quilt that we've just done, for the lap quilt that we've just done. $10.99. That's good. $10.99. Very nice, isn't it? So it might look small in there, but it's actually 45 by 60, that one. People always asking. Yeah, ready for the heat wave when you're in the garden sunbathing and I'm on your iPad wittering away until 22 days in June.
Get it out and let it rest overnight.
Oh, what, me or the thing?
Well, both, John, I think.
So what do you say? Get it out of the bag?
Get it out of the bag and flatten it out and lay it over a bed for the night so that it just relaxes out of the curl that it's in from the bag. Oh, good little tip there. Thank you.
£10.99. Right, don't go anywhere because Cara Delevingne is up next. We're making some felt flowers. Picture. Brand new book. Sorry, Jeremy. He was ready to go for the break. See, there you go. There's a montage.
Oh,
no,
beautiful.
not a montage. A lot of them. Anyway, we will see you straight after the break.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi everyone, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics here. Welcome to the Village Fabrics at Home studio. This is where a lot of the design work gets done for the projects that we bring to Sewing Street. So what I want to do today is to introduce our new project that we are doing with Sewing Street, and that is Village Street. That's the quilt that's hanging behind me. And this is a row of the month programme. 18th of May is the date to put in your diary. That's when we're going to show this for the first time on the television, and I'm going to show you how to do some of the more difficult aspects. The whole project is going to take about 6 months. Once a month I'm going to be in your living room nagging you to get on with things and showing you how to do the more difficult parts. It's going to be a lesson each month really, because we show you different techniques and it gets a little bit more difficult, but the easy bit for you is that each month there is going to be a package coming through the door with full instructions, the fabrics that you need, and some little extras. So please join me and come along and enjoy this really fun project.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hannah's ever so overexcited. It's not even the weekend. Do you know what I mean? Normally she's very hyper at the weekend. She does dancing and everything. Not on a Tuesday. Doesn't do dance on a Tuesday. Anyway, Cara Delevingne is with me. Cara Ackerman, I have to say. But look, brand new book. Brand spanking new book. We'll see Cara in a second. She's just getting herself sorted. Here we go. It's called Felt Flower. Oh, sorry, I was looking completely the wrong way then. Felt Flower Workshop. A modern guide to crafting gorgeous plants and flowers from fabric by Brianne. Oh, hang on, put my glasses on. Rajamana. And aren't they beautiful? Shall we have a look at the picture of the ones that Cara's made from the book, please, Jeremy? There you go. Look, aren't they lovely? She's going to make all of those in an hour. Let's have a look at the book, though, first of all. Right, here are all the projects. We have got air plants, anemone, lavender, magnolia, poppy, garden rose, succulents, ranunculus. Ranunculus, I like that word. Sunflower. Oh, my sunflower. Hannah bought me a sunflower plant at the weekend. And I put it on the windowsill, right? I watered it, put it on the windowsill. And already it's grown about that much. And it's like leaning like that to look out the window. There's no flower on it yet. It's just that. So I have to keep turning it round. Peony, my favourite flower. Wildflower, basic leaves and stems. Eucalyptus, fern, olive and magnolia leaves. Oh my word, they're just the flowers. And then, no, get this. Then there's projects, right? Air plant terrarium, sunflower centerpiece, floral pouch, wildflower crown, magnolia wreath. So you get how to make all the flowers and then how to make a unicorn headband. What's that got to do with flowers? Looks like a cake, doesn't it, that? Like a cream horn. The succulents are lovely. Okay, so the book, right, how much is it? $14.99. We've got a price comparison. Well-known bookstore, where's the price? Oh, £20.99. Same book, exactly the same book. What's it say on the back? Oh, no, I've only got it in dollars on the back. Anyway, it's from Stash Books. It's a lovely book, isn't it? Really beautiful book. Look. Oh, is that her, do you think? Let me have a look. Yeah, I think that's her. Look. Oh, she's glamorous, isn't she? I was looking at you, Hannah, by accident. Yeah, they're obviously her children as well, aren't they? Look. Anyway, getting started. Cutting your felt. Easy rolled. Oh, here we go. So there's all, look, wrapping the stem, attaching a stem. Then you've got tutorials here. There's the air plants. Jeremy says we don't really need Cara. We've got a book this good. That's not rude, isn't it? How rude is that? He's only in for 4 days a month. Oh, he's doing 4 days a month. It's only his second day. Lavender, oh, I don't care, I'm not here. He can be as cheeky as he likes for the next 2 days, not me. Poppy, garden rose, succulents, they're lovely. I've got succulents all along my lounge windowsill. You only have to water them, you just spray them with a squirter thing. Ranuncular, they're the ones that make the water smell, aren't they, if they're real flowers. Sunflowers, peonies, oh. A wildflower, basic leaves and stems. That's Hannah, basic. Eucalyptus, fern. Okay, moving on. Olive, magnolia. Now, I didn't know magnolia had special leaves. They're different colours. I'm not going to give you an olive branch now. Look, air plant terrarium. Was that you? Terrarium. It's all going on today, isn't it? Sunflower centerpiece. These are lovely, aren't they? Floral pouch. Wildflower crown. Magnolia wreath. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? What else we got here? Rose and peony garland. Used to go dancing there in Liverpool many years ago. Potted ferns. They're nice, aren't they? Hannah's never seen ferns done like that before. Succulents. Olive. Now, this is what Hannah wants me to make. I've got to make an olive branch wreath and give it to her because I've been so mean to her. She's crying. No, she's not really. That's got berries on it there, look. Yeah, I know that olives, but I can't see what you make it out of. Oh, there they are. Stitched and stuffed aloe vera plant. Yeah, don't put that on your burns. Matching boutonniere and corsage. Oh, there's loads. It's a special day bouquet, Hannah. She's not getting married, if anyone think that. Unicorn headband. Oh. Templates. Right, there's all your templates there. These are all the size that you need to cut. What is going on today? I do apologise if you're new to us because we have new people every day. They must think that's nice. Employ a fat old presenter who can't speak. You know what I mean? Best choice. Oh, Cara, the other day I was flicking through. I told everyone this the other day. I was flicking through the channels, and there are all these young, beautiful people on every channel. Then I got to our channel, and I was like, "Well, Hannah, oh, like this." I was going, "Hang on, I can't. Hang on, I'll just sit." And then I read to that, and I thought, "Oh no!" All these lovely, young, glamorous people. Then people flick to me. Anyway. $14.99. You could go to Waterstones if you want to buy it for $20.99, but I wouldn't. I'd buy it from here. Okay, so that's $14.99. Buy it from the old man. Right. Okay. So let's move on to some felts then. Now, which ones am I going to first? In a pile. Right. Okay. No, that's right. That's this one. The one that. The one with yellow on the top, she said, is this one we're going to do first. Mine's got brown on the top. But look at all these colours in here. Oh, I don't want to take that out the bag. Oh, Jeremy. Right. Yes, you've got to pack up, Jeremy. I've got a photo shoot to go to, so you've got to help Hannah pack up. Look. So how many did you get in here then? 50, 22 by 22. Now, it's a wool blend. Beautiful, isn't it? When we've seen these before, the wool has been 20% wool, 70% viscose, 30% wool. There you go, I was nearly right. Beautiful, isn't it? Viscose being a man-made fibre using natural ingredients. That's good, 50 sheets for $29.99. Imagine all the flowers you could make out of that. There's white in there, look, some white in there. Some beige, there's green, lots of different greens. Beautiful. So that's that one at $29.99. Then I've got this pile here, which ends 24. How many are in there then? Oh, there's 50 in here as well. These are, right, these don't have wool in them, I'm guessing then. Oh, it doesn't say wool blend on the griffin. Okay, so the soft washable felts, wool blend. You get 50 again in here, but this time you're only $22.59. These are obviously thinner than those because the pile on the last one was much higher than the pile of these. But beautiful again, really, really lovely. But these will be these are finer felts, these. 22.59. Then I've got two bundles with like little squares in like this. Now these don't have numbers on them, so I can't give you the code. So I've got, this one's got 2 yellow, 2 bright orange, 2 dark orange, 2 red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pieces, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, because next one's 16 pieces. This is 14 pieces, £12.99. Obviously the square's the same size as that one over there, just folded differently. Beautiful. It's not even £1 a square, is it, that? And then I've got a 16-piece one. Now, just check the colours, right? So that one there is your more sort of natural colours. Sunflowers, yeah. Then this one here is more of your vibrant, because, you know, like bright yellow, bright lime green, bright emerald, and then you've got your pinks and your oranges in there. Springtime. Yeah, this one's more spring. That other one's more summer, isn't it? This one's £14.99. Okay, one tool that you will definitely need is a glue gun. We've got it bundled with the glue. Bundled with the glue. Right, so Lisa Lamb. Right, Lisa Lamb's the only person to mention it, right? She says, snazzy headband, John. It matches beautifully with your shirt. Claire says, is there an angel policy with the book? Oh, Claire, I'll have to look for you, I'm afraid. I don't know. I'll look for you in a minute. We love you just the way you are, John Scott, says Suzanne. John, it's all relative. You're still young and glamorous to me. Yeah, but June, you're ancient. That's why. Judith says, morning, John. Old men are far more entertaining. Oh, thank you. And Lisa Lamb says, they may be young and beautiful, but you are entertaining and hilarious. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Right, I'll look, Claire, I'll look for the... You're very close on that shot, Jeremy. Glue gun and 10 sticks. I think you also get 2 in there, so that's a bit wrong. So you get 12 sticks. So you get the glue gun with 2 sticks in it, plus 10 sticks. Now, have we got the glue sticks on their own as well? Oh, good, because Cara says you will eat this. Don't really eat it, but your projects will use this up, use it up. So there's the project there on their own, £2.99. £2.99 if you've already got the... Now, you can only use those glue sticks in that glue gun. Don't start messing around and swapping them. Beautiful. Right, the only other thing I'm going to show you at this moment in time are these lovely embroidery flosses, because you'll need these. You'll need some of this for Yvonne's hour in the next hour as well. What? 100 pack. We haven't had this one in for ages. Look, 100 skeins. That means you've got 800 metres. In fact, you'll have more than that because you'll split it, won't you? You won't ever use them full. £14.98. Look at all. Works out at 40, well, nearly 15 pence a skein, doesn't it? We haven't had this one for ages and ages and ages. All the different colours. It has got some colours repeated, so if you like your favourite colours, they could be in there. Oh, and what? Oh, yes, if you, yes, that's what I just said. I thought you were talking about the one of the week. No, on the cat, in the next hour, there is some embroidery to make his whiskers. And when you get to the village shop, well, if you decide to do the village shop, that is. Right, okay. The hoops, they're all available underneath me on pre-order, and the little scissors are underneath me on pre-order as well. Because we've got to get on, haven't we, Cara?
We certainly
all
have.
This chatting.
I know.
You when you did the
gorgeous.
book. Oh, thank you. I'm going to take it off now. It's cute. They're so cute, though, aren't they? Very simple,
gorgeous.
but some of these look... Not some of these. Sometimes you can make felt flowers and they look a bit tacky, don't they? These all look really, really...
They are gorgeous.
Classy. And a friend of mine owns a big florist and does all the great big West End stores, and he does, you know, and all the big society parties, weddings, things like that. And he could almost introduce these as a,
Oh, gosh,
because wouldn't
yes.
that be a lovely take on it, as well as
Yes.
having real flowers, but he could make some of these for it. I'm
Yes.
talking to you, Christopher. Right, when you were reading the book, you didn't happen to notice if there was an angel policy in
I
it, did you?
didn't notice
I'll
if
check,
there was
don't
a-
worry,
yeah,
while
I
you're
was
doing the
gonna
thing,
say.
I'll check while you're
Yeah.
doing the thing. Before we start, I've got a quick message about Christine. Morning, John. The older the fiddle, the better the tune. Yeah, right, I agree. Right, okay, so Cara, what are we going to do? It's lovely to see you, by the way.
Oh,
really
it's lovely to see you as well.
And what are we going to do? What are you going to make?
I'm going to take you through the basics within the book. The book is absolutely gorgeous, and this lady is from Florida,
Ooh.
and she is just so talented. She does a lot of finished items through her own website, and she also does wedding bouquets and things like that, which is absolutely stunning. And then this is her, I think this is her first book, but she's showing and sharing a lot of her techniques and hints and tips and different things like that. And I will admit, I've never made a felt flower before.
Oh, okay. Oh, brilliant. So you're taking us from the start. I am listening to you. I'm just trying to look for the angel policy, don't worry.
Complete beginner for me. So if I can do it, I think anybody can.
Okay,
And
yeah.
my best friend is my glue gun,
Of course.
except I get it everywhere.
Right, I found it. These designs may be used to make items for personal use only and may not be used for the purpose of personal profit. Items created to benefit non-profit groups or that will be publicly displayed. So, and if you have icon displayed them, you must conspicuously label them with the following credit. So you can make them, you can't sell them for money, but if they're on display, you have to have a label saying who designed them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was the angel policy. Right.
Yeah. So what I thought I'd do was take you through making some of the little ones, which were on the headband. We've also got them on a child's headband here.
So
I thought-
was your first one rubbish?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No. Because I want people at home, if they've not done it before, to not think, oh, Cara made a really beautiful one. So the first one was rubbish to be.
Well, I threw it away.
Okay.
I tried to do the rose one that she put in the book at the beginning here, the easy rolled rose. And I did do it, but when I started making some of the other ones, I wasn't as happy with it as I was with the other ones.
Okay.
So I thought, no, I won't show that. I should have brought it along and shown it. But it was lovely to sort of have a go and also use the glue gun for the first time. So, that was really nice. So I wanted to take you through, and I've got pre-prepared the little wildflowers. I've also got pre-prepared the anemones.
Oh, yes.
Anemones, which I thought would be good, and also poppy. And what I'm going to do is actually start, which seems a bit strange, with the poppy, because if I bring this one over, oh no, that's gonna make everything drop.
take it.
No, that's fine. But if you have a look at the poppy here,
Jeremy, hang on, he's just bringing the camera over. Takes a while.
yeah. You'll notice that the leaves are slightly crinkled, and I thought,
Hang on, we're just
"Ooh,
coming across now. Just coming across.
that's quite interesting. I wondered how that was done.
What, the
And-
crinkled leaves?
Yes.
There you go, there we are.
So I'm going to show you.
How lovely they look there, though. They
I
look
know.
fabulous, don't they?
They look, and that's just 3 poppies with a few leaves, and I cut into the leaves. They give you basic sort of leaf shapes, but you can actually do some research and have a look what leaves should go with which plants, and you can play around with the basic shape and make it a little bit more.
And also, you don't need to hem felt, so you can chop into it to whatever
yes.
shape you like,
Yes,
can't you? Really?
definitely.
It doesn't fray
There's
or anything.
there's no fraying. That's why I love actually working with felt.
Yeah.
So the first thing you're going to do for the poppies, and the reason why I'm doing that now is
Yeah.
that it uses a spray, the Best Press spray.
Right, oh yes.
Because there's a starch in there, and you want a little bit of body actually used on the felt to make the crinkles.
Right.
So
we only have the scent free at the moment. Cara's got the vanilla and not raspberry,
Lavender.
but we've only got the scent free in at the moment.
So I found an old cutting mat, so I thought I'll use that to spray onto rather than spray onto the table.
Okay.
Actually, I suppose I could do it onto the ironing mat. because when somebody presses something on there.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to. So I've got 4. These are the petals that are already cut out.
And the patterns are the right size, aren't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
completely the right size. And, you know, once you get into them, you'll be amazed. You
Yeah.
actually get completely addicted. I got a bit carried away, as you can tell.
Yes.
So what you'll do is you'll spray the best press onto the felt, and you want it to sink into the felt,
Right.
because you want to actually use the starch element of the spray rather than, you know, you're not going to be pressing it or anything.
Yeah.
And then what you'll do is you'll take each of the petals and you'll concertina it.
Oh, so you spray them, but you don't iron them?
No, don't iron them.
Oh, I see.
So you concertina them,
Yeah.
use Wonder Clips,
Yeah.
which I'm sure you've got on the website.
Yeah. I think
And-
Hannah's going to put the graphics through, actually.
Use just crinkle these up. There's no set way.
Oh, literally just crinkle the whole thing up.
Crinkle the whole thing up, but concertina it, fold it,
Yeah.
and hopefully by the end of the
Oh, like a fan, like you
yeah.
used to make fans, yeah.
by the end of the hour, these might be dry enough for me to show you.
Oh,
how to
that's why you're doing
assemble.
them at the
Yeah,
start.
that's
Brilliant,
why I'm doing
brilliant.
it at the start.
June says, I'm 64, you cheeky monkey, not ancient. No matter how many embroidery threads I have, I've never got the right colour, says Claire. Well, Claire, you might have in that one. Tina says, morning, John. I said to my husband, you're wearing something in your hair. He said he wouldn't expect anything less. Lorraine said, Crazy Lorraine said, the felt flowers are beautiful, Cara.
Thank you. Thank
And
you,
Claire
Lorraine.
says, we're cheaper than on eBay, apparently, as well. That's them sending in a message. You can check for yourself. That's from Claire. Oh, I see. So you've sprayed them, you've dampened them down with the stuff, and then
yep.
you're clipping them so
And
they're
then I'm
fans.
just clipping them, and hopefully they will dry by the end of the hour.
Brilliant.
And then I can show you how they come out.
Excellent.
And in fact, the one that I've got in the hoop there, which you're going to ask me, I think that's a peony.
Right.
The cream one, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the one. The cream one, I actually, after I mounted it, that's mounted onto a piece of felt, and actually then mounted
On a hoopy.
on the hoop, within the hoop,
Yeah.
and then the leaves are added. And I sprayed that as well with the best
Oh,
press.
okay. What, once it was made?
Once it was made, and then you can manipulate the petals.
Yeah, they say that's a peony.
Yes, yeah, they are absolutely gorgeous, and that's just one peony.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you were making it not to sell, but if you were making it for a wedding bouquet, you could take, you know, some gorgeous colours.
Also, peonies in the garden. I love peonies, but the day they go up, it rains and they
I
get top
know.
heavy and they fall over,
I know,
don't they?
I know. I mean, we've got peonies in the gardens coming up at the moment,
Yeah.
but none of them are in flower. But when we do have them in flower, I cut them and bring them into the house.
Oh, do you?
I'm afraid. Yes.
No, I adore
I've got-
it. When
yeah.
the supermarkets have peonies, that's the flower I buy for the
Yes.
house. And they're a bit late this year. They're normally
They
here
are.
by now.
They
yeah.
are. I think the cold has
Yeah,
affected
yeah.
everything. So there you go. There's my 4 petals for my poppy. So I'm going to pop
Okay.
those. Got a hairdryer somewhere.
Oh, yes.
I'm just going to pop them. Hopefully they'll dry off quite nicely.
Hannah normally has one in the gallery. You've got a hairdryer today, Hannah.
Oh, don't worry.
No, not
I was
today.
joking. Okay, so
Right.
the first one I'm going to do is the little. Let's move that out of the way. The other thing that I would suggest with the glue gun is have it on a tile or on a plate or something.
Hope
Otherwise,
that's
it
not
goes,
Neil's lunch plate you've taken.
It might be.
Yeah, fine.
It might be, but it does, because once the glue's cool, it peels off
Peels
quite
off,
nicely,
yeah.
and then just wash it as normal. So that's what I did. But a tile's really good if you've got
Yeah,
a tile
'cause
left over
flat,
from
isn't
some.
it? Yeah.
So I'm going to have a go at making some of the wildflowers. So if we have a look here, I'll show you where. And these are brilliant. There's also in the back, the last page, it talks about the calyx.
The what?
Which the calyx of a plant. Please, somebody tell us what the calyx is. I meant to look it up before I came in, but it's the part of the plant that
Oh,
goes
yeah, various
round.
calyx options.
So I suppose when a plant is in bud, you have the calyx sort of round the actual flower itself.
Oh,
And
you
then
think it's
as
the
flower,
green?
yeah, it's the green
Oh.
part. So as the flower sort of grows and the petals come out and everything, then you can have the calyx underneath, and that's quite nice for actually finishing things off. So you have different size calyxes at the back there.
Okay, you've got a picture of what at hand? Oh, the lady who wrote the book. Brianne. Now she sells the flowers that she's already made on Etsy. There they are, wedding bouquets and lovely.
The ranunculus are the ones on the right,
Yeah.
the bottom right, and then she's showing it in a hoop as well.
Lovely. So that's actually Brianne's her own Etsy page. That one. So she sells them made up already. Now remember, she'll be in America, so don't Right.
Okay. So what I did with just some tracing paper, just normal tracing paper, is traced around the shapes and then cut some felt. And for the wildflower, why I'm doing the wildflower is that you've just got the centre and you've got the petals. So, and then I think I did a calyx on the back, one of the smaller ones for that. What I did, I used those actually instead of the leaves.
Oh, okay.
So on the ones that are in the cup there, I added the leaves separately. But on the ones that I've got on the headband and on this one here, the actual calyx is on the back, so it's showing through as, the leaves.
Could you use freezer paper?
Yeah.
And press it onto the felt to then cut it out, or do you not?
I don't know. I've never used freezer paper before, so you'll be able to tell me.
Well, no, I'll test it out later.
Yeah. The only thing that I would say is with the felt is just check the temperature of your iron.
Yeah.
And don't use steam. If you use steam, it sort of just fluffies. That's a new word.
It fluffies up. Oh, I didn't know that. Right.
So don't use steam and just check the temperature of your iron. Obviously, I didn't once and ruined a piece of felt. So,
oh no!
Yeah,
and your iron, no doubt.
No, it was okay. I managed to take the iron off very quickly. So.
When you smelt the burning.
Yeah, don't tell anybody. Now I looked at it just changes the appearance of the felt.
Okay.
But some of the felt will come folded, and it will need ironing before you get started. But it irons up nicely. So this is the wildflower here, so it tells you what you need to make the wildflower. And I love every step has a photograph. So as she's telling you, explaining what to do and everything, it refers to a photograph, which is fantastic. So she really does take you through step by step and leads you through actually creating the flower. So we've cut our petals out. Bring the glue gun. As I say, this is an old mat, so if I get any glue, I didn't want it on the table.
Yeah, don't worry.
And then we've got the centre. So I've got a lilac flower here with the petals. Some of the flowers I've done the orange on the centre. With the lilac one, I thought I'd do some white on the centre. Because wildflowers are all different, aren't they?
Yeah, of course.
So you've got your little piece of felt, and that's 1/2 inch by 2.5 inches. And then you'll cut. And you'll cut, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
I thought you were falling off.
No. I've not had a fall today. That's very unlike me.
No, don't say that. No.
It's because Jerry took everything off my trolley that she's normally there and put it under the desk here.
And
so
you
it's
just put your foot.
Yeah, put my foot in it.
Okay, literally.
Yeah.
So you'll take your piece of felt and you'll just cut about 2/3. You don't want to cut all the way because that will destroy it. So this is the stamens. You can tell I'm not the gardener in our family. My husband would be telling me what everything was. So you just cut little bits, and I think this is the lighter weight felt that I'm using here.
Okay.
So we just go along, cut that along. Don't have to be too accurate, but you want to get like a fringe effect. Okay? And then you're going to roll it. Now this is where, just be careful, because the glue gun has been on and the glue is hot, just be careful with your hands and make sure that you've got some tissue or something nearby just in case. But it does cool down very, very quickly.
She said looking for tissue.
I know. Don't panic. I'm not shaking, honestly. And then you'll start and you'll just put a little blob of glue. Now I found if I put a little blob of glue at the end, can you see that?
Yeah.
That's when it, your fingers are going to start rolling. So I actually started a little way away.
Okay, so don't put a blob at the end.
No,
start in.
Start in a little bit. because the blob comes out quite a lot. And then don't glue the whole thing, because as I say, the glue goes off very, very quickly. So just spread a little bit. You'll have tiny, tiny fibres like spider's webs. So you just want to make sure that you disconnect the glue from your felt. Otherwise you'll have a lovely spider's web between the two. And then you'll start rolling it. And you'll get used to how tight to roll it to do the centre. So I've come to the end of where the glue was. I'm going to put some more glue on. So all I'm doing is just squeezing. The other thing is, I'm sure you've had glue guns on here before.
Yeah.
Just be aware that when you come to the end of the stick, the glue stick, you want to put the next glue stick in.
Yes.
Because that forces the other one through. So you're not having any wastage or anything. So then I'm going to start a little way away.
Crazy Lorraine says she also has a bowl of cold water. So if you get hot glue on your finger, you just put it into the water.
Idea.
Don't try to pull it off.
Yes, yeah. That's a good idea. Somebody's obviously done that before. And then just fold it round. Don't worry if some of it squishes out. Oh, I've got all these words this morning.
What was that one?
Squishes.
Squishes, yeah.
Squishes out, because that's going to be the bottom of the flower and it's going to be covered.
Right.
Okay, you could.
Got a message from Tracy with a picture. Hi, morning all. I made a belt out of felt flowers and wore it with a dress I made for a friend's wedding. Oh, look at you,
Beautiful.
Tracy.
Tracy, that's stunning.
Loving the show as always, love from Tracy. Look, you look fantastic.
Oh, wonderful. And did I can't see, but has her husband got a felt flower for a buttonhole?
Oh, yes, she doesn't mention. You're presuming it's her husband.
Sorry, the gentleman in the photograph.
The gentleman in the photograph looks
Sorry,
very
Tracy.
happy to be there, doesn't he?
Does. You
Is
look
his a real
stunning.
flower or has he got a felt flower corsage, Tracy?
Love the dress.
Yes, so do
Isn't
I.
that
It's
beautiful?
amazing.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Lovely colour, really simple and stylish, and that lovely thing. Now, did it get crumpled when you sat down to eat your dinner? That's what I want to know. Right. Thank you, Tracy. That's lovely.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
So I'm just coming to the end. And then you just leave that to one side. I'm just going to take the excess glue off.
Glue.
And you want to just make sure that that's nice and flat, and then pop that to one side to finish setting. Then you'll take your petals, and I found actually I liked the shape that came if I just cut into the petals slightly. You've got more opportunity of making a nice shape then. And then you'll take your glue gun again and just pop it over the bottom of the flower there. Whoops. And then roughly pop it into the centre and then let that cool down.
Right.
So I'm just going to let that cool down.
Yeah.
The next part was the calyx, and on these ones I've got the green, the light green. I'm going to do the dark green, and there are different shapes for the calyx there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But you want it so that you can see it as petals if you're going to use this.
Yeah.
So that one is the one I used for these ones. If you want more of the, leaves, not petals.
Yeah.
You want a slightly bigger one, and you can play around with the shapes and everything. So it's entirely up to you. It's a personal choice. So then what you're going to do, that should be stuck by now, is take your piece of felt, and you're going to, on opposite sides, just to pop a little bit of glue down by the stamens. Not too much, so a little bit in there. And then if you do opposite sides, then you'll pinch, which is why I cut the petals a little bit small.
Oh, yes. So you're not sticking it to the stamen, you're sticking it to itself.
Yeah, you can stick it to the, stick it slightly to the stamens.
Oh, right.
Just going to hold that one just to get me started.
Yeah.
And that one. And you can see the shape then coming.
Mm-hmm.
And just hold that for a few minutes. Just talk amongst yourselves while I'm doing that. And then do the same on the opposite sides again. And you can make these flowers any size you like. You know, if you wanted to have smaller ones, you can make smaller ones. You'd have to obviously do a paper template or a tracing paper template. And then just another little blob there.
I can see why it becomes addictive though, because you've got instant
honestly.
satisfaction or gratification, whatever it's called, isn't it? It's not like, will it be, what will it be, what will it be?
Yeah.
You can see what it's going to be almost straight away.
I put the glue a little bit too high on that one, but don't worry. And then squeeze that together. And then let that cool down. Mm-hmm. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to say was with any of this, if you weren't happy with the glue gun, you can sew it.
Oh, okay.
It takes a lot more sewing, obviously. But if you're, as I say, not happy about using a glue gun and want to actually spend the time, and it's just so enjoyable, you know, you would actually sit down and cut out all your pieces and have your needles threaded up and then just spend your time sort of sewing it together. And you'd have like gathering stitches and tiny little stitches and things like that. And I'm going to show you in a bit how you can actually embellish it. You know, me and embellishing. I love sort of, you know, adding stitches and beads and things like that. So hopefully that's all stuck down now. And then I'm going to take one of these felt pieces, pin cushion.
Should be okay.
Sorry.
There's obviously something in the stars today.
Oh my gosh, definitely. Definitely.
It's a waxed moon today, apparently.
Oh, that explains it.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just have days like that. I had one of those sleeps last night where I sort of slept for a few hours, woke up, went back to sleep. Oh, the dreams.
Oh, yeah.
I have had so many weird and wonderful dreams.
I've had weird ones recently. Not been so wonderful, but I've had weird ones recently.
It's strange, really strange. So then you'll want to just position that, and I would position it so that the leaves are appearing just round the corner from the actual petals. So once you're happy with that position, then pop a dollop of a little drop, a dollop.
They used a song in the 1970s, Nobody Does It Like the Dollops Do.
Really?
Yeah.
Who sang that?
Oh, it was somebody like the Dooleys or something like that. Nobody does it like the Dollops do.
Really?
Nobody does it like the Dollops do. Do you not remember? I'll bring it in. I've got it in a little single. Nobody's got a record player to play it on.
Oh,
no, it was a present. I didn't buy it. Jeremy's got a record player. I'll get it for him then.
I've still got a record player at home.
Have you?
Yeah, I've still got all my albums.
Oh.
I know. I have been thinking about, you know, passing them on to somebody who will enjoy them.
Oh.
I
Yeah, they
haven't got
played
that.
not Donna Summer. Theme from Mahogany was on the radio the other day from Diana Ross, and I remember going around to my friend Dawn's, and she just bought the album, and her dad had like a really posh Bang & Olufsen thing, and then we were allowed to play the album, and we just all sat there like listening to it like that.
Oh, I mean, they do. When I was younger, I loved the Average White Band. I absolutely loved the Average White Band. And I can remember having, you know, my first sort of turntable.
Yeah.
And I put the music on, and when you're younger, you have it up quite loud.
Yeah.
And my memory is of my dad coming upstairs, and I thought, oh no, turn it down. He came upstairs and he started dancing.
Oh.
And he loved it. He absolutely loved the music, and that was just such a precious memory.
Yeah, of course.
So,
that's a lovely
memory.
memory.
Yeah, really nice. So I've just popped that there. It's not exactly in the centre, but don't worry, because flowers aren't exact, are they? So, you know, we've got some of the petals coming out, we've got the little stamens there, and that's how easy it is to make a beautiful wildflower. And you can make a few of those, and if you attach them to a piece of felt and pop a headband, and then that's how easy it is to make something like that. And then
so you've put yours on an piece of elastic, haven't you, that one? Yeah, like a scrunchie. This one here that I've got is a headband. Oh, hang on, there you go. Cute, isn't it? So is the technique the same sort of thing for all the flowers?
Yes. Yep. So shall I do an anemone?
Yes,
or shall
please.
I show you how to embellish?
No, we've got about 15 minutes, haven't we?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, got 15 minutes. All right.
So the anemone, never can say that
No.
word. And when you've cut all your pattern pieces out, you can keep them in little bags and, keep them all together. And if you are making quite a few of them, my anemones are here. And you see they're slightly different. I think I must have cut the stamens a little bit longer. And some
But the cream one looks more real than the purpley one, doesn't
yes.
it? Don't know why.
The other thing is she does mention felt balls. You
the olives.
The olives, but also for the centre of some of these. But you don't have to do a felt ball. You can actually do a strip of black felt. Just get one here. And very carefully, you'll roll that up.
Right.
You can't see the black against the green.
No, it's
sorry.
Yeah.
Here we go. So you'll take your black felt, drop a little bit of glue. I'm not going to do this because you need to just take your time, otherwise you get glue all over your fingers. And you'll just roll that up. And that's instead of having a felt ball in the centre. And you wouldn't know that it was any different.
No.
But just drop a little bit of glue on there and just roll that up.
Also, I suppose if you do needle felting, because you can make little balls from needle felting, can't you?
Oh, yes. I haven't done much needle felting.
Oh, no.
I'd like to one day. So I've actually got then 2 layers that you cut. So take the scissors again. So it's the same process. You can make the snips close together or wider apart depending on the effect that you want for the centre of the flower. I'm not going to, well, I might do. I was going to say, I'm not going to stick this because I want to try and get onto.
Yeah, no, you can just talk us through it. Talk us through it, yeah.
So we cut like that, and then you wrap that and stick it.
Oh, okay, to the ball.
Just once round. So you'll actually, although for this one, the length and the width is mentioned in the book. I won't.
Oh, okay, so you don't keep going round.
You don't
only
keep
go round
going round. So you go round once. So if you've got a ball or a felted ball or the little round piece of felt here, you only go round once, and then you'll cut the excess felt off. Okay.
Yeah.
And in fact, I found that I had enough for 2 flowers.
Oh,
so I did
off
it
one
like
strip,
that.
yeah.
Off one strip.
Brilliant. Got a quick message for you from a collector in Merseyside saying, morning John and Cara, what a lovely relaxing demo. I would love these on a summery wreath for the inside of my front door.
Yes.
Very nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Beautiful. And then for the black is a bit wider, and so that's why you've got this. I'll show you. So we cut again 2/3, and you've got
so it's slightly longer, yes.
Slightly longer effect there. Then the only difference with the petals, to get the shape like this, so it's more, I haven't put the calyx on the back because I wanted to show you what it looked like on the back. So to get sort of like a cup shape, you actually cut your petals out, and for each flower you need 6 petals. So you'll cut all your petals out, and you'll do a little snip there. Then you'll take your glue gun and pop some glue on there, and then overlap.
Oh, so it's like a little dart,
So it
creating
is like a
like a
little
bust,
dart,
like a bust dart almost.
You might get glue on your fingers, but don't worry about it. So that gives you that gorgeous sort of cup shape. And the other thing, so once you've put the fringe area round the centre, this is all really technical, I'm not a florist, obviously. I think if my friend's watching, she'll be screaming at the screen, sort of saying, it's not that. So you'll actually pop that round, then you'll have your black around there, and then you'll attach your petals.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then you'll pop. So you can use that other shape calyx because that's actually just at the back, and you'll add some glue and just shape that up around the flower. For this one, I do my leaves separately. I wanted to show you on the leaves.
Pam said you could use the silicone finger thimbles to protect your fingers, maybe.
That's good. That's a really good idea. I'll have to get some of those because you have some of those.
I've got the big ones there for doing my fabric, and then Roxana sent me some little ones, which would be brilliant for this because they literally just cover the ends of your fingers. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so then with the leaves, what you can do, find one that's not. I think I might have stuck all of them. No, got one here.
What are you muttering about?
I'm talking to myself,
Yeah?
sorry. Hello, everybody. Is pop a little bit of glue at the bottom of a leaf.
Okay.
Like
Jeremy will
that.
come in on that now. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Little bit of glue there, and again, put the raw edges together and just squeeze and pinch.
It's so simple, really, isn't it?
I know, it's so
But
effective. And on some of the ones that you'll see there, you can actually add the leaves afterwards. So if you're actually doing a permanent display or anything, you can do all your leaves like this and then add them afterwards. The other thing I wanted to say was that you can also snip into the leaves.
Yeah.
So you can do some little snips to make a more raggedy edge.
Yeah.
Like
It
that.
doesn't matter if they're biologically or
No,
botanically correct, does it?
no.
As long as they look pretty.
So you can just go along there and just make a nice shape of the leaf.
Lovely.
So you could actually add that. To the
Yeah,
anemone.
automatically it looks lovely, doesn't it?
Yes. So you could pop, different shaped leaves because the leaves aren't all the same size.
No.
So you can actually do that. What I'm just thinking, just looking at this now, if you've got different size beads and you've got a black one that's shiny, you could pop that into the centre there. You could actually glue that into the centre.
Lovely.
Okay, I'm making a lovely mess
You
here.
are indeed. How long we got, Jeremy? Okay, so how long's that in the demo, please? Oh, 5 or 6 minutes on demo.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
So what I wanted to do was show, let's move that out of the way, was show you what you can do. I've popped this in a hoop. You don't have to have it in a hoop to stitch, but what you can do is draw the shape of, you can just about see that.
No, you can see it really well.
Yep. So you can actually trace the outline of the leaf.
Onto the felt.
Yeah, onto the felt, and then do this part of the leaf, which I can't remember off the top of my head.
The vein.
The vein.
Even I know that one.
I need a coffee.
Yeah.
So you can do the vein down the centre of the leaf there, and I've actually used 6 strands of standard cotton to make it stand out.
Right.
And then
is that not beads? It looked like beads from here.
No.
Oh, that's embroidery, just
That's
embroidery.
embroidery.
Thread.
So that's embroidery with stem stitch.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
So I'm
nice
actually
and
going
close
to do
now.
a couple of stitches. That's gorgeous. So what you can do with the leaves is do your stem stitch. So I've done 6 strands down there.
Uh-huh.
And then I've done three strands for the side ones. Now, normally you would go all the way through, but you'd see your stitches on the back.
Right.
Which you can see I haven't done all of them, so you can't see the stitches.
Right.
So I'll show you how to do it so you can't see the stitches.
Oh, yes, okay.
Because if the leaves are going to be shown on the outside of something, you don't really want to see
the underside stitches,
Yeah.
no.
So what you'll do is for your stem stitch, you'll come forward and you'll have your needle horizontal.
Yeah.
And you'll pass your needle through the middle of the felt.
Okay.
And if you look on the back, you can't see any thread or the needle showing.
Uh-huh.
And if you do your stem stitch like that, you won't have any stitches on the back. The only thing is obviously when you're starting and finishing, you'll need to be a bit careful and maybe just thread your needle back through the felt.
Yeah, and don't pull too tightly because you don't want to split the felt.
No, not at all. But it's so effective. So that's on the right side and turn it over. That's on the wrong side and you can't see where I've been stitching.
No? Fabulous.
So that's really good. So you can play around with that. And then the other thing that I love doing is...
and then you cut the leaf out.
Then you'll cut the leaf out. Make sure
your
that you don't cut
any of your threads.
the end of your threads. I've used a friction pen to actually trace this. So if I haven't covered all the markings, you can just steam it.
Or hairdryer it or anything.
Or hairdryer it. Actually, don't steam it, no. Put a cloth, no, because you don't want to affect the
felt.
The felt.
Yeah.
So just put a cloth or a piece of baking parchment or something like that to protect your felt, and don't use steam, then just iron over the top and that will get rid of the friction.
Perfect.
Okay. The other thing that I love doing is adding embellishments. So for this one, this is one of the wildflowers, and some wildflowers do have little dots like this on the edge of the petals. So for this one...
What's they called, those ones?
Somebody out there will know. I should have done my homework on flowers, shouldn't I? And nature is just incredible. You know, when you go around the garden now and just look at some of the beautiful flowers and all the different shapes and textures and lines that you can actually do in stitching. So you can do straight stitches as well. So for this one, I've just done some French knots here. And this particular one, which is a large French knot, that I wrapped the thread around the needle about 3 times.
Right.
And for the little ones here, it was once or twice.
And did you go through to all the way through to the other side?
All the way through. These ones, you won't be able to cover it so
But if
easily.
you're going to have leaves behind, the leaves are going to cover the back of the flowers, aren't they?
They're going to cover it. So, and then what you can do, if you're addicted to beads as well, like I am, is you can actually add some beads. So have a needle that's quite fine. I store mine in my spice jars.
Okay. But you're going to grate, kind of grind some of them on them.
And I use the lid.
Are they like seed beads?
These are just seed beads. So
They're spilling them all out.
Oh, sorry. You can get them.
You can get them a jewellery maker.
Yeah, they have
sister
hundreds. They have absolutely hundreds. But the most important thing with using seed beads is having a needle that will pass through the whole of the bead.
Yeah, get a beading needle.
Yeah.
I haven't worked there, Jamie, for a while now.
So just take one of the beads and just pass it through. This is a single strand of the stranded cotton. You don't need a special thread or anything. And I quite like the fact that it's the same colour as the bead, or similar colour, similar shade. And then pass your bead down onto the felt. Now, again, if you go, like with a French knot, you would normally go back down the same hole of the felt. Don't.
Oh.
Just go to a little bit to one side, and that one, if you can see there, sorry, I didn't go to one side, I just went down the same hole, and can you see that the bead sits with the hole uppermost? If you go a little bit to the side when you're adding beads, and pull that through,
almost, there you go,
it stands upright, so you haven't got the hole. So that's really good.
Yeah.
So you can add lots and lots of stitching to all
You could almost as well. I mean, Claire suggested using a bondweb, but you could use the glue gun and just cut another petal shape out and glue that to the back of the... If you did have threads showing that you didn't want to, just glue gun another bit of felt to the back of it.
Definitely. Oh, I think I went down the hole.
Oh.
There we go.
Now, I don't want to rush you, but we haven't unravelled the poppies.
Right. Da-da. I don't think they'll dry, but...
Oh, Cara, I've turned the aircon
know.
off specially and everything.
Oh, I've got beads everywhere. Sorry. Here's one I prepared earlier. Let's... I don't want to touch
move
that.
it. You can move it. Do move it. Do move it.
Oh,
can you reach?
Yeah, that one's going to fall down.
That almost looks like a water lily when it's on the flat,
doesn't
it?
I know, honestly. And that's with the best press.
Yeah, okay.
You know, and you can sort of shape the actual... it does look like a water lily.
Doesn't it? Lovely.
Actually, gorgeous. So to get these crinkled shapes...
Right.
See there?
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Oh, here we go. Right. I went to put my glasses on there and picked up your floral thingy. Right. Lorraine says you could add some flowers to a clutch bag. You could indeed.
Yes.
And Anne says, lovely demo. You can also use blusher and eyeshadow powder to put extra colour on the petals.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
Right, have they worked?
Yes, they're not dry.
Oh, look.
But
Oh, they look like those crisps you can get, the deep cut
are you
cheese
hungry?
and onion crisps.
What, in red?
No, but just a crinkle cut.
If you see John later on, I know you can't eat certain things.
No, I can't
and
eat,
he's
definitely
got
not
red
felt.
coming out of his mouth. You know that he's chewing on the felt.
No, and when we were little, our chipper to make chips was a
yes.
crinkle
Yes,
cut
yes.
slider. I don't know what it was called to make the chips
Yeah,
with.
we're losing our words today.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's how you get the crinkle.
And did it stay in then? Will the crinkle
Yes,
stay in?
Yes, when it's dry. This one's not dry, but
Yeah.
you can see that. So exactly the same. So with the poppies, I've got a centre one there that's been round and round.
So that's quite a big one in the
Yeah.
centre of that one, yeah.
And then I've got the fringing for the stamens.
Oh, wouldn't it be lovely to make some of those for Armistice Day?
Oh, gosh,
Because they
yes.
could look beautiful. And then you could
Oh, my
oh,
goodness.
no, you can't sell them. You can't sell them for chat. I was going to say, but you make them for your friends.
You can ask for donations.
Yeah, yeah,
You're
yeah.
not selling them.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
not
yeah,
selling
yeah.
them. And you can make different sizes.
Yeah,
So,
but they would look, because the Queen always looks amazing with all her poppies down her
gosh,
lapel,
yes,
doesn't she? And everything.
definitely, definitely. So, and then these leaves, I've actually done the serrated sort of edge because poppy leaves are similar
Yes,
to that.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the time and realising.
No, that's all right. That's all right. No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine.
But you can get carried away.
No.
And you'll enjoy it, really enjoy it.
Good. Now you're back in the now and you're making a teddy bear now, something
Teddy
completely
bear.
different.
He's behind
Oh, he's
you.
behind me. Not the pink face. Oh, look
No.
at that. Oh, no. Not the pink face, but oh, where am I going? The teddy bear here. There she is. We called her Hannah. That's not me saying that. Hannah says that's the shape she is now after lockdown.
Oh, no.
There she is.
Yeah, but you're cuddly.
She's cuddly. At the weekend, Cara, you have to come in on a weekend because she dresses up on a weekend now.
Right.
So she's all like in a party frock. She's here before anyone else. She's in a
Right.
party frock. And she comes out dancing and skipping and all that
Right.
sort of thing. It's really, not today. She's back to Tuesday, Hannah, today. Anyway, Cara, that was really lovely.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll see you in an hour's
Okay.
time. Right,
Right.
very quick catch up now. Round up even. Catch up. What is going on today? Here we go. £14.99. Now, the book in Waterstones is £20.99 if you want to go there to buy it. You can do if you want, but you can get it for £14.99 from us. Everything you need, and as Cara said, every single description has got a picture to go with it. You've got all the flowers there and projects you can make from the flowers. £14.99. Beautiful. Now, what would you like me to do? The big felt bundle, finishing 1/7, if I remember correctly, yeah. So this is wool blend. This is your thicker, more fluffy felt, this one. $29.99. You get 50 sheets in there. What's the matter, Jeremy? You're making some funny noises. What do you mean he's being weird? He is weird, full stop. Then we've got this wool mix one. Now these are slightly more refined, these ones. I have to say, I prefer these ones because they're not as fluffy. They look more elegant and sophisticated, these. $22.59. Again, you get 50 pieces in there. Then we've got the other bundles. Now I've got what we called the summer bundle. Well, the graphics might not say summer, but this is what Hannah and I think. These look like summer colours. Also, summer colours, we think, $12.99. They're squares that big. They're just folded, so they look different. So you get yellow, orange, dark orange, red, green, emerald green, and the brown. $12.99. And then what Hannah and I have called the spring tones are this one. They've called it pink, yellow, floral. So you get the lime greens, the bright yellows, the pinks, the soft green, more pinks and orange, and then a different brown in that one. $14.99. Glue gun bundle. There you go. So you get the glue gun, which has two glue sticks in it anyway, but then a bundle of 10. £12.99. That doesn't seem right, but there you go. And then do you want the glue sticks on their own? No. They're underneath on the website. Oh, embroidery skeins. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about those. There you go. We'll run the hoops through on the break if you want to buy some hoops to make the deals with. $14.99. There's 100 in there. There's 800 metres. Stranded cotton, embroidery floss. £14.99. Right, do not go anywhere because Mrs. Macadamia Nut it's happening. It's happening. You'll see in the advert, if you've missed out on the hype of going on and on about this beautiful quilt. Now, I can't tell you right now, but when we finished Yvonne's first hour, which had nothing to do with that quilt, more than half the stock had gone already. What we're doing is go back to the quilt. Sorry, Jeremy. We're doing the two bottom. We're doing a special deal. It's one a month, right? But this month we're doing the two bottom ones. So the grass at the bottom, which is the log cabin, courthouse steps, and the dancing soldier, or whatever that middle one was called. And then we're doing the fence with the cat on it there. They're the two rows that we are doing this month. So go nowhere. We will see you straight after this break.
Hi everyone, it's Yvonne at Village Fabrics. This is my home studio. This is where a lot of the hard work is done. And I just want to introduce you to our new project that we have created exclusively for Sewing Street, and that is Village Street. It's a row of the month program. The first opportunity to see this is going to be the 18th of May. So I really look forward to seeing you then.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. We're so excited about this hour. It's fantastic. Everybody's loving it. More than half the stock have gone already and we haven't even started the show. It is Yvonne is doing rather than a block of the month, we're doing a row of the month, which is a fantastic idea, isn't it? So many of you loving, so many people message on Facebook to say how much they've loved the quilt. Have a look at the picture of the quilt. There it is. There it is. It's lovely, isn't it? So over the next 7 months, or 6 months after today, so today we're doing the bottom 2 rows. So we're doing the grass, which is the log cabin, the courthouse steps, and
Soldier's block.
the soldier's block.
box.
Box, soldier's box, right? On the bottom, not the dancing soldier like I just said. But we're also doing the fence as well. So the grey fence with the gate in it and the cat in it. So we're putting in 2 blocks for this month. Right, so next month you can see from that, oh no, from that picture, go back to that picture, Jeremy. From that, so the next month will be those gorgeous flowers, the flower bed running along there. Then the next month will be, we'll look at the main picture now if that's all right. Main picture, please. Right, so the next month is the houses. Okay, so the next, no, hang on, the flowers are which one month?
3.
Flowers are 22nd of June, right? Then the
20th.
20th of July are the houses. Then the village shop, which is foundation paper piece, those trees, right? That is the what of August, sorry? 17th of August. We'll put all this on our Facebook page. You know, you don't have to remember it all now. Then the next row up, which are the flying geese, which is the 28th of September. And October, Yvonne hasn't given us a date for October yet. So it's sometime in October. But let me also just tell you, see it's got blue binding around the outside. The blue binding is included in the star bundle.
Yeah,
so the very last row in October, that's when you'll get the binding for the actual quilt. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. I need to say that the flying geese units have got a special, don't just have straightforward flying geese, they have also folded flying geese as well, which is fantastic as well. Isn't it lovely? It's such a delight, absolute delight. Right, now before Yvonne talks us through it, I'm going to tell you, these are the first 2 months bundles, right? So the bottom bundle, which is the green one, is here. You get all the fabric you need. You get sewing machine needles. You get your thread to do this one. And the thread in there is also the thread to do the next one. And you get a quick unpick in there. It's every sewing person's best friend. So this is $49.99 for all of this, because you also get all the fabric that you need for the fence, the gate, the grass behind the gate, and the cat. So all of that for £49.99. So as I said, all of them, and that's a special price for it, it's a special introductory price. All, more than half the stock have gone, and each month we'll do a separate row. Yvonne's going to talk more about it now, and she's got loads to show you, so I won't be talking very much in this hour, because Yvonne has got so much to cram in. So I just want you to say, loads of people messaging in saying how excited they are about it, which is fantastic. So that must be lovely. If you designed something, you could have come in and everyone could have gone, is that it, Yvonne? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But many people.
Yeah, this is a combined effort between Linda and myself. Linda has worked for me for a very long time, and we started chatting about what we could do. And, well, you always start at the bottom and work your way up, don't you? So it seemed, and one of our very favourite blocks is the log cabin block, because it is so versatile. And it's a really good learning tool. It's the first block that we have people do in our second set of classes. So having done the Machine Applique beginners pack and the beginners pack with Sewing Street, it seemed to make sense that we would do what we would logically do in our classes. And that is a log cabin block. Now, log cabin blocks are generally supposed to be square. I have seen them come out to be rather elongated, or they're not meant to be rectangular. They're meant to be square. So that is all about making sure that you are getting your cutting down and your 1/4 inch seam. You have a lot of seams to sew.
And a log cabin and a courthouse steps and a soldier's box are all based around the same idea, aren't
Absolutely. And I have samples of each of them, and I'm hoping that we're going to sew a courthouse steps and a log cabin.
Okay.
So that was the bottom row. So the concept really was, I came up with the name first. So this is actually called Village Street. So it's a combination of the two companies.
Because your shop's called, what's your shop called?
My shop's called Village Fabrics. What are you called here?
Sewing Street. I was going to say, what, me? Or they call me all sorts of things. But
so, you know, Village Street seemed to make sense.
Yeah.
Also, I like to think of any class that we run as a learning experience for people. It's not just a repetition of the same thing. So we have gone through different techniques on each row. In the pack that we give you, there is a little, I call it the blurb leaflet. That's in the very first envelope, John, that's the one.
Yeah.
You have a picture of the whole quilt, and you have a little bit of information about the quilt. There, for example, there's 45 different fabrics used.
Oh, what?
Things like that. I think it's 45,
Yeah.
but I did count them.
Somebody just asked us what the finished size is.
Yeah.
It's 50 by 40. So in here, okay, so this, that's lovely. So that's like a little brochure, no instructions in there.
No,
it's just
no,
about the quilt itself.
it's just a little bit about how it came about, what it's about, and then there's some hints and tips, so some things that I think are useful, and just hi, how are you?
Yes.
Hope you enjoy it.
Oh,
kind of
that's
thing.
nice. So that comes in this first bundle here.
Yeah.
What you'll also get in there as well is a set of instructions, which
Full-
you've got over there.
I have
plus draw pictures of everything as
Yeah,
well.
and anywhere that you need a template, as example for the cat,
Oh, yes.
all of those pieces are full size on A4 paper.
If anyone has any issues, they get it home, they start making it, and they think, oh, I'm really not sure about this. Is there a way they can get in touch with you to ask you about
At the
anything?
bottom of the instructions and on the leaflet, our telephone number is there.
Oh, perfect. So that's don't ring any other time, but shop opening hours.
Shop opening hours or email.
Oh,
us.
email's better, yeah.
Yeah,
email better.
whichever, because we started doing our own block of the months about 12 years ago. We had bought a block of the month in from America, and it was so wrong that every month we were having to answer questions on all manner of things. And one day Linda and I looked at each other and thought, well, you know what, if we are going to have to answer all these queries, let us have made the mistakes, and then we'd be in a much stronger position to put things right. And ever since, we've been designing block of the months for the shop, and we've had a lot of success over the years with them, and it gives us the opportunity to do something a bit bigger and a bit more comprehensive.
And also this way as well, once they've watched you do it today, they won't have it at home, but if they need to go back, then it goes, or every show goes onto YouTube, so you'll be able to look this up. You look up Sewing Street, today's date, and the whole of this demo will stay there forever. So even if you don't get to do the grass until much later on,
Yeah,
it'll always be there. The structure, the demonstration will always be there.
one of the big advantages about a block of the month is that, well, first of all your colours are chosen for you, so you have no stress over that. You can break the cost of the quilt down over a period of time. And it actually, isn't it so intimidating, because you are working on part of the quilt in a time scale. It's not this huge elephant in front of you.
Yeah.
You know, you can do it in very logical size pieces. We aim to be putting about 2 days work into each block.
Right.
Now, so about 16 hours effort,
Right.
you know.
Each row, do you mean, or each block?
Yes.
Each row.
Well, sorry.
yeah, because you'll call it, but each row is made up of blocks, isn't it?
Absolutely. So in total, we would be expecting you to have to spend about 2 very long evenings or a weekend doing that month's pack.
But also, don't worry if you don't do it in that amount of time. It's your
No,
project. You take as long as you want to do it.
But it just gauges
Yes, of course,
the, you know, so that people think, oh, well, I can do that in an evening. And then, you know, it's a little bit more in depth than that. So I suppose, since I didn't sew very much last time.
I didn't like to say anything.
Yeah, I know. I think perhaps I should make a start. So I'm going to talk about the first row.
Yeah.
Cotton thread, 1/4 inch seam,
Yeah.
new needle in your sewing machine.
Yeah.
Size 80s, that's what we have included.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to start. Get your sewing machine set up. For the 3 different blocks that there are across the first row, there is obviously a lot of cutting to be done. And it's a matter of making sure that you have the right piece for the right block. So on the diagrams here, you will see that the log cabin block, each of the blocks has a centre, and for log cabins it then is numbered. For the courthouse steps, there is a centre block and then capital letters for the sequence of piecing. And in the soldiers box, the assembly, there's a centre block, and then it's again alphabetical, but this time it's lowercase. So you're going to put little a, then little b,
Oh, so
little
that's your
c,
key
little
from
d.
your cutting.
And that then is what the piece 1, piece 2. So
Brilliant.
that's going to be part of your log cabin. Piece A and B is going to be part of, they were large A's and B's, that's going to be your courthouse steps. So carefully label up your pieces as you cut them. You will see that I do have little pins and pieces attached. So let's start with the good old-fashioned log cabin.
Now all the fabrics are there, but you have to cut all your strips from the fabrics. There's enough fabric here, but you need to cut from the pieces that you've got
Absolutely.
there.
Which again, because these are quite narrow strips, get your best press out. Make sure that you have pressed it and that you are cutting flat fabric. Not things with little creases on them.
No, exactly. Over 3/4 of the stock's gone, you need to know. I mean, not just in baskets, but checked out.
So this is a central, so I've made a start to this log cabin block. So I have my centre, then there is a light side, which are the beiges, and a darker side, which are the greens. So piece 1, piece 2, piece 3, piece 4. Then I'm going to just lay this out, and this is what I would do at home. So let me pick up these pieces because these are now the dark sides. So these are the greens going round here.
Also, at this point, it won't look like they fit, will it? Because you've got your seam allowances.
Because this is
So don't
all
be
about
frightened by
seam
that if you're new
allowances.
to it.
So this is why you're just laying it out so that you get your sequencing right. And trust me, it will all fit. Now, you know, John, I'm obviously having one of those days.
Oh, what have you lost now?
Well, the iron. I haven't plugged the iron in, have I? Because what you really have to do is you must sew and press, sew and press.
Right.
Don't.
So you bob down and put the iron on.
I think
I'll just tell you, 3/4 of the stock is gone. We are going to ask if we can get some more because it looks like we're heading for a sellout, and I don't want people to miss out who haven't been able to watch the live show. And there'll be any questions you've got. We are sending them through to Ian, the buying department, so he can sort all that out. What's going to happen in subsequent months and everything like that. Very quickly, you know, in the last hour, the lady, Tracy, who wore that gorgeous dress, the dress was made of crepe, so it didn't scrunch up and didn't crease. That's fine. I meant the belt, not the dress, but it was amazing. If you missed it, it was this, right? Very quickly, right? That is her husband, and he was drunk. Right, okay? That's what she says. That's not me made up. That's what she says.
Oh,
right.
scandal.
Are you all right to go now, then? Ironing board.
And I've got an ironing board because I do try and iron on the cutting mat
Occasionally,
sometimes, don't I?
Yeah.
So we have a log cabin block. We have currently attached pieces 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So piece 5 is going to go on there.
And with the log cabin, you always have to go in the same. Once you've started, you've got to go in the same direction all the time, haven't you?
And the diagram shows that. And as I've laid it out there, again, you can see where you're at.
Brilliant.
This is probably the most difficult one of these blocks.
Okay.
And the courthouse step one is more straightforward, it's more symmetrical.
Okay. Ellen says, I ordered the village street, a special treat for me. I absolutely love it. And Jane says, good morning, John. Loving the show as always. It brightens my day. That's nice, Jane. Thank you. Right.
So this is very repetitious.
Yes.
But
Oh, she's ironing off the table. You can't watch the ironing.
you can't watch the ironing.
No.
Well,
Don't worry. No, don't worry.
don't. Right.
Yeah.
So that's going to sit there. That now is going to come down there. If
Yeah.
that doesn't fit that, you've got a problem.
piece.
Stop.
Right.
And put it right at this point.
Okay.
Okay. So.
And no seams to match or anything, are there, on the log cabin?
No. But there are a lot of seams.
Yes.
So across the entire block, you've got 8 seams going across, I think. So if you were just 1/8 of an inch out, you'd have lost an inch going across.
Yeah, exactly.
I say, I have seen some of our beginners come away with a rectangle, but we get them sorted.
Oh, and the other thing we need to say is always use the same machine. Don't swap machines.
That is so true. You've got to have the same 1/4 of an inch.
Yes, yeah.
And I press from the front. I will lift this up in a moment.
Yeah, you can do it on the last round when you haven't got
Yeah.
pieces on there. And do you press any particular direction? Is there a direction to press?
Yes, in this instance, I'm pressing away from the centre so that
On all of them?
on all of it.
Yeah, brilliant.
So I've now gotten the second round of the light. I'm now going for the second round of the dark. The dark in this instance.
Did you have
is
that the
good.
right way around? It's me questioning something.
Thank you, John.
No, it's all right. I'm not trying to
No.
show you up or anything.
Oh,
I didn't want you to
John's
sew it.
not taken that way, honestly. So that is going on there. And you do have to just be mindful of trying to keep your seam allowances flat. So you could put a pin in. Now, at this point, it's not that big, but as you get to the last couple of logs that you're putting on, then I probably would put a couple of pins in, just where the seam allowances are, making sure I stay flat. That's better. So I tend to press the stitches and just set the seam, that's the word. Then you're not ironing, you're pressing. So you're trying not to stretch things. So there we go. So this should fit along there.
Yeah.
And thankfully it does. So the kind of, okay, so again, we will just carefully stitch along here. Make sure that you stay square. Machine is set at 2.4.
Right. Is that the size you'd normally patchwork on? Or piece?
Yes, my machines tend to just be calibrated a little bit differently. So you might want to think about a 2.4 or a 2.6. My machine at home, I would be sewing on 2.5.
Oh, okay.
It's
So
just,
it depends on your machine. Yeah.
it does depend on the machine, but not too small. There's no point.
Yeah.
Right. So that, and if you were being very precise at this point, you probably could measure that and make sure that you're square.
Yeah.
Better to stop and put things right early on, otherwise there is a great need for the unpicker.
Yeah. Well, you got one in the pack.
Well, you know, let's be honest about it. We all use them.
Oh, yes.
And it's better to sort it than look at it for 5 years, think, oh, that bit's not right. And we all do it. Just want to. I don't tend to fix the seams because I don't need to, because each seam is encased within another seam.
Right, okay, I've got to make an announcement now. Today's stock, there are only 10 left, and there's more than 10 in baskets, right? Now, Yvonne, I don't know if she knows this, has got enough fabric at home to cut more. But because we're not allowed, it's not cut yet, is it? It's not been cut yet. And as we're not allowed to sell anything that isn't already in a pack, what we're saying is if you do miss out today, they'll be ready for the next show when Yvonne comes. So the next month, you will be able to get these two plus the third month as well. 22nd of June, that is, 22nd of June. So if you do miss out today, because there's only 10 left and more than 10 we've got in baskets. So Yvonne, I'm afraid you've got to go home and start cutting some more out. I'll pop round.
Yeah, it'll be fine. What are grandchildren for? Slave labour. Yeah.
How old are they? 3 and 5 or something? But anyway.
Not quite 2, and he's just had his 4th birthday.
Oh.
But no.
So I'm just warning you now, though, that if you do miss out today, you haven't missed out completely. Don't think, oh, I can never do it. I can never do it. They will be available for the next show. In fact, what they should do is they should, as soon as they're ready, put them on the website, really, so that you can be ready for the third one. We'll talk to them afterwards, but there's definitely more to be cut.
We will try and do that.
Yeah. So I just need to just be careful today. If you have got it in your basket, not everyone who's got it in their basket is going to get it.
Okay. Set the seam, press with the side of nose of the iron, and we are looking good. And again, everything is matching up. If at this point I had found that things were not aligned, I would have to go back and check the measurements on my seams.
Yeah.
Now, what we would have our beginners do would be to actually measure along the length of the seam to make sure it was 1/4 of an inch.
Right.
So if here I've put a couple of pins in. What I've done is I'm going through the seam allowances, so I'm going to hold those in place. And if I'm sewing this in white because it's what's on the sewing machine.
Yeah.
You will be using your beige thread that you have in there. But if I were to put, let's do that. If I were to put this ruler down, you can see that seam all the way along there is 1/4 of an inch wide. Yeah. That's your check, okay? That's your double check. And you can see that I should have had a pin in here because that seam allowance has just folded over. It's not a huge problem, but that's you've got the opportunity to take your time and do this.
Sue says poor Yvonne should be cutting fabric in her sleep.
Oh, no, I write instructions in my sleep. Because not only are we doing this going forward, we're also doing another show each day with a new project.
Oh yes, of course. Oh yes, so each time you're in on those months, you're not just doing the one block for this, you're doing something else. Oh well. Yeah,
so...
what day of the week is the 22nd? The 20th is a Sunday.
Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday must be. Am I in on that day?
I can't do it without you, John.
No, I'm in that day.
You're in for most of June from what
22 shifts I'm doing in June.
Okay, so let's just lift this up here.
Yeah.
So 1 press across, that's just setting the seam, just pushes the thread in. Then we are going to run the nose of the iron along that seam, because it's really important that it is flat and you don't leave a little tuck, which is what tends to happen if you iron from the back. So very last one across here, okay, and look at that, we're still matching up. I'm impressed today.
I'm impressed you made it here this morning.
Oh, I tell you. I think it's what grandchildren do to you some days.
Oh, do you reckon?
Yeah. We actually, we went out yesterday.
Oh.
We went out to a garden centre yesterday and had a cup of coffee, and there was chocolate ice cream for certain people, little people. And so it was just so nice to do something
normal.
Yeah.
But we were outside in a sort of marquee, so I felt very comfortable.
I went to a garden centre just because I thought, well, I'm going to treat myself to some new garden furniture. I went to 3 different garden centres and not one. They'd all sold out of every piece of garden furniture. B&Q had 1 umbrella, but no umbrella stand.
Oh.
So I didn't spend any money.
Wow. I bought garden furniture last summer for the, you know.
Yeah, for the new,
for the new house, etc. So it had just, I was fortunate that way. Okay. So, we have just made one of the 2 log cabin blocks that you need to make. Here's the one I did earlier.
Now, are they identical or are they mirror images of each other?
No, they are identical.
Okay.
Because again, you can
tessellate.
turn.
Okay.
Yeah. So you make 2 log cabin blocks. You then have your soldier's block, which is in the middle.
Yeah.
And it is simply the same colour in strips going round.
Oh, so it's still a log cabin, but instead of changing colours, you keep the same
It's about where the colour placement is.
Okay.
And that's the central one. So that leaves us with the courthouse steps to do. So again, just for ease of time here, I have put, so in your instructions, courthouse steps are your capital letters. Okay?
Right.
So capital letters. Cut pieces. This is an easier stitch really because it's opposites each time.
Right. So you don't go round.
You don't go round. You just do opposites, so you can sew the 2 pieces before you need to go to the ironing board. But that's as much as you do without pressing. Okay. So let's see if we can get this done. So repetition, but this is about getting your accurate 1/4 inch seam and just getting into the rhythm of how your sewing machine works for you. Because you're going to have lots of 1/4 inch seams to sew. If I was making these at home, I would be making the 2 of them together.
Right, yeah.
Because you make 2 of the courthouse step blocks. I do have my ironing board just a little bit away from the sewing machine, so I have to get up and move.
Good.
I think it's good for the body.
When Victoria Carrington was on was it Saturday, she's got one of those watches that tells her that she's not moving enough and kept beeping during the show, and she kept saying, well, it tells me I need to move, I've got to walk, and she hasn't been anywhere.
Well, my phone does a little bit of that, and I looked at, not seriously, but I look at it every couple of weeks just to see, and it's telling me I'm walking less this year than I did last year, and I'm thinking, that's not good. I was locked down last year.
We used to do the hour's walk every afternoon when we were in proper lockdown, didn't we?
Yeah.
Not together. We don't live near each other.
No, I think I must have been in the garden.
Yeah.
You know. So again, we're now doing our greens opposite. Yeah. So we move to our next shade of green.
It's a funny little noise then. What was that for?
Well, it was a little I was just considering how much people wanted to watch me do this.
Right. Well, you can move on to the next one if you want, because you want to show us how to do the garden gate, don't you? We've got lots of time, we're fine. But,
well, that was why I was just, there was that little...
No, you can finish that block. Yeah, definitely.
So I was just thinking that perhaps I could... I'll at least lay this out in total to show people what it will look like. And you know what? I'm getting a little bit off kilter here.
Oh.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that this is because my sewing machine at home...
Oh, and you've done half a block. What we always say is it, don't do half at home and half here.
And this 1/4 inch here is smaller
my 1/4 of an inch at home. So I'm going to just, I think, sew this, and then I'm going to lay the rest of it out.
Yeah,
because
that's fine.
I think I can make it work for this one. Then I think it's time to just finish it off at home on my machine.
Yeah. Well, unpick it all when you get home.
Oh, possibly not. Possibly not. But if I go any further, I would have to unpick it.
And if you've sewn them together precisely and on the same machine, do you need to square them off afterwards, or
You
should
shouldn't.
they be all right?
They should be bang on 8.5 inches unfinished. So we are setting the seam, pressing outward towards the log, away from the center. So you have, I think it's 8 1/4 inch seams that you sew around this. I could be wrong. You really got to get this nailed on this particular block, because the next row you have even more 1/4 inch seams to deal with. So that's going to go on there.
Yeah.
And they're not very
No,
far.
don't say it.
No.
Just lay it out. That's fine.
And then that's on there.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is your finished one. Okay. So you have 2 courthouse steps, 2 log cabins. We decided that the log cabins looked best on the corner, kind of anchored the quilt at the bottom, and the soldier's box was in the middle.
Right.
You know, if you want to do yours differently, you go ahead and do it. I think probably the soldier's block does need to be in the middle, but you could alternate where the other two are. So that is row number 1 done.
Okay.
Now, as John mentioned earlier, if you run into problems, we are at the end of a telephone line or an email, or refer back here. I have been thinking, only thinking, about doing some kind of Facebook Live thing, so that if people wanted to ask me a question about any of this, then that's something that we might think about doing.
Yeah.
But only if there's a demand for it.
Yeah. So you get a completely separate instruction sheet, completely separate picture, and your fabrics and your grey thread for this one.
Yes, the fact that the whole, this is a double pack, we've slotted the 2 threads into the same position so that they sit neatly together. But you, so we've used a peel thread, like a beigey kind of thing, for the log cabins. For the fence, it's a grey fence. I was just taken aback by the. I was about to say I should have put black and white in here for your zebra crossing, John.
Yeah. Or a zebra. Would have been quite nice.
I do have some fabric with zebras on.
Oh.
Well, so there you go. That was, you know, there's a design feature that could have come about.
Yeah.
So these are all little short strips. Yeah.
Right.
Little short 1.5 inch, I think it is, wide strips. So you do not have much leeway. 1/4 inch seams all the way along. Make sure that you are pressing everything in one direction. And this is 1/2. So I believe there are 18. I think there are 18 strips on one side. All I have here, I tended, I think the best way to do this is to sew them in 3s, because there are 3 fabrics, and then join them together. So that's the first bit. There's another set of 6, and then this one's going to go on here. It's, again, it's repetitious, but remember, with all the practice that you've had with your log cabin row, these short pieces with no seam allowances to keep flat, it's going to be easy.
And are they just randomly placed then?
No, it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, because there's 3 colours.
Oh, yes. Yes, so it is. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you've got the 3, that you've obviously got the linear, the Macawa, what's it called?
Linen
look.
texture.
Yeah, linen, and then a spotty one.
And that's dimples.
Dimples.
Isn't that a lovely name for a
Yeah,
fabric?
dimples. And then and then the dark grey.
That's linen texture.
No, this one here. That
Oh,
one.
that's just a solid.
And
That's
that one
just
goes
a solid.
on the top of
and
the
that's
fence.
the top of the fence.
And the gate.
Yes.
Yes.
The gate posts. So all I'm doing here is sewing the last of these sets of 3 together. Now, I'm not going to press from the back. Well, I am kind of, but I'm going to go to the front afterwards because I want to make sure that all of these are going in the same direction. So I'm simply doing that to go across them. Then I'm going to turn it round and make sure that each of those seams
It's completely pressed.
is completely pressed. And of course, if you're on your ironing board, you're not having to deal with things slipping around.
All right, all right.
No, I'm...
Ironing board for Mrs. Macadamia Nut.
Yes, please. And a seat for my sewing machine, that my little legs could actually be on the floor.
Oh.
So that's the second half, yeah?
Yeah.
And you're going to put the strip across
Yeah.
the top there. Take your time, pop some pins in for that. Now, the construction of the gate. This is going to be an interesting demonstration here, as always. Because I didn't bring any instructions for this, but that does not matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's simply the sequence of how you need to start putting this together.
Right.
The first thing, maybe I've been sensible. How about that? You did. So you need to start with the grass.
Right.
Definitely put a little bit of spray starch on this, or best press something to just keep it from moving. Whenever we come to the next row, we are going to be doing proper bias strips. So we will be cutting fabric on the bias.
Right.
But just as a bit of a practice run for the crossbars of this gate, we are going to use the same technique to create the crossbar. So we have our width of fabric, it's 3/4 of an inch is what we're looking at here.
Is it cut on the straight of grain?
This is on the straight of the grain, yeah. If I pull it, it's not going anywhere, not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Next month, they'll be
So
on the bias.
the stems of the flowers are bias one, so this is a straight one, yeah.
But I thought, good opportunity to show you how I create a bias strip. And there are many ways of doing it, but this is the way that means I think you have more control. It gives you a texture, a dimension. So we are going to turn 1/3 of the width and 1/3 of the width so that we are making a little...
Oh, so we don't fold it in half?
No.
It's right, okay,
It's
the edges are turned in.
It's in 3. And I tack this. You can mark this with a Hera marker. Hera is the Japanese for scratch.
Yeah, we sell those on the website.
You do. So you can mark the line mark the fabric in thirds using the Hera marker, and you can then press it in place. So
you're turning the outside to the middle and the outside to the middle, is that what you're doing?
No.
No.
In thirds here. So what happens is that fold goes to into there.
Oh, I see.
And because there is that thickness of fabric, whenever you do that fold, it naturally doesn't bring that raw edge to the folded edge.
Got it.
So we're in thirds.
Yeah,
Not in.
Yeah.
Not as you would buy a bias binding strip.
Okay. I'm glad I said that, yeah. The Hera marker that we just talked about here, this is what it looks like on the website.
Yeah.
There it is.
Really useful.
That's a very close picture, Hannah. Oh, we haven't seen it yet. Oh, there you go. No, it's right now. It's working now. There you go. That's the Hera marker that we were just talking about. They used to be made of like
bone,
didn't they? But obviously ours isn't bone at all.
No. Vegan friendly.
Yes.
So I have simply tacked along this, and I now have a piece of fabric that is not going to move because I have tacked it.
Yeah.
I find that whenever I just press things, I get a little bit more movement than I would like. So this is now going to go there.
Oh, so you make two of those then?
Yeah, it's a crossbar fence gate. So.
Or the no parking square, as we thought it was.
Oh, on this 50 Shades of Grey zebra crossing.
Well, it's a very wide village street, isn't it?
It's a very strange village. Anyway.
You've not visited my village then.
No. So we now are running this from corner to corner.
Yeah.
And it is long enough. Mm-hmm. And this is where these little applique pins, which I just love.
Okay, they're available on the website as well.
Yeah, clover again.
Yeah.
So you can press these. They
are they glass-headed?
No, they're not. But whatever it is doesn't melt. I know from experience. Okay.
Oh yeah, $6.99 they are for the little applique pins. They're tiny, tiny, very sharp pins.
Yes, and they're about 1 centimetre long. Now, this is where, of course, I haven't threaded this needle.
Oh, we had them. I didn't know they were on the trolley.
I did send a listing.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see that. Oh, no, hang on. On the trolley, there was just this on the trolley this morning. Were they for your next hour? Or what, you just dropped something?
So
there's the still of them. $6.99. Well, I don't want to touch that in case she's not sanitised. That's all. Don't look at me like that. Don't stand like that either. Okay.
So at this point, you have an option to machine along both sides of the crossbar or to stitch it down by hand. Mm-hmm. The one on the quilt, we have machined across it so that we could show you that. This is simply a slip hemming stitch. Now, because you have folded in thirds, you have a fold on each side, so it is I have used a matching thread. I'm sorry folks, but you're not supposed to see these stitches. So you're going into the back, sliding along, coming up into the fold and just tugging.
You can use the grey thread, surely, that's in the kit, could you?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
You've got the brown one on yours. You've got brown from here. Oh, you swapped it? I didn't see you swap it.
Now, I used some tacking thread.
Oh, that's why I could see a different colour,
so
now
that people could see.
From the kit.
So I'm now using this one. So, of course, you could use a fancy stitch across here to, again, add
well, it depends
something.
what kind of gate.
Absolutely. The size of the grass is not big enough for a 5-bar gate.
Right.
That's so. You see, we
thought it through. Then.
We have many very strange discussions, Linda and I, about these things, and we try and come up with something that looks to be in proportion.
Yeah.
So you can stitch across here. Right. Let me just put the needle in there, and because the next part of the construction, of course, is to put the sidebars on. Mm-hmm. So let's progress a little bit so that people can see a finished
gate.
well, something that pretends to be a gate if I don't get it all finished. So we're going to put sides on.
Oh, so we're going back to piecing now then. This is applied on top. Okay.
It is. I'm just going to put the iron on the floor.
Yeah, just remember it's there.
You know what doesn't like to sit, this iron, on the floor? Okay, it's... look, I'm just having one of those days, aren't I? Right. So, let's very carefully, because I've still got pins and everything isn't quite attached.
So at home you'd have finished the hand stitching?
I would do all the hand stitching so that I have created the grass and the crossbars. Then you're going to put the two side and this is the one that's going to be tricky. Let's just move that pin back a little bit. There we go. And we're lining that up, and this piece, of course, you have cut to be the same size as the grass behind. And all of the cutting instructions are in your set of instructions, and of course I have, where possible, given them in brackets at the end of the cutting instruction. It tells you what that piece is. And it can be a really useful thing to put things into little bags.
Yes. Yeah, because you might not sit and do it all in one go as well, might you?
No.
So.
Personally, I always do my cutting during the day, but hand sewing I would do in the evening. It's very easy to make cutting mistakes. We all do it. And I would tend to try and do it in good light. Right, I just want to do that. This has twisted a little bit. I should have had a little bit of spray. I have put some best press on my grass.
Right.
Because these crossbars are not on the piece of fabric is not on the cross,
bias,
not on the bias, but you are going across the bias of the grass. So there was a little bit of give in this green. So a drop of spray starch, best press, something to give it a bit of body, so it wasn't going to move, is what is required. So I'm now putting the top and the bottom on. And I will not burn myself on the iron.
No, please don't.
No.
Not today.
No, it's... If you feel more comfortable with it, you put a couple of pins in. As you were saying earlier, this is not a race.
No,
None of this is. You have a whole month to get it ready for the next one. I would suggest that you do try and keep up.
Okay.
It just... Some people don't start until they've received everything, and I always think that's a bit intimidating in itself.
But then if you look on the Sewing Street Facebook fan page, so many letters, there are people who are just starting projects they bought from Sewing Quarter like 3 years ago and things like that. So people sometimes buy a project and then don't even open it till, you know, years later.
We've had people... like 10 years afterwards, start a project, and I kind of chuckle whenever she phoned up and said, I wanted to make it bigger or something like this. Did I still have any of the fabric?
Oh, no.
And I thought, what do I say? And we had to get back and say, no, ever so sorry. And I thought to myself, had I still got fabric that was that old, I would no longer be in business.
No, exactly.
But I didn't like to say that to her.
No.
So to get us started, it is a little bit prescriptive. We are doing all of these nice 1/4 inch seams, but there gets to be a bit more of putting a bit of yourself into the quilt as we go. further up. So this is now the grass at the top.
Right.
Yep. And I just sew that on there. And I'm very pleased to say that we just about have a gate, John.
Oh, good.
And it all looks as though it's fitting together. So take your time with your cutting. Measure your 1/4 inch seam with your first couple of seams on your log cabin, etc. And make sure that you are achieving an accurate 1/4 of an inch.
As you're getting both of these kits together, which is the easier row to do, this one or the log cabin row?
Probably the log cabin.
Oh, okay, okay. So
Probably
do you still do
the
the log
log
cabin
cabin.
first, yeah?
Because there are, 17 seams across there.
Okay.
And that, if that's not accurate, you're going to have to be very inventive. Now, I would start probably with the soldier's block.
Okay, yeah.
Start with the one in the middle.
Yeah.
And so if I move that, I can just put these pieces together. I'm not going to
I'm going to ask you quickly because we're going to have time, but is there a template for the cat inside the pattern?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant.
Full size. Sorry, I'd forgotten about the cat.
No,
now,
that's
if you don't happen to have a black cat, it is a simply very small, it's a 4-inch square of fabric that you require to make a cat.
Right.
So if you have a tabby cat or you want to do a black and white one, then you go for it because that's what this is about. This is about making it your own.
Okay, so you've put a 4-inch square of black in for the black cat, but if you've got fabric at home that you want to make it out of, or some zebra fabric that you want to have a zebra sitting on the zebra crossing.
Who knows? But you could have a little cat with a little black tail, you know.
But there was the lady on that one, not Portrait Artist of the Year, the Landscape Artist of the Year, and she was painting real landscapes, but then there was a bit of like fantasy, like a monkey or something, you know, like, it's up to you. You can do what you want.
This is where you get to make it yours.
And you won't be offended if
Not at all, because I would rather have had a little puppy dog, but more people like cats than dogs, so we decided on a cat.
Because if we have cat and dog fabric, the dog fabric always sells quicker.
It's because I think there's probably less choice on dog fabric.
I see. Yvonne, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. I've got nothing to round up. Now, Yvonne will be cutting more, so if you have missed out today, Yvonne will be cutting more. We will keep you updated as to whether they either come to the next show or whether we put them on the website so you can get them straight sooner before the next show. The next show is the 22nd of June. Tuesday, 22nd of June, and we will be doing the row with the flowers, which has bias on it and flowers and applique and all sorts of things like that. That's right, isn't that?
Yes.
Yep. So that will be Yvonne. It's been so popular. Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome, John. Great to see everyone.
Absolutely, and you too. Right. So don't go anywhere because Cara's coming up after the break with this lovely teddy bear, Jeremy. Oh no, you should be used to it by now. That's how it works. This is the teddy bear. Jeremy thinks he's at the football again. You see, they don't do things like this at football, do they? There you go. Cara's making that after the break. Last time we had that book, it sold out within minutes. We will see you in 3 minutes from now.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics here. I just want to give you a brief outline of what you're going to receive in your first package when you join our new Village Street row a month. In the first package that's going to drop through your letterbox, you're actually going to get row 1 and row 2. So you're going to receive the very bottom row, which is the log cabin. So you've got all the wonderful cotton fabrics. Then you're also getting this lovely black cat and the garden fence that goes with that. So again, you have wonderful quality cotton fabrics. Anyone who's seen me will know that I'm always suggesting that people have nice quality thread. So we're including, you get these as well. You're actually getting threads. Always new pack of needles, because I'm going to be telling you to put a new needle into your machine before you start the project. And as always, have one by my sewing machine, a quick unpick. It's inevitable, ladies. You're going to need one of those. This is your first introduction to the whole project, so we also include a full picture of what you're going to achieve at the end of the project, with some useful hints and tips. So 2 rows, 1 month, great place to start. See you in Sewing Street on the 18th of May. Let's have some fun.
Cara's back, and we're making Hannah and we're making Jeremy. Well, no, we're not making Jeremy today, but I've got the wherewithal to make Jeremy in the hour and Hannah. And in the book, we can't make this one, is the fluffy face. So last time we had this book with Cara, it sold out within minutes. There are 50, yes, 50 fabric animals in here. Fun sewing projects for you and your home. Aww. Oh, now look, it's a Marie Claire ideas, this one. What? Well, Hannah was going, ba-ba, like that. What she was saying? She was trying to say book. Right, so here we go. 50 fabric animals. So let's see what we got here. Oh, my word. Traditional designs, bright colours and fun, natural fabrics, applique, winter warmers. There's so much because there's 50. It's going to be taking me a while, there's 50 of these. There's the cushion that's on the wall behind me. We're not doing that today. We don't have kits for that today. Right, okay, so I've gone too far already. Big Bear. Now, I do need to tell you that you need to enlarge the pattern pieces. But hang on, does it say where? Does it say what side? Cara, where does it say what? Inside cover.
Well, not inside cover. Inside where it says contents.
Contents, right. Oh, there you go, enlarging the patterns. There you go. So it tells you what you have to do by and everything in there. So, with that over, they've got Big Bear. We've got Tartan Handkerchief Rabbit. We've got Mr. and Mrs. Burr. They look like... Oh, now, see, I've not worked in the zoo for a couple of weeks now, so I'm losing all my info, my zoology info. Cuddly, yeah, meerkat, thank you. Cuddly Bear Quilt. There we've got the Gingham Bear. Is that this one? Is he Gingham, that one? Anyway, I'll keep going because there's so much to choose from in here. 3 bear cushions, they're the ones on the shelf behind me. They're the lovely fluffy cushions. Chef Bear. We love Chef Bear. Then we've got Christmas tree. It's all right, I'll just carry on working. Christmas tree bird. Animal cushions. Look, I love these. Is that a donkey? Oh, no, it's not a donkey. A rabbit. Rabbit. We didn't have rabbits at the zoo I worked in. Bird and cow. Then we've got giant bear. Look at that. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? Then we go on to bright colours and fun designs. So we then have Easter bunnies. Think you might have had a bit too much chocolate when you designed that one, but there we go. Then we've got songbird key holders. Oh, now, Hannah. Hannah's lost not only her keys for her home, but also another set of keys. And a very important one that she has to pay for. Milk tooth bear. So you put the tooth in the bear and you wake up and there's a £5 note in there. Then we've got the red giraffe. Then we've got the boxy bunnies. Then we've got bear wallet. Then we've got big blue dog. Oh. Then we've got hanging teddy decorations. Oh, they're a bit like the prosperous chickens, aren't they? Chickens. Crazy cat and dog. Hannah. It's Hannah on a night out. She won't know how. It's been a year since she's done dancing. And she's very good at dancing. Oh, there's the linen teddy. That's this one, isn't it? That's this one, linen teddy. Then we've got the country mouse. Then we've got, oh, there we go, Patchwork bear, which is the one we're doing today. Oh, the Hannah bear. Look. That's me, the Patchwork cow. Thank you. Then the floor cloth dog. Then we've got cloth dogs, little ones. Then we've got, there's loads, hobby horse. It's what? Little ghosts, cat dolls. Yee. They're lovely. They're like top cat, aren't they? White mouse, fox stole. It's not real fox, fake fur that's made out of. Hang on, there's more. Well, no, because in the 1930s, that's what the ladies wore, real foxes, weren't they? Plique. Then we move on to plique. So we've got a butterfly cushion. I know. Bird cage door hanging. Owl pouch. Don't keep your owls in it. Seagull quilts and pillows. Then we've got the lucky goldfish glasses pouch. I don't remember this section. Owl scarf. Fish notebook. Fish t-shirt. Fish pillowcases. Think she likes fish. Giraffe curtain. That's nice, isn't it? I've got a giraffe little table that nobody likes. I like it. Lazy cat cushion. Oh, look, that's nice. A plique bear coat. Knitted ladybirds. Button bear cushion. There's how? Oh, look. Oh, it's that one. Dyed cat cushion. Yeah, but isn't that a beautiful cat? That's a Persian, I think, isn't it? I might be wrong. Skater bear cushion. Then we've got bear applique scarves. Stargazing bears. My word, you're getting... How much is that? $12.99? Oh, now, is it different people then?
Yes.
Must be different designers, isn't it? Yeah.
I think originally all the designs appeared in Marie Claire
Yes,
magazine. Yeah. So that's why it's lots of different people.
I see. Now, I didn't see those booties. Did we pass those booties? They're just set dressing. Oh, yeah, set dressing because it's baby bottle, baby brush and baby booties. Lovely. That book's lovely, isn't it? £12.99. Now, very quickly, because I'm taking up all of Cara's time. We're not making this bear today, but we've got kits to make this bear, right? So if you want to make this exact bear that's sitting on the table, there he is, then I've got this bundle here. What you get is half a metre. Now, this is wide. This is very wide. Hang on, let me put it into shot. There you go. This is wide. This is the washed linen, isn't it? Washed linen, very wide. Plus, so you get half a metre of that, half a metre of your gingham. You get a skein, and that is £12.99. And you get toy filling. Oh, hang on, there's not enough room on the screen for everything you get. There you go. You get toy filling. Yes. And the only reason I didn't put the toy filling in is because when we were prepping this morning, Hannah went, now remember, John, that's not in the bundle. So do not put that on the table. It's not in the bundle. It is in the bundle. It's in all of them. Do you know what? That's a really good buy, isn't it? If you get the stuffing, you don't get the book, obviously. You get the stuffing, a metre of fabric, and the embroidery skein, £12.99. That will make him. You'll need to buy the book, obviously. And you might have already got the book and thinking, oh, I'd like to make one of those from the book. Right, so that's the blue one. Then I've got a cream one with pale blue linen. Oh no, is this one you've made we couldn't find this morning?
Yes, he's hiding somewhere.
He's hiding somewhere, and I think
Definitely.
he's in Hayley's desk. Right, you get a metre, half metre of the linen, half metre of the gingham, the skein, and the toy stuffing. No book, you pay separate for the book, $12.99. Then I've got another bundle here, which is very unusual. This is like, is it a Gradiente or is it a Hannah Basic, that one? Gradiente, so you get half metre, it's got a pattern on it. Can you see the lovely subtle pattern? Plus the lovely denim coloured linen, plus your toy stuffing, plus your skein. Oh, that one's $15.99. Okay, that one goes over that side. So that's the one that we're not making today. The one we are making today, it's in the patterns in the book. The pattern's in the book, though. The one we are making today is this one. Oh, it's something squeegee and lovely about it. I'm saying him, it could be a girl.
You can hug that one easily.
What?
You can hug that one easily.
Yes, exactly. You could fall asleep next to this one.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so this one is made of this bundle here. So you get the fat quarters, the stripe, the flower, the ditzy, and the burgundy flower, plus some felt, plus the embroidery skein, plus the toy stuffing. £12.99, just need the book for the pattern. Quarter of the stock went on that one on pre-order. They called it red for some reason. It's definitely pink. In fact, I don't think there's any red on it. Anyway, that doesn't matter. It's the pink one. Okay. And then I've also got it in blue. Le bleu. So you get the fat quarter bundles, and this is one you're going to see being made. So they're definitely blue. Right, plus your felt, plus your black embroidery skein, plus your toy stuffing. $12.99. Obviously, you don't get the pattern. The pattern, you have to buy the book for the pattern. Right, should we go and see Cara make it? I don't think I've got anything else to show you. Right, the book is very, very popular, by the way. Right, Cara, off you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Again. Hello again. Yes, I love teddies. Absolutely love teddies. And this one is such a nice one because you can make him as he is.
Like this one?
Exactly like that.
Oh, hang on. The camera's just coming round now.
Or when
Right, hang on. So you can make him like this and make him or her like this.
Yeah.
So each section is a different fabric.
Yes.
Or
you turn him round as well. You can see the back. So, and what I think is lovely, we hear about memory bears.
Yes, yeah.
And this would be a perfect pattern to make a memory bear.
Oh.
From, different clothes. And,
Yeah.
It's like baby clothes and things like that, So it is really, really nice from that point of view.
Yeah.
But then alternatively, you can make it as a patchwork. So in the book, you'll see that it's actually made up of different fabrics that have been made into a patchwork.
Oh,
squares.
yes.
So what I wanted to start with was actually just to show you, this was the fabric I had left over actually.
Oh, okay.
And I made it into little 2-inch squares.
Oh, so you get quite a bit left over then?
Yes, yeah. I haven't got enough to make another bear,
Okay.
definitely not. But I had bits and pieces, you'll see, it's not sort of full lengths or anything like that.
Of course, yeah.
But I did the strip method.
But that's because you cut all the rest of a bear out that you're going to make in the show.
Yes.
So you would have enough in there to do this bear
Definitely.
as a patchwork bear.
Definitely, if you didn't do it as
Yeah.
as the sample. So I cut it all out in 2.5-inch strips, then joined the 2.5-inch strips together, then made sort of a width of fabric and then cut that and then joined it again. And so you can make it out of the fabric that you get in the kit in this sort of method. And what I quite like is actually mixing. So, maybe having the arms in the patchwork, the front of the head in the patchwork, and also the ear. I have got an ear that I've started in the patchwork. So, that's quite nice actually. And then have the plain fabric for the rest of the bear. So, but it's entirely up to you. It's your personal choice. Yeah. So, but I did just want to show you that you can actually do it like that.
Those fabrics work beautifully together, don't they?
They
That patchwork
do,
and that
really,
patchwork
really
there.
nice. So, right, the next thing I wanted to talk about, and whilst I'm talking about patterns, for the linen bear there,
Oh, yes.
if we come to, here we go. If we come to this, I don't know, I can't remember when it was that I did the show, but we did talk about, you know, you enlarge the pattern pieces, so the length on the page should measure 4 inches once you've enlarged it.
Right.
But don't enlarge the orange sole.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes.
Yes, I remember that. For some reason, they put the sole in at the right size.
Yeah,
They?
I actually enlarged it, and I thought, I'm never going to get this into the sole.
But then it must have been about that big.
I know, it was huge. I thought, no, this is wrong. And then I
Yeah.
thought, that's in a different colour for some reason.
Do we know what date that was, Hannah? 14th of November last
year.
year.
Well done. Gosh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
So that's one thing I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
And, you know, I know some people sort of say, oh, it's really, you know, sometimes difficult to get things enlarged. Hopefully you've got a photocopier near you that you'll be able to, you know, in a shop, that you'll be able to get it enlarged. But you wouldn't have 50 patterns in the book.
No, no.
So, you know, if they were all the right size, then you'd only get maybe 15 to 20.
Well, I was going to say, or you'd have a wheelbarrow to bring the whole book in.
You'd have a huge book.
But are they, do you have to photocopy them with bigger size? Or can you, because it looks like you've mapped it out on a chart and drawn it yourself.
The actual pattern for this one is like that. And because there are different designers doing the different...
so the patterns
so they
are
have different ways of doing it. So this particular
Just push
one...
it forward for me. There you go, there you go.
Yeah. This particular one, again, this is squared. So if you wanted to, you could actually draw it out yourself.
Yes.
You know, which is lovely. You've
like
got
that.
a grid, and the square is 4 by 4 centimetres or 1.5 by 1.5 inches. But I did think, do you know what? That's about double. You could make a mini bear.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't you, from the pattern?
Yeah.
So a lot of these, don't be restricted by actually, oh, I've got to enlarge it specifically to that size. The only difference would be that if you enlarged it slightly bigger, you might need more fabric.
Yeah.
But if you want to play around with, you could do a mummy bear or a daddy bear and a little baby bear.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing you would do.
And are the seam allowance included in the pattern?
Quarter
so
of an
once
inch,
you've enlarged it, the quarter inch is included in it.
Quarter of an inch seam allowance. So I've got all my pattern pieces. So you cut your pattern pieces out. There is an arrow on each of the pattern pieces with the direction. So that needs to go on the grain of the actual fabric.
Right.
The reason for that is obviously it's like round the tummy. The tummy is quite sort of full.
Yeah.
And so you want it sort of to not stretch in the same direction, but it just helps you when you're laying all the pattern pieces out.
Of course.
The other really, really important thing is actually number your notches. You've got lots of notches there, but in the instructions, all the instructions refer to matching the notches, matching notches number 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
So it's really, so I use a friction pen and just mark that onto the actual fabric. So you'll see lots of numbers, and it's like this one, I thought, oh, that's the way of the pattern, but it's not. The actual pattern, that's number 5 there, number 5 there.
Yes.
So it does make a difference to the actual pieces of fabric. The other thing is I would mark out the eye on the side of the side front head. Also tells you how many pieces of fabric you need to cut. So cut 2 of this particular item, cut 1 of this particular item. And there is just a little notch missing, if you like. So just take note that when you're sewing from the nose downwards, you actually stop there.
Oh, okay.
And because when you actually attach the head to the body, I sewed all the way down, and I thought, this isn't going to fit.
No.
But if you just go down to there, I have told the publishers that, you know, that, I know. Well, I thought, have I got this wrong? So I actually contacted them, and they were really good. They came back to me and sort of said, oh, thank you very much, you know. So just make a note that you'll need to just mark that bit there. Okay. The other thing that I would say, and I found this a lot better when I was doing the actual pattern, the cotton fabric is lovely, But I find when you're doing something like this, it actually helps if you've got medium interfacing.
Oh, okay.
So I used medium iron-on interfacing to back all of the pieces.
Right.
And because the cotton's nice and soft, but you can see with the one that I've made over there, you know, it just finishes it off nicely.
Yeah.
You know, there's no problem. You know, if you don't want to put interfacing in it, you don't have to.
Well, no, but I think that makes this one a bit more huggable and sturdy and Hannah-like.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention before we actually do, sorry.
No, it's good. No, it's good.
Is the eyes.
Eyes.
I've used buttons on the eyes, but you've got black stranded cotton included in there. So you can actually use the black stranded cotton. So if it's for a child, don't use buttons, obviously, or anything else, but, you know, use the black stranded cotton to stitch the eyes on.
Lovely.
But if you want to put buttons on it and it's for a child who, you know, won't sort of start chewing the buttons or anything, then
I think I might.
You get hungry.
Yeah, hungry or emotional, one of the two.
Okay. So I've done some of the little bits and pieces, so I'm hoping to get through as much as I can and give you some hints and tips.
Perfect.
But, you know, the instructions are only a page. So initially you think, oh, gosh.
Yeah.
But actually just follow it through step by step, and as long as you've added that little extra notch under the chin, then it's very, very straightforward, and it comes together really quickly, which is nice. You'll decide if you're not going to do the patchwork one, you need to decide which fabrics you want for which part of the bear.
Oh, okay.
Because, you know, maybe the side faces you want the same, but then the front of the face you want maybe to match the back. I think I've matched it, haven't I?
Yeah, you've done
and
it,
then the side at the back is a different fabric, and then the arms are a different fabric. So you can play around with, you know, the placement of the actual fabric as well. Okay, right, so what I'm going to do is, the first thing you'll do is actually make the ears. So you have 2 ears, and you've cut 2 out of one fabric, 2 out of an alternative fabric, and you'll match the notch there, and you'll see that there's a shape on the actual ear. And this is going to be, when it's actually on the bear, is going to be in that direction.
Right.
So you need to sort of just make sure that you've got a pair of ears that are opposite, because if you go that way, it's not going to sit so well. So, right. So, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, I'm just going to stitch around there and do a reverse stitch at the front and the end. Just normal stitch length. Sorry, I'm going to move this
No,
slightly.
that's fine.
And put the needle down.
Charlie says, I prefer patterns on grids. There used to be a lot in the magazines back in the 70s.
Yes.
No need for photocopies or printers, just needed dressmakers' graph paper. Oh, we've got graph paper in the next hour, actually.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
That's a coincidence.
Not dressmakers' graph paper, got graph paper.
I quite like that. We used to do a lot of that, did you? When you were at school and things like that, to enlarge.
When I was at Wimbledon, that's how we graded and everything. Lot used grids a lot, yeah.
Yeah. I like the fact that, you know, you make the grid and then you're just transferring, you know, the different shapes onto the grid.
Yeah. Well, you buy your pattern paper with dots and crosses on it, and they were always an inch square. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah. I'd love to have learnt more about dressmaking.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Too late, Cara.
Is it?
No, never.
Never.
I know I've still got a completely different career move to do before.
Do you?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know what it is. I'm waiting to be told there's another.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, how exciting.
I know.
How exciting. But you don't know what it's likely to be. Are you going to share it with us?
When I know, I will do, yeah. I kind of think I want to be the next Doris Stokes, but I'm not a particularly, you know, I haven't trained in it or anything, so.
Right, okay.
So who knows? Right, okay, so, okay, fine.
I don't know who Doris.
Do you know who Doris Stokes is?
No, sorry.
The greatest medium of all time.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Clairvoyant of all time.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know.
No, that's
Oh,
fine.
so
Do you not
you
watch the
feel
Long Island medium then?
No,
on telly? Oh,
no.
I thought you would.
No, sorry.
Don't apologise at all.
Oh, so you get these
Well, we're not going to go into it now.
All right,
We're
okay,
making a
no
teddy
problem.
bear now.
No problem. So
But I know what you're thinking.
no, you don't.
No.
So once you've machined that, you'll get your trusty pinking shears and just pink round the edge as close to the stitching as possible without going through the stitching. Okay, then we turn that through.
Yeah, we got some pinking shears. $14.99. They're not the ones Cara's using. Cara's using her own.
Sorry.
No, you have to.
Yeah.
But there's mine. Oh, hang on, I'm on the wrong shot. There's our pinking shears.
Pink goes with the bear.
The purple, Cara.
Well, oh no, but the packaging, the
I was gonna say,
packaging.
yeah, the packaging.
Okay.
Right.
Turn it through and then just roll the seam to make it as smooth a curve as possible, but because you've pinked round. And then you actually put a little bit of stuffing. So you can feel,
Yeah.
See, there's a little bit
Not
of stuffing.
overly stuffed though,
No,
are they?
not at all, just at the top, just to give it a bit of shape so the ear stands nice and proud. Want to make sure I've done the same amount of stuffing. So you want to match the amount of stuffing. You don't want one ear very, very well stuffed and one not. So once you've done that, just push the stuffing out of the way and then just do a basting stitch. So make the stitch a bit longer, up to a 3. Oops. And then just within the seam allowance, so that's within the 1/4 inch, just machine that together. Oh, got that nice and slow.
To make it faster.
I will do. Not too fast. Okay. At this stage, don't trim the notch.
Right.
Okay. So the next thing you're going to do is pop the ear in. Now, if you look at that, I've actually put the ear in that position, but you can see the ear shape is coming away from the actual fabric.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what you'll do is when you get to that stage, you'll actually insert that in and you'll just stitch round.
Oh, okay.
To put
So
it in
look a bit
position.
odd.
Yeah, it'll look a bit strange to start with, and it'll feel a bit strange to start with until you've started stitching that curve. But that gives the side curve of the head and makes the ears stand out.
Perfect.
What you're doing is you're matching the back of the ear to the back of the head, and then the front of the ear to the side of the head. And I've already stitched my button in position there.
Right. So if you're going to embroider your eye, would you do that now as well?
Yes, I would. And you'll notice on the pink bear, he's actually got, I used a long needle and just did a few stitches backwards and forwards between the eyes.
Oh yeah, facial sculpting.
Yes. I knew there was a technical word for it.
I don't know if that's what you call it. But I do know that Dulcie and I, when we went for our walk on Sunday, we did talk about having Botox together.
Really?
Well, I used to have it when I was on ITV. I used to have it all the time because I got it done free.
Oh my God.
So I used to have it every 3 months. I go for my Botox. It was just, but then I haven't been there for 10 years now, 11 years, have I? So I haven't had it for that amount of time.
You don't need it.
Oh, I need something to.
Right.
I don't want it to affect my new career, though. You see.
You wouldn't have. Yeah, well, that might be quite good if that's what you think your career is going to be.
Yeah.
People won't be able to read your
exactly.
face.
Poker face, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trouble is, I think, because I was obviously a lot younger then, I also think that if you have your forehead done, then it's going to make the rest of your face look haggard, isn't it? So then you're going to go, need a bit of filler here, need a tuck here. And does it become that kind of...
I think possibly a vicious circle then.
Yeah, vicious
doesn't
circle,
it?
that's what I was looking for.
You need to grow old gracefully.
Disgracefully.
No, yes, with you. Right, so this is where I'm just matching, you won't be able to see, but I'm matching the ear underneath with the fabric for the side of the head and the back of the head.
Perfect.
I'm just going to stitch round just to hold it in position, and you do that both sides, so I'm going to do that again I'll show you how to match it. Also, I wanted there to be a little bit of a gap between the side of the head and the top.
Yeah.
So I actually moved my ear in just slightly.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Jeremy, can I show that, please? Just there. There's just a little gap, you see, after the seam where the ear is set in there. Thank you.
So there you go. And then once you've got that in position, just check that none of your stitching, if your stitching's showing, you can undo the stitching. But then...
You mean the tacking stitch from earlier?
Yeah, the basting stitch. And then you can move the stuffing around. So I'm just moving the stuffing around so that the ear sits in the right position. But you can see, having the stuffing, it gives a really, really nice shape.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do the same again with the other one. So again, matching the wrong side with the wrong side, and you'll see here, this is where I'm actually moving it down
Oh, so
the
your
side of the
notches
head.
aren't exactly
My
on top
notches
of
for
each
my
other.
ears aren't exactly the same because I wanted to have that extra bit.
Yeah.
You can match it if you like. It's it's a personal sort of thing. But then the back and the side of the head, you do match the notches there. It's all gone quiet.
No, it's nice. We're watching. It's been one of those days today. It's been kind of not so frenetic today. It's been, with your demos and Yvonne's demos, have been very calm and lovely.
Oh. Until I go wrong.
Yeah.
So again, you've got the shape of the ear coming out, but we're going to put that
Push
in the
that
right
in.
position.
That's weird that it's so different, isn't it?
I think it's because you've got a curve on in one direction. So the curve of the ear, you've got that way, and the curve of the head is
so
that
it's like,
way.
I got it. So it's like doing a drunkard's pathway, but instead of easing it round, you just pop in the end in.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and just easing it. Yeah. Just.
Also, it's kind of making them sit like that, isn't it? It's slightly like attentive, like
Yes.
almost just a bit, tiny bit forward.
It's lovely because it just gives the bear more character.
Yeah. I think this one have to come home with me and be looked after at my house.
You feed it all the nice food that you can't eat.
Yeah, all right, don't rub it in.
Oh. You might have to fight Hannah for it though.
No, she thinks it's I can either have the bear or her, she said. She's a huggable. No, you're not. You hate having hugs. She was so like, oh, please don't hug me, please don't hug me. And we're not allowed to because we're not allowed to. Did I have the conversation with you earlier? You can't hug work colleagues.
No.
You know, like it was yesterday was the start of hugging time. We could all hug. It's only friends and family, not
Close
work.
family.
Work colleagues are not included in that list.
Really?
So Holly and Philip couldn't have a hug on air yesterday, even though they're friends in real life, but they're work colleagues.
Gosh.
So Hannah was, when she arrived this morning, was beside herself with like, oh, thank goodness I haven't got to hug anyone.
The other thing is, some people love hugging and some people don't.
I know, and you can always tell, can't you? Because when you hug Hannah, she does this.
Oh.
Because there's somebody else I hugged, not recently, before, it was maybe a year ago now, won't it? Oh, no. But I remember hugging somebody and they just stood there really, really, and I could feel their body like kind of tense up. Yeah, that's nice.
Just because you can hug doesn't mean you have to.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to, but I hug everybody.
I know.
All right. You're saying you don't want me to hug you then? It's not the whole thing. Okay, fine. I'll just sit here with my bear.
Definitely. But are we work colleagues or friends?
Well, that's it, you see. How do you know the difference? So I'd call you a friend.
I know. Same here. Anyway. Okay. So I've done my other ear, even though we were chatting. So you can see now that you've got the two ears there.
Cross-eyed at the moment.
I know. I'll put him that way and then you can see him properly. Okay. The next bit, you're going to be doing the front panel and the back panel. So this is this
Oh yeah, because there's a
part.
whole. I was thinking
Yes.
those eyes are very close together.
No.
Clara, but I forgot there was
There's a whole panel that
section.
goes in there. And
You
can
see,
you
he turns
see?
from a fox. He was a fox when you put those two together, and now you put the fabric in between to become a look. To me, that looks like a fox.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. You look very comfortable hugging that bear.
I'm feeling very comfortable. I've got a whole hour to do on my own after this. So I
Oh,
need
you can
company.
keep him or her with you. So we're getting the panel for the front and the back ready.
Yep.
And you'll see that the felt that's included in the pack is really just for the nose.
Oh my!
Okay?
Oh, that's a panel piece.
Yeah,
that's
tiny,
not a...
tiny little bit, which is attached with top stitching onto the cotton fabric. Okay, so that's just stitched into position. And when I've got it like that, you can see that then it's going to be attached at the side there. So if you look at his nose,
looks like a
that you're
chicken
look at his nose. That
Yeah,
you're
look,
cuddling.
here you go, Jeremy. I thought that was attached afterwards.
No,
but it's in the seams, isn't it?
It's actually in the seams, and it makes it nice. I think it makes it nice. You know, you could do a satin stitch with a brown thread.
Yeah.
But I think it looks quite
No, it
nice
looks
like
cute.
that. So your front and back panel, you've got the 2 notches, which are the number 5s, and then you match the other notch, which I've already cut off with my pinking shears. So you'll match and stitch those so that they come like that. And I chose the checkered to go with the checkered of the front of the head there and there. So the next thing you're going to do, and this is all, it goes through all of this, joining the side to the back, matching the notches and attaching the ears in the seam, lay the felt nose on, and then top stitch, and then joining the front and the back together, and then joining the centre heads to the side seams, leaving the opening at the bottom. So this is the opening here.
Right.
So again, you'll be matching. So number 5s are matching. Don't know if you can see that.
Oh, I see. So the notches are match 5 to 5
Yes.
and 4 to 4. Oh,
Yes.
that's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
Which helps you with the assembly.
Yeah, of course.
You want the top seam really to match, and because I've pinked, oh actually I haven't pinked that bit, let me just pink that bit. Get rid of the notches.
So once you've sewn it together,
Yes.
the notches can all come off
Yes,
then,
they can all come off. And as I say, you can steam press them to get rid of the where you've written
Yeah.
with the friction pen. So we're just going to get rid of those. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing.
No, all right.
Trying to be neat and
Yeah.
tidy.
Beer first.
I'm not putting it on the floor like you normally do. Okay, so we're going to match number 5 and number 5. So we've got the back of the head there and down to the front. Now, the other thing, when I've made a few sort of characters and things like that, I found that it's much better if you sew from the nose back
Right.
and the nose back on both sides. Because no matter how careful you are, you may find that the fabric stretches a little bit.
Oh, yeah, definitely around that bit, yes.
And what you want to do as well is make sure that when you get to the nose, let me get a pen, where the nose seam is, you want about 1/4 of an inch there.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put a little dot there. So that's where I'm going to pivot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
It's always good to mark that, because when
Yes.
you're sewing, it always looks like it's in the wrong place,
Yes.
doesn't it? But if you've done a knot, then
Yeah.
a dot, you're going to be all right.
Yeah. And also I'm going to start about 1/4 of an inch
Yeah.
from the other side. So we're going to machine from the nose back. And again, you may find that you just need to be careful when you get to that junction.
June says I look like Sebastian from Brideshead Revisited cuddling
Oh,
your bear. That was on telly when I was at Wimbledon School of Art, in my first year at Wimbledon School of Art. What was he called, the actor, the blonde-haired? He used to live in Wimbledon, because later on, the next year when I used to go out drinking with my friend Anne in Wimbledon, we always used to see him in Wimbledon Village. What was he called? Blonde, and then he was in some very butch thing, wasn't he, after that? Playing like a soldier or something like that. What was his name? It was Jeremy Irons was the dark-haired one, and then the blonde one was...
Somebody will remember.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was.
And tell you. The other thing is, if when you get to the button, just be aware that your foot on the machine needs to go over the button, depending on the size of the button.
Yes, yeah.
So we're just getting up to the top, and nest your seams that have been pinked if you can. But it doesn't matter. It's not massively important because it's going to be stuffed anyway. So.
Yeah.
Matching the notches. Keeping your 1/4 of an inch round. And then you're leaving a gap at the back of the head.
Anthony Andrews, says
Oh,
Jojo.
there you go.
And he was in Danger UXB afterwards. Oh, there you go. So somebody knew what I was talking about.
Somebody else remembers it. I loved that programme. Absolutely loved it.
Danger UXB?
No, the Brideshead
Revisited.
Revisited. I'd like to watch it again, actually.
I bet you any money it looks really quite dated. Because
I bet
was
it would do.
1981, that was.
Yes.
No. Oh, yeah, 81.
Gosh.
81.
So there you go. So that's the front done there. So we're going to do the other side.
But yeah, it'd be lovely to watch it again. Because I remember it being so sumptuous and unlike anything else we'd seen on the television
Yes. It was sort of like an old, well, maybe because I haven't watched Downton Abbey.
Oh, any of it?
Sorry?
You've not watched any of it?
No. Oh. And to me, Brideshead Revisited was possibly, I don't know. Was it the 1980s version of Downton?
It was. This was more about the Downton Abbey was more like life at home rather than life partying, and
right.
Brideshead Revisited. But you're right. I think it was filmed in the same. Was it filmed in the same place? Oh no, Downton was Highclere, wasn't it? Anyway, going back years now before I'd even gone freelance. I was watching Downton Abbey, not Downton Abbey, Brideshead Revisited that day. I was beading bodices, ballet bodices for the Festival Ballet at the time.
Oh, wow.
And I got home one night and I was beading this bodice and I'd had my shower and I got my dressing gown on. I was so busy beading and watching that when I got up, I'd sewn the whole of this bodice, this Festival Ballet bodice, to my dressing gown.
No.
And I thought, I'm unpicking it. So I just cut a great big hole in my dressing gown. And so one of the poor old swans in Swan Lake at Festival Ballet had half of my dressing gown inside her bodice. Yes.
John, only you could do that. Only you could do that.
Well, I wasn't, because you had to, when you do ballet costumes, you have to knot every single bead off individually. You can't have anything on a. So I thought, there's no way I'm unpicking all of the. There were hundreds and hundreds of beads.
Oh my gosh. Right, so what I've done is pinned the actual head again from the nose. So I'm going to have to sort of do it, which is a little bit. Not awkward, but just have my fabric that way round.
Okay, right. Carol says, just to make you feel old, I was 2. Oh, I don't think any of them in the gallery were even born in 1981.
I was in London, 1980-81. Yeah.
I was at Wimbledon School of Art, and I was living in East Putney the first year, and then Wimbledon Park the second year.
Oh, very nice. Well, I was living in Dulwich. East Dulwich, not the posh part.
Yeah, it's all posh now. Have you not been back recently? It's
no, not at all. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, that's why I met Dulcie. You know, my friend Dulcie I talked about. We were at Wimbledon together in the second year. We had a house together in the second year.
Excellent.
It's excellent until Dulcie says such, and you go, oh, that was not long ago. And she's like, yeah, John, it was 40 years ago.
Oh,
You're
no,
like,
it's scary.
Yeah,
scary,
terrifying.
Scary. Ooh. So I'm just carefully coming up to that little dot that I've done. Lift the foot up, pivot round. Take your pins out. Don't machine over the pins. And remember, you've got your button there.
Yeah.
So it just needs to go over the button. Take another pin out. And I'll get onto the body. We may not be able to finish this, but I wanted to show you sort of the bits that were a little bit more involved.
Yeah.
Not harder. It's
No.
just
Just things where people might struggle a bit.
Yeah.
Julie says the costume dramas are incredible. The attention to detail is mind-blowing, from Downton Abbey to Richard Chamberlain, Japanese one, Thornbirds, I think it was called.
Oh, yes.
I never saw that. I never saw Thornbirds.
No,
but I have to say, when my first job in telly was at on Poirot for Brian Eastman, Carnival Films for ITV, and he was so, and I'm glad he was, but he was so strict. Everything had to be perfectly period.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time people watch TV programs going, oh, they didn't have paving stones like that in 1936, or they didn't have flowers. If he got any of those letters, once it went out, he was so upset
Oh,
that
gosh.
somebody on the team hadn't quite got the flowers quite right, or the paving stones were wrong. And then, but I was watching that Bridgerton, in the first episode of Bridgerton, and there were double yellow lines on the road. They hadn't bothered, the location team hadn't bothered covering up the yellow lines on the road. And I was like, oh, I'm so angry when that happens. Anyway, me and my foibles.
Right. So let's see how we've done.
Oh.
Well, let's do it that way. So his nose is a little bit skew-whiff. I think that was when we were talking.
Yeah, Hannah says we don't all have perfect noses.
No, we don't.
The thing
We
is,
certainly
if
don't.
you wanted a perfect teddy bear,
Yeah.
you'd get one that was made in a factory on a machine.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And this way,
This
even
is
if their noses,
handmade.
yes, even if their
This is
noses are a little bit
handmade.
sconce, that's what's
Yeah.
lovely. That's what makes them
Yeah.
perfect.
So that's his head.
Yeah.
All done. You've got the gap at the back, and that's when we join the head to the body. This is the bit where the chin is. I'm just going to unpick a couple of stitches. Might help with the shape.
Oh, look, Crazy Lorraine says, all Thornbirds. I've watched it so many times. Richard Chamberlain, loved him since Dr. Kildare. Shows my
gosh,
age.
yes.
You must watch it. What's Dr. Kildare? I don't even know what that is.
Oh gosh, that's sort of like Casualty.
A Casualty, but in 1960.
Yes.
Who's Richard Chamberlain? I
Oh my gosh.
I always thought it was Christopher Plummer in Thornbirds. Obviously
No.
not.
I think he might have been in it as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is where we've added that extra notch
Yeah.
on the underneath.
Oh,
there.
yes.
So
yeah.
underneath, if you have a little
Here.
look underneath there.
Here. Is it there?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on his neck, on his or her neck there. So that's the notch that you have to watch out for because it's not on the pattern.
Yeah. Just going to machine that, and then that's the head done, ready. So you can pop that to one side and get on with the body and the arms and the legs. And I can see we've only got about 10 minutes left.
Yeah. Margaret says, I've been watching lots of Poirots for 1991 with your name on the credits. Lovely costume, my favourite of the programme. I'm like you, John says, June. A historical drama has to be accurate for me. I couldn't watch Bridgerton. It drove me mad. And Rachel said, there are great memory bear projects. I'm making some for a bride's wedding and bridesmaid dresses, gifts from the bride.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's nice, Rachel. Ooh.
That's really nice. So there we go. That's his chin underneath. Put it that way round. And as I say, he's got a slightly wonky nose, but that's his head done.
Oh, no,
Right.
that's cute, yeah.
Okay. So the next part will be the body. And you'll machine down his tummy.
Yeah.
So he's got a lovely big tummy.
Big curved tummy.
Yeah. And then you'll machine at the back, and that's down to the bottom of the bear. And then you'll just do a couple of stitches at the shoulder there and a couple of stitches at the side. So you're matching the 8 notch there and there on the side. And then just a little bit of stitching across the bottom there.
Right.
So that's the next bit that you'll need to do. But I want to talk about the legs and the arms.
Yeah,
so
just go on, yeah.
if that's okay.
It doesn't matter if you go a little bit over because it's only
Yep.
me afterwards. We're not got a guest
Oh,
to worry
that's
about.
fine,
So
that's
don't worry if
fine.
you go a little bit.
Oh, okay, so I'll machine you.
Oh, all right then. When I say a little bit.
All right. I'll talk about these.
Yeah.
So this is, whoops,
Oh.
the arm and the leg. So the arm is this shape. And what you'll do is you'll fold that at that point there, and you're going to match the notches on the side there. And again, you've got a curve, so you want to match the curve.
Yeah. Richard Chamberlain was fabulous in Shogun. That's the Japanese saga written by James Clavell. Brilliant to watch.
yes.
Oh, so Thornbirds, was Thornbirds when he was a vicar? Was Thornbirds, did he play a vicar in Thornbirds?
Possibly.
Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
But they're not they're not both the same programme. They're two different programmes.
Yeah. So that's how you match the edges for the arm.
Yeah.
And then you'll pink that, and you can just turn that through just to check that you're happy with the shape and everything.
Right.
Okay.
So that's his arm.
That's his arm.
Yeah.
Or her arm.
Yeah.
And then the legs, very similar. So with the leg, you'll fold the right sides together.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, that looks odd, doesn't it? There's a flat piece.
Yeah, matching the notches again.
Oh, crikey, Richard Chamberlain was very busy.
He was
he was
very,
in
very-
King Solomon's
yeah.
Mines, and he was Aramis in the 80s Three Musketeers movie.
Yes.
Oh, crikey.
Yes. He was rather handsome.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay.
Yes, he was rather handsome. So you match your notches, match the edge of the foot there, and then you'll machine all the way around there and pink. But you'll see that the actual fabric, you think, oh gosh, that's a bit funny, but it's the shape of the legs. So it helps with the shape of the legs.
Oh, yes, but he's giving you the shape at the top of the leg,
Yeah.
though, isn't it? And then
Yeah.
it goes into the little paw. So
Yeah.
there's the shaping that you've just seen there. And then this is the bit goes into the paw.
Yes.
But there's no, where you are at the moment, there's no base in it, is there?
No,
That's
so
what it is, yeah.
the next thing is once you've machined there and you've pinked, and just at that point there, you want to make a little snip into the seam where you've pivoted.
Oh, okay, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yeah.
just a little bit. Don't go right up to the stitching.
Even with the pinking shoes, you still need to do a little
Yes,
snip here.
yes, because of the shape. So
Yeah.
you can see the fabric. That's how the fabric is with the pinking shear. Okay. If I didn't make that little snip, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Right, okay.
Okay. And then you'll very carefully pin the paw in position, matching again the notches.
Now, if I remember rightly, it's not, there is a front and a back to the paw pad, isn't there? It's
Yes.
Not, it's
so
not
no,
symmetrical.
it's not. No, it's not symmetrical. So that's why it's important to match the notches,
notches,
there. And then very carefully you machine all the way round. You will find that you've got to ease it into that position.
Yes, well, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're going round, it's a round piece that's going to a
Yes.
straight hole, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And then again, you can pull it through and just check. And that's why it's important at that juncture of the foot and the leg to get a nice smooth transition between the two. If you didn't clip up to that little seam there, then it wouldn't lie so flat. It lies nice and flat there. And then you can just check that you've machined everything, because at this stage it's much, much easier if you need to add a few stitches than trying to do it once you've attached the leg.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to, if I've got time,
Yeah.
I'll just whiz
So
through
you don't
these
stuff any of it then until
No.
right at the end?
right at the end.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to do a few stitches.
You do a few stitches, because I'll tell you that Richard Chamberlain played the priest in the Thornbirds, and he falls for a younger woman. Quite racy, says Lisa Lamb, and Charlie Brooks agrees. And then Maureen says he was also in Dr. Kildare.
Yes,
Cracking.
Dr. Kildare. Yeah.
Not to put,
He was very, very prolific as an actor in
Okay.
those days. That sounds awful, doesn't it? In those days.
In those days.
Yeah. Show my age.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing a few stitches across the shoulder.
Yeah.
I just want to get to the stage where I can show you how you insert the
Okay.
legs. So down the side, so this is the side of the bear, where under the arms, between the arms and the leg.
There.
Whoops. And then just under his body at the bottom. You can show that bit if you like.
Which bit?
The under the body, between the legs. I can hear Hannah from here. But these are all important areas to stitch, because it helps you when you're putting the legs, attaching the legs to the body and everything. So you can see it comes together really, really quickly once you've cut everything out. And as I say, having the medium interfacing really does help.
Yes, yeah, it's keeping everything in its shape, isn't it?
Yes. Okay, so there's the shoulders. There's the side, and there's at the bottom of the bear.
Okay.
So the legs will go in there and arms will go in there. What you want to be sure of is that you put the legs in the right position.
Yeah, oh right, okay.
So what I did before, to make sure that I hadn't got the legs going backwards, because that's really easy to do, is actually show both of them right sides out, and this leg is going to go there.
Right.
Rather than there, which would be
otherwise
backwards. Yeah. So
could be a ballet dancing pair if you put them on the wrong way around.
what I did was I actually matched the front notches with a pin and do it on both sides. I haven't stitched that one, I'll just do it with this one. Same with the arms. I want to make sure that the arms are in the right place, and there's a front and a back of the arm.
But again, if you've got numbered notches.
Yeah, if you've got numbered notches,
you should be
right.
all right.
Yeah, you should be okay.
But
So
definitely do what you're doing to check it.
So
first.
just match those notches. Then turn it through and pin everything together. Then you'll stitch around the arms and the legs. And you've got a lovely big area at the back for stuffing.
Yeah.
And you'll put the right side of the bear to the right side of his body.
So you tuck the head.
Tuck the head in.
So, yeah.
And then just pin from the centre seam all the way round. And this is where, if you don't stop your stitching under his chin in the right place, I found that I didn't have enough fabric, so I knew something wasn't quite right and then worked it out. So pop your pins there. Same the other side. Matching the seams if you can at the side. I tried to on him.
Well, you've covered up with the ribbon, so I wouldn't
Yes,
tell
so
it.
that's fine. So don't worry if you make a mistake, you can cover it up with a ribbon. So you'll stitch all the way round there, turn him all the way through, and then you'll stuff him from the back and then close with ladder stitch the seam at the back of him, and then choose a pretty ribbon and tie that round his neck.
Oh, his or her neck.
His or her neck. And as I say, on my one, I actually used a long needle and thread and just made some sculpture to his face.
Perfect. Lovely. Oh, let me go the wrong way. There you go. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Apparently on Dr. Kildare, his shirts were so popular, they even did a range of his button-down shirts that he wore in the show. Right, okay, talk about Richard Chamberlain there. Right, thank you, Cara. That was brilliant. When are you in next?
2nd of June.
2nd of June.
Not long.
Not long at all.
No.
What day of the week's that? Am I in that day as well? Oh, it's a Friday. Oh, no, that might not be me then. That might not be me. Right. Yeah, it is me. It is me.
Oh, there you go.
I'm doing 22 shifts in June. So
oh, my gosh.
Oh, it's a Wednesday, Jeremy, not a Friday. Thank you. Right, okay, let's do the book then. Thank you, though, Cara. That was brilliant. £12.99 the book. You've got 50 fabric hours. Now, it's not by Marie Claire. It says a book by Marie Claire. Marie Claire is the magazine that they were featured in. So it's not actually by a lady called Marie Claire. But all that you need in there, loads and loads of different projects. It's just a fabulous little book. £12.99. Okay, right, let me take you through the two bears that we showed you today. So there's the pink version here. Now, obviously, you don't get the book in the bundle. You buy the book separately. So this one, you get your 4 fat quarters We called him Red. Well, we haven't. They've called him Red. But, and then you've got your felt, and then you've got your embroidery skein, and you've got your stuffing, all for £12.99. You might already have the book, you see, from last time it was on, and then you just buy that to make that that lovely bear, that cuddly bear. The blue version is this one here. So again, you get the felt, you get the black skein, plus you get 4 blue fat quarters there. That's the one you just saw Cara making. £12.99. Okay, then this bear, the linen bear, the pattern is also in the book. We've got 3 bundles for you for this one. There's the exact bundle to make him. So you get your 1/2 metre of your linen, 1/2 metre gingham, your brown thread, and toy stuffing. Now, Cara, they're little buttons you put on his eyes, and he's got buttons on it, so you'll need to get buttons for his eyes, or however you can do his eyes, and buttons for his joints as well. 14th of November was when he was demonstrated. Okay, that's that one. Then I've also got another gingham one in the cream. This time you get the cream linen, the pale gingham, plus the I'm calling it ginger. I don't know what colour that is, but embroidery skein, plus your toy stuffing, £12.99. And there's one other colourway in this one, and that's this one here, which is like a lovely denim blue or a cornflowery blue. Now, you've got gradiente as your other fabric on this one, plus your embroidery skein. You only need this fabric for the bottom of his soles and the inside of his ears and the inside of his paw, so you'll have a lot of that fabric left over. Plus the stuffing, £15.99. Brilliant. Right, don't go anywhere. I will see you the other side of this break with, I can't remember if it's called Essential Tools or Handy Tools. Handy Tools. I'll see you in about 4 minutes from now.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi everyone, it's Yvonne at Village Fabrics. This is my home studio. This is where a lot of the hard work is done. And I just want to introduce you to our new project that we have created exclusively for Sewing Street, and that is Village Street. It's a row of the month program. The first opportunity to see this is going to be the 18th of May, so I really look forward to seeing you then.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi everyone, it's Yvonne at Village Fabrics. This is my home studio. This is where a lot of the hard work is done. And I just want to introduce you to our new project that we have created exclusively for Sewing Street, and that is Village Street. It's a row of the month program. The first opportunity to see this is going to be the 18th of May. So I really look forward to seeing you then.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. We had that long break and we haven't forgotten to pull the plant across. Never mind, never mind. Well, handy tools. I mean, I'm on the different set now. I'm on Cara and Yvonne's side here now. Bigger table. Right. Should we do this first? Should we do this? I love this. Last time I had this, it sold out. It sold out in no time at all. Third of the stock has gone on pre-order. You're thinking, what is it, John? Well, it is graph paper for quilters and paper crafting, but also I think you could use it for that teddy bear that Cara just did, because they're inch squares, look. So you could do all of your patterns from that teddy bear on this. But, oh, what's the matter, Jeremy? Oh, he's going to move the plant. Don't come close. Anyway, it's 12 by 12. Look at this, you can draw up your blocks. You mind your back now. I know you're not very strong. I put all my garden furniture out yesterday and flipping heck did I know it. And last night I was aching all over. But you can draw all your blocks on there, whether it's a 4-inch block, whether it's an 8-inch block, or whether it's a 12-inch block. You can also do a 10 one, they just haven't drawn it on, have they? At £4.99. It's brilliant, isn't it? How many sheets of paper in here? 25 sheets. 25 sheets. So if you can do different colourways, different blocks, you want to see what a block's going to look like, then just use this. It's lovely, isn't it? £4.99. Oh, it's a bit close, look. It's like the day of the Triffids, isn't it? Yeah, the set's getting smaller and smaller like that. Anyway, that's going to sell out today. That will sell out today at £4.99. There we go. £4.99. I don't know what else I can tell you. Fabulous. Oh, no graphics. I'm moving on. They've moved on. I was still, you know. Right. These are nice. I've not seen these before. Abby's Treasure, they're called. Oh, how many of these have I got? Oh. Jeremy, you packing away this hour? Oh, no, hang on. Look. Split payment. 2 payments of $49.99. Oh, I just was feeding. Oh, excuse me. I've just rushed a load of blueberries in the break. I was trying to cram a load of blueberries down my neck and it's kind of made me hiccup. These are lovely. The quality of this fabric is just lovely. Now, do you know what this would be good for? If you got the Moda blocks book the other day that had all those traditional blocks in, these would be fantastic, wouldn't they? Look at they're all the lovely rich brick, terracotta, cream, brown. Then we're going to our lovely red, rich red stripe. Oh, that's an unusual one, isn't it? Pink springs. Then the pink, oh, that's the same as that one. Oh, look, it's lovely, isn't it? Then you've got the stripes in green. Paler green. Oh, that one's nice. Now we've got that in a different colourway, have we? Lovely. Then they've got the blue stripes and the paler blue springs. Then you've got a lovely pale blue sprig. Sorry, I'm running out of room. I'll be back in a minute. Look, plum, purple, and very dark purple. Isn't that lovely? Let me just make, there you go. All of that for $99.99. 24 pieces. And you have split pay, 2 payments, you pay $49. Oh, now I've got to ask a question. Not now, no, remind me at the end of the show. Will you write down, John asked question? Not now, tell me at the end of the show. Yeah. Anyway, they're lovely. You pay 1 payment of $49.99 and then you pay a month later, you pay another $49.99. That's then paid for them. Aren't they beautiful? They are designed by Missy Carpenter. She's that famous rap singer. She's not. I was joking. That was meant to be a joke, but nobody laughed. Abby's Treasures, they're called. They're 18 by 21 inches. You get 24 of them. Lovely. The quality, when you get these home, the quality is extraordinary. Beautiful. Extraordinary. Well, we've looked on Tinternet to see if we can buy this anywhere in the UK. We can only find it in America at the moment. They are American fat quarters. They've taken a yard and cut them that way and that way. Okay, in Amazon in America, they've got a bundle of 12. Oh, unavailable, you see. It's beautiful, isn't it? Did we do it in a project then, or how did we have them before? Oh, I thought you said you'd seen them once before. Yeah. Only been on air once before. Lovely. Oh, okay, we found fat 8s in this country, but no fat quarters. Oops. There you go, Jamie. I've almost done it for you. What is? Okay, I'll put that way like that then. Jamie wants to put the ribbon on, so I'll let Jamie put the ribbon on. Yep, okay. Next. Orifils, essentials, necessities even. Different packets are different. Those ones come out like this. These are brilliant because you get the black and white for essential sewing, and you get the silver and the sand. I don't know if it's called sand, but the silver and the beige for your piecing. So Yvonne was saying earlier, wasn't she? She either uses silver or beige for piecing. Black and white for everyday sewing, because it's always your black and white that sell out first. £32.99. Now, I know what you're thinking. £32.99 for 4 reels of thread. That's a bit... Right, let's work it out. So each spool has 1,300 metres on it, which means you've got 5,200 metres. Okay, you're meant to turn away from the microphone if you sneeze, Hannah. I'm ever so sorry, everybody. So 5,000, so you want to divide £32.99 divided by 5,200 multiplied by 100. Right, it works out for, if you imagine a spool of thread with 100 metres on it, which what, £1.90, £2? No? This works out at, did you say 63p? 63p for 100 metres of thread, right? And you can buy, you know, go and have a look, Even the Aurifil, I think they sell these, don't they sell these at not these, 100 metre ones at £2. So, do you know what I mean? That would make this £52. Yeah, so bulk buying makes more sense. And you're going to use them, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, you're always going to use black and white. You're always going to use silver, grey and sand, aren't you, and beige. And they're Egyptian cotton, taken to Italy, created into the most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful threads. And they're 50 weight, aren't they? Yeah, 50 weight. So you can use these for everything. Use these for absolutely everything. Dressmaking, piecing, anything you want. Anything you want. Okay. I'll just put that there because it looks like it's for sale, doesn't it? I've got bobbin thread matchmates. So this one, what you do is when you've got a bobbin filled, you fit the bobbin onto that end of the thing, and then this slides into the centre of your thread, so you can keep your filled bobbins with the original colour that it was threaded with. So you never have that, oh, where's that orange one? I need that orange one again now, because it'll be attached to the spool of thread. They're £1.99. £1.99 from Headline, these. 12. Yeah, if you already paid your P&P for the day, just add these on because you don't pay any extra P&P. It's not like that where they add them every time you add something on, your P&P goes up. Oh, no, not here, missus. Lovely. Okay, the sewn line glue pen is out of stock, but we've got the Prim one in stock now. It has got glue in it. There is a glue cartridge in it at £3.99. Now you're thinking, well, where's the Prim refills? You can fit your sew line refills into the Prim pen. So if you already got some at home, oh, hang on, what was that for, Julie? She said you won't regret this buy. I have the Quilters 12 set in this. Oh, the threads. Thank you, Julie. Yeah, you won't. Julie says you won't regret buying those threads. Anyway, £3.99 these are. Prim Aqua Glue Marker. Works exactly the same way. You can use it on fabrics. It's worked on fabric. It dries clear. You can machine through it without clagging your needle up, and it does disappear once you wash the garment, if you're going to wash it afterwards. Refills. Now, obviously that's a Prim pen. These are sew line refills. They do fit. They do fit. Just so you know. We know because Hannah's done it. So any problems, just email in and Hannah will reply and tell you how to do it properly. Now, these are all the same colour. Jeremy, I'm echoing really quite badly today. Let me just turn you down. £6.99 these are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all the same colour. They're all blue. How weird. Normally tells you what colour they are, doesn't it? Blue. There you go. Oh no. Oh no, you get 2 pink, 2 blue and 2 yellow in this one. That's different to the one we had the other day. They're all the same colour, the one we had the other day. The one we had the other day sold out. So this one, you get 2 blue, 2 pink, 2 yellow. But do you know what? It doesn't matter because they're all exactly the same size. They're not different strengths. They're not different glue. They're all exact same glue. They all dry clear. So don't panic when you see them. $6.99. That's a good buy. 1, 2, 3. That's a good buy, that. Is it like £1.15 each or something like that? Something like that. Yeah. £1.16. What did I say? £1.13. Oh, 15, I said. Right. What we had, Jeremy? $6.99. Lovely. Next. Ooh. Little hexes for a bit of EPP. If you can use your glue to glue your fabric to your hexes. 1-inch hexes, 100 of them. Now these are paper. These are not cardboard. These are paper ones. Just so you know. Still reusable, but obviously not as sturdy as your cardboard ones, but still completely and utterly usable and reusable. £3.99. I know. What can I tell you? They're 1 inch, they're hexes, they're paper, 120 GSM. Very good value for 100 of them, £3.99. And you can reuse them. And it's the kind of thing you're going to add to your order, isn't it? If you've already bought something today, like maybe you just came in to get the panel of the week, right? You've already paid your P&P, so adding this to it isn't going to add anything to your P&P. Still one P&P of £3.95. Also, if you buy anything from Yarn Lane as well, that's also included because it comes from the same warehouse. There's not a Yarn Lane show, obviously, today, but if you go to the Yarn Lane warehouse, it also includes anything off the website as well. So if you bought something from the telly and you want to go to the website and buy something, that's still included in your one P&P. Beeswax. Beeswax. Lovely when you're hand stitching, well, only when you're hand stitching. Just run your thread through this. It stops knotting and fraying and fabric thread going, what's it called? Fluffy. It makes it stronger as well. If you're doing buttonhole stitch, this is brilliant if you're doing a buttonhole stitch. By hand, obviously. And in a little case there, so you just run your threads through the grooves. Through the grooves, baby. Get into the groove. £2.49, that one. I don't know what noise Hannah's making now. Oh, Madonna's getting into the groove. Yeah, sorry. It was so like Madonna, I didn't think it could be Hannah. It wasn't anything like it. I couldn't even recognise the song. Yeah, I know it was, but it wasn't anything like that. £2.49 for your beeswax. No, what am I looking? Oh no, sorry, yeah, sorry. No, sorry, I don't know why I picked that up because I knew in my brain I knew exactly what she said, but I went and picked that up instead. Right, now this, right? When you get this, you're going to think, oh, why did I buy this? What did I buy this for? Because we used to have a guest at Sewing Quarter who brought in like her dad's wallpaper wooden roller and it looked amazing. Anyway, we said to her one day, oh, you got to use this one because we've got this one on the show when we could stand next to each other and share each other's tools and everything. Anyway, she said it's much better. It's much better than the old-fashioned wooden one. And it's brilliant. If you want to, you don't want to iron seams open, you want to press in creases or anything like that, not creases, pleats and things like that. This is brilliant. If you don't want to iron until the end, you just want to open your seams, and this is fantastic. $15.99. Oh dear, they're having a bit of a row in the gallery. $15.99. All the guests we know have got one of these. I've got one of these. Even I've got one of these. Oh, Fifu. Great for paper piecing and pressing seams. Thank you, Joanna in Belfast. Thank you. Oh, Derek. Tremendous item. Saves wandering across the room to the ironing board for a tiny bit of ironing. Derek, I didn't watch his singing last night. I missed his singing. I know. Why didn't I watch it last night? Was Sheila. Oh, lots of fifus on this one. Love it. Don't know how I managed without it, from Sheila in Lincolnshire. There you go. $15.99. Did Kat have a lovely time at the zoo? She did. She went to Chester Zoo for her birthday with her dad. Yeah? She bring, I don't know if she's brought me any signed pictures of the zookeepers, all my friends from the secret life of the zoo. Oh, they went somewhere else? Oh. Well, there would have been too many of you. Right. Jeremy didn't get invited to his own sister's part. It wasn't a party. Outing to Chester Zoo. No, I've got my flats on today. Stiletto. Right, this is brilliant. So this end here, it's got a silicone touch end there. So if you're ironing and you don't want to get your fingers too... Oh, I can show you. Have we got a stiletto open? Oh, it's gone. We had a stiletto in that... Is it in this side now? No, it's gone. It was in that tray up there. Anyway, if you're doing... I can't get this one out because it's double wrapped, you see. If you're doing ironing and you don't like your fingers too close to the iron, you use that end of the stiletto and then you're not going to burn yourself, are you? This end you can use to turn through or poke out corners. Don't worry, Hannah. I've done my... I've peeked now anyway. I don't need to do a demonstration on it. Thank you. There it is. It's $12.99. £12.99 for your stiletto. It's called a Hold It Precision Stiletto. Thank you. $12.99. We'll move on in a minute. Oh, June, what's June saying? Sorry. I use the roller press to prep my needle turn applique. It's cheating, but it's worked. No, June, it's not cheating. It's not cheating at all. And that's your stiletto. Ironing finger coming up next. Now, this is fantastic, right? $15.99. Now again, oh, I've got no fabric. I'll use this fabric. If you've got a seam that you want to press open, you can put the ironing finger underneath and use it to roll over. You can also use it to push out corners. If you've got a block that you want to push out, or you've bagged something out you want to push the corners out of. But you can use it on the iron look. Use it, and again, you can also hold, if you're ironing and you don't want to get your fingers too close to the ironing board, then use, not the ironing board, the iron, you can use that. Okay, so you turn, press, roll, and point. Or tourner, repasser, rouler, pointer. Or girer, plancher, enroil, punter. Or drehen, buggelen, rollen, markieren. What was all that giggling? It was Hannah. It was Hannah. She came out of the gallery and tripped over the thing. It was like something fell near her, you know. Sorry about that, Claire. There we go. Moving on. Handy pocket guide, £4.99, £4.99. It's a Sewing Supplies Handy Pocket Guide by Cara. What it is that you can just put it in. Oh, she's called Cara Hegerman Krim, right? You can put it in your handbag. So anything you need to know are all in here. So look, you can see there's your different, what different sewing machines are. All the different sewing machine feet. Little go-to there. Then more feet. What they all do. And then, excuse me, we've got cutting tools. So what they all do, like pinking shears, rotary cutter, duck-billed scissors, snippers, pressing tools, tailor's ham, pressing cloth, sleeve boards. Then this one, marking tools. You've got fabric markers, fabric pencils, tailor's chalk, transfer paper, sewing machine needles, the different sizes and what you use them for, needle type, sorry. Then you've got your pin sections there. Then all your different threads, your cotton, your silk, your cotton covered polyester, your 100% polyester, rayon, nylon, tells you what to use them all for. Thread weights, there you go, I just had 50s. There you go. Fine thread, popular for quilting and top stitching. Then we've got elastics, different kind of elastics, elastic types. Then you've got elastic style. There's loads in the little book, isn't there? Other notions, sharps, betweens, millimeters, these are all your hand needles, pin cushion, thimble. Then measuring tools, all your measuring tools in there. Then we go on to fabric. Look at all the different kind of fabrics there. So linen, strong, cool and crisp with a distinct texture. Or acrylic, lightweight, soft and warm. Then you got, this is one thing, this is the other question I've got to ask. Someone said, can we do a show on interfacing? I can't remember what I can remember it now. So all the different kind of interfacings here and what you use them for. Loads on there, look. All those are interfacings. So yeah, we could do a big show out of that, couldn't we? Then we've got stuffing, not the Christmas variety. Then you've got batting, or, wadding. And then there's Cara. And put little notes in the back and everything. That's a cute little gift, isn't it, that one? £4.99 for that. Handy pocket guide, 65 plus tips and facts for tools, notions and materials. Fabrics, actually, you should say, not materials, but there you go. Stripology extra large, right? We've been waiting since Christmas Eve to get this back in. It's just come in last week. They've had a bumper. Wendy had a bumper show of this the other day. Oh no, we're on to single figures. We're on to single figures now. The Stripology extra large ruler. If you go to the Creative Grids website, you can watch demonstrations being done on this, but it's brilliant if you've got lots of strip cutting to do, whether you go by 1/2 inch increments all along there, or of course you could do, the squares are 1.5 inches apart, and the squares are 2.5 inches apart, and what are these things? Stars are 1.5 inches apart. So you can also square off, you can cut squares, you can cut diamonds, you can cut triangles, you can cut hexes, you can do all sorts of this. A lot of people are like, oh, why do I need one of those? Why do I need one of those? And it's only when they get them home and they realise how much you can do with this. It's incredible. An excellent and innovative product, an asset to any quilter's equipment, sent by Susan in Kent. What you do is you just get your rotary cutter blade in there. There are little teardrops at the end so you can get the blade in. Then you literally just slice up the strip. You fold your fabric in half and in half again, and then you can literally cut. If you're doing a barge yellow or you're doing a log cabin or something like that, you've got loads and loads and loads of strips to cut. This will save you so much time. And you just get on with your sewing. Now on this side, all of the black numbers are in inches, and on that side you've got your 1/2 inch increments over there. You also got your black and your white, and of course, because it's Creative Grid, all of these strips have got that non-slip, that grippy silicone. I call it silicone. I'm not quite sure what it is that stops it slip, because the last thing you want to do is for this to move around while you're cutting precise strips out with this. Okay, at the moment, I've only got 9 available for today's show. We're just checking to see if it's in any other schedule, because that last 9 could possibly be the last 9 until we get more stock in. What day is that? Okay, so that means we've got 13 in the whole company. We've got 13 in the whole company. Oh, 12 now. 12 now. In the whole company. This is the largest option. I've also got another one here, which is, because you can do squares on this one, you see, but then this one is called squares. Okay. So again, you can do your squares are your 2.5 inch strips, your diamonds, your 1.5 inch strips, but you can also do half inch increments all the way along there. Plus also there's a line here, you can move it across and do 1/4 inch as well, and 3/4 inch. Wish I had bought this long before, don't know where it disappeared. Oh, long before now. It makes cutting and squaring so much easier. I couldn't see a name on that, sorry. Oh, Leslie. It was from Leslie. There you go. So maybe this is the one you want. Not quite as big as the extra large, but does exactly the same job. But you can square off to do your square. If you're squaring off your blocks, it makes life so easy. You just get that centre point there in the middle of your block. And then you can literally mark off your whatever size. You've got 4.5, 6.5, 8.5, 10.5, 12.5 in the white. It's brilliant. It's brilliant if you need to, you've got lots of squaring off to do and also lots of strips to cut. I've got it here though. Oh, okay. Yeah. She just made me spin round to get this one. It doesn't make any difference because this one's open. This is the one we use. This is the one that we've got for sale. We saw it being used. No, when did we use it? Did anyone use that one in the end? I thought she only used the big one. When did she use that one then? Anyway, it's a brilliant little ruler. So many people love this one. It's $14.99. It's 6.5 by 12.5 inches in size. You've got all your inch, half inch, 1/4 inch, 1/8 of an inch increments. You've got them in black and you've got them in white. So you can see, excuse me, see them on any colour fabric. It has the non-slip grip behind it, so it's not going to move anywhere. And you've got your degree lines on here. You've got your 30, your 45, your 60 degree line. You've got your central, your central point there. And you've got your 1/4 inch right down the edge here. So this is the bit Yvonne used on the longer ruler earlier when she said, when you want to check that your 1/4 inch is really a 1/4 inch, you've got a dotted line on there, which 1/4 inch. On this side, you've got your 1/2 inch line. He said, yeah, it is. But that's your 1/4 inch that you're all going to use for your quilting. And it's this end as well. It's brilliant. Lovely little, and it's only $14.99. I know. I've got the, oh yes, now this, when you first look at this, you think, oh, it's just like a school ruler, isn't it, this one? What this is, again, if you just want to check your 1/4 inch seam allowances, look, this is a 12-inch ruler, but then it's got your 1/4 inch, I'll put it that way up there you go. It has your 1/4 inch marking all the way along that side of the ruler there. So even though it's 12.5 inches long by 1 1/4 wide. So that's your inch mark there. And then that there is your exact 1/4 inch mark there. So for marking, for doing seam allowances. Oh, if you're doing EPP and you're going round, you can just mark that line up with the edge of your paper and then you can just draw the lines in like that. It's brilliant. $6.99. $6.99. A lot of people come in for that one. Okay. Quilt roll clips. Now, not everybody is lucky enough to have a sewing machine with a throat space that's big enough to get you quick, because you know when you're quilting your quilt and you roll it up and put it through. These are such a simple little invention, but literally you roll your quilt up and then you just put these clips over it. So when you're sewing through like this, through your machine, the quilt stays rolled up along that side. It's going through your throat space. So you haven't got quilt going everywhere. It literally just holds your quilt in place. It's brilliant. I mean, like I say, it's very, very simple. £2.99, add it to your order. It's made of smooth plastic. It will not snag. It retains the tension and works on any size of quilt or wall hanging that you are quilting. There you go. Oh, look, there's a picture there. Can you see? Can you see that? So you literally roll up your quilt like that, using 2 roll clips on each side. Keep large pieces of work manageable by unrolling only what you need to work on. They're very, very popular. Very popular. I didn't put the hole in the bag. Saying that on air now so I can't get shouted at later. £2.99. Oh, now. This isn't how yours arrive. This is the one we've just got in the studio here. Now, when we were at Sewing Quarter, Sally Ann Harrison brought in a beard trimmer one day, and I was like, what's that for? And she used it to unpick seams, everything. And I was like, oh, how ridiculous. Anyway, it worked brilliantly. She bought me one, a bright pink one. But this is one stage further, isn't it? So it's rechargeable. So you get the electric wire to charge it up. You get a little brush. You get your oil. And the way it works, now don't look too closely at this one because this is our studio sample and there's a little tooth missing on ours. But literally what you do is say you've sewn a seam and it's not quite right, you need to unpick it. Then you literally, I don't know how I'm going to do this, here we go. Can you see that there? Hang on, where's the best place, Jeremy, to be? There, except I can't hold it though. Right, so you just set it off, you set the battery, because it's rechargeable, and literally, look how easy it's taking those stitches out. Now, it doesn't affect your fabric. It doesn't attract, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't catch your fabric. Literally, you can just undo seams like this, and look how easily they're coming out. And then obviously you just give it a quick brush down, and you get rid of all your threads like that, and you can unpick that. Now, I'll tell you what it's also brilliant for. You know, you get those sweatshirts, like if you're a cub or a brownie or you belong to a sports team and it has some embroidered logo on there, you can take this on the inside and it'll remove all of that. Now, I can't guarantee the manufacturer hasn't, you know, but it'll take the stitches out really, really easily. Whether the manufacturers put something on behind the badge, I don't know, but you can literally unpick them with that as well. They're so good, they're so good. This is what it'll look like when it comes wrapped up. This isn't your box, this one, because this is the damaged box. Jeremy was a bit heavy-handed this morning. This little brush there. Oh, actually, oh no, I was going to say you could use it for stitching. It's just for getting rid of the fluff within the machine there. Oh, Pauline's got a message. Pauline says, I have one of those, it's brilliant. Only snag is I put it away and cannot remember where it is. Pauline! Have you looked everywhere? Have you looked in the fridge? Is it with Hannah's keys? Is it with the remote control? You need to give it a place in your house and it always goes back there. Then you never have that stress of, oh, what to do with my keys? Where did I put this? Where did I put that? Anyway, do you want to look one more time? I don't know if I've got any stitching left. I think I might have unpicked everything. Oh, here you go. You've got what, Jamie? Look. How brilliant is that? Not affecting, and then that's all done now. I've got no more stitches to do. Not affecting the fabric at all. You can tell Kat's been... Did Kat have this at last? Kat always loves to make a sample before the show when she does that. Yeah, she sews Hannah up every time. Oh, I think that went in that box, didn't it? Yeah. Rechargeable. There you go. Oh, now is it doing it from the front as well? Figure 8. Oh, hang on, look, so... Preparations, remove lock, running, overstitch, underlay stitches. Then you can get rid of stitches on cuffs, collars and multiple ply. You can do, and that's replacing the blades. Satin stitch. And it doesn't mention foundation paper stitches here, but if you need to get rid of those, it's brilliant for that because you do really, really tiny stitches on foundation paper piecing, don't you? Anyway, now I'm limited on that. Limited on that now. Bondaweb on a roll. Yeah, the one I thought was a clover press earlier. Well, I was going to do that with it, wasn't I? Right, now this always, I know I sound like a cracked record or broken record. This always sells out. I'm surprised we've even got it today because we had it on the show the other day. And they flew out. If you're going to do a plique, excuse me, we do sell little strips of it, but this is a 5 metre by 30 centimetre roll. This is brilliant. In fact, we owe Delphine one of these. Oh, it's about to sell out. About to sell out. $23.99. Now, I've got the plique mat here. Jeremy, where's the open one? I'll tell you what it is, don't worry. Silicone, it's a silicone mat. Basically, if you're doing a plique, if you're doing lace work, anything like that, if you want to protect your iron, protect your ironing board, press it with this. In fact, what we were saying earlier, I would press, you know, Cara was saying about pressing felt earlier. I would press my felt using that as well. Because now it does get hot. It does get hot, and it's £6.99. £6.99. It is the hemline plique mat. It's really, really good. So if the glue does get on there, you just let it cool down, then you can peel the glue off. If you get glue on your iron or your ironing board cover, it's a nightmare, isn't it? Whereas if it goes onto the applique mat, if you're doing lace, if you're appliquing lace to a piece of fabric, you know full well that some of the adhesive is going to come through the lace, don't you? Well, it'll go on straight onto the mat, not go onto your iron or your ironing board. £6.99, that is, £6.99. Glue. Now, it's this solvent glue. Textile glue, this one. Yeah, this is your solvent one for if you're making your handbags. You're doing a glue-in handbag clasp. Lisa Lamb uses this all the time. £5.99, and we can legally send it to you because there was an issue before that you couldn't put this in the post, but we can. We have got the, I don't know what it is, the wherewithal now. We can send this to you. It's not a problem to send it through the post to you. Then we've got a little frame, just in case you do buy the glue and you want to make a little purse. Now, this one doesn't come with any instructions or anything. £1.99, purse frame, 8 centimetres. Make some nice sunglasses or a glasses case out of that, couldn't you? In fact, oh no, the one in the book earlier didn't have a clasp on it, did it? Yeah, this one, you don't use the one from the book earlier. Thank you. £1.99 for that, silver coloured. Oh, can I do something else first before I do that? Then I can get it because it's underneath a load of stuff on that side. Colour wheel. Right, oh now. I'll show you this, right? I won't be able to demo it. Right, so what you do with this one is if you're trying to find matching colours, what you do is you put this, these are holes, right, in the cardboard. What you do is you put that on top of the piece of fabric that you want to choose. And you basically choose the right colour, like say it was that lime green there. If you choose that, you know that. And then you spin this wheel round to point to there. You know that the matching colours are going to be one of these 3 colours here that you have chosen. One is a complementary, one is the other side of the colour wheel, and one is a tertiary choice, right? And it's just brilliant. So you take this shopping with you, and what you've done, before you've gone shopping, if you've got that lime green at home, then you go to the shop and you know that you need to buy. So if, like, say example, the lime green is the same as the colour G on that one, you know when you spin that round that wherever it comes up, it will be G on there, or it'll be G on there, are the colours that you need for the perfect match. It saves you having to carry colour memory in your head. in your head. Jackie says, I use this colour wheel to go to do Delphine Brooks's Jerry the Giraffe work to treat. There you go. That's a brilliant way of doing it. Put the fabric that you're going to have next to each other just to make sure that they're not going to clash. What you also get in here is a tonal estimator, which to you will look like a piece of red plastic, right? What it is if you look at if you've got all your blocks laid out on the table, look through the red Perspex square. It takes out the colour, the red takes out the colour, but it leaves the tones in. So you can see if you've got too much dark, like we were saying with Yvonne earlier, excuse me, with her first quilt this morning. If you place them all out, look through the red, I'm just going to sanitize, hang on. Look through the red piece of Perspex, you'll see where the tonal bits, where it might be over top heavy or something like that. It's like when we say, take a black and white picture of it, and you'll see this is even better. This is even better to do that. Okay, that was $6.99. Now, this fat quarter bundle, I've never seen this one before. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's only been on air once before this. It's $99.99, so it does go into 2 split pays. You pay $49.99 today, and then another $49.99 a month later. It's Abby's Treasure. There are 24 fat quarters in here. Very, very traditional colours. Beautiful, beautiful colours. We can't find anywhere else in the UK that you can buy this. But you might know different. If you do, please do tell. Beautiful. You get all of those. And the quality, now they're American fat quarters, so they've taken a yard and cut the yard into 4, remember. Some of the colours are exquisite, aren't they? Very, very traditional and beautiful. It's only been on air once before. That colourway would make a beautiful traditional quilt, wouldn't it? Talking of quilts, am I doing extra wide backing? Right, I've got extra wide backing here. I've got 4 different colourways. Dark navy first. Dark navy first. Now, Jackie bought one of these. I think she bought the cream with the multicolour, but made dungarees for her granddaughter out of them. Granddaughters out of them. Right, it's 108 inches wide. 108 inches wide. Look at the price. $8.99 for half a metre. Now, this is cut off the roll for you. So if you want 6 metres, you get 6 metres. If you want half a metre, you get half a metre, as long as you buy it within increments of half a metre. And you're thinking, oh, it's just backing. It's not. It's really good quality cotton. You can use it for dressmaking. You can use it for quilting itself, for borders and things like that. Or if you just want an exquisite backing to your quilt, and because it's 108 inches wide, most quilts will just fit on it. There won't be any seams in it or anything like that, will there? £8.99. It should not be that price. You can thank Hannah for that. And you can see it's got a black squiggle in it, yeah. Lovely navy blue with the black squiggle. Didn't hear what Jeremy said then. Lovely deep navy, that one. Right, next. With cream or cream with gold? Okay, it's cream on cream if it's 29. Yeah, that's it. So I don't know if you're able to see this at home, but it's cream, like a really rich cream with like an ivory swirl on it. Can you see? $8.99 for half a metre, that one. Oh, is that what your cappuccino looks like? Did you forget to put the coffee in? That's the froth on the top. Squiggle cream, extra wide, 108 inches wide, remember? For $8.99. I normally would pin a bit up on the wall and walk out with it, but I haven't got time to do that today, I'm afraid. Okay, next colour. Grey. This is nice as well. Lovely slate grey, this one. That's lovely. All of them have got that same design on. The other two you've seen have been a little bit difficult to see, I think. $8.99 for half a metre, 108 inches wide, 100% cotton, machine washable, quilting weight cotton. Beautiful. Got how long? Oh, okay. And then I've got cream with gold. Well, is it called gold? It looks like caramel. You know that caramel? No, not caramel. You know the one you get in a squeezy bottle and you put it on top of ice cream? Do you still sell that? Like a raspberry jus, but in caramel. No, we don't sell it, obviously. No, apparently Hannah had something called crackle sauce, so when you put it on, it went hard. Was that not just the cold from the ice cream making it go hard? Anyway, natural, this one's called. Natural. It's a lovely, lovely cream, that one, isn't it? With that, do you know what I mean about the caramels that came out the bottle? You just squid, like you can have chocolate, caramel, raspberry, strawberry, and you just swizzled it on top of your ice cream. I'm really hungry. I need my boiled egg very soon. Is the photographer here to do my photo shoot? Okay. Rightio. And then, have I got time to do these or I'm going to the menu? This, if you've never done embroidery, machine embroidery, you need stabilizers. And this is a fantastic pack to buy because it has 12 different stabilizers in it, right? And you get like a decent piece. You can do a project with it. Oh, it's cheaper than normal. $10.99, right? So inside it actually tells you which each one is for. Some of them are wash away, some of them are tearaways like our Elliot, and some are cutaways. You mind you don't knock that camera, Elliot. I know what you like around cameras. $10.99. Lovely, isn't it brilliant? So there you go. You got cotton soft black, cotton stable, cotton fix. They're all tearaways. You got your washaways, Avalon, Film, Ultra Plus and Fix, and then you've got your cutaways there, super strong black, super stable and super film. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Then you know which ones you need to order for different projects in the future. Have a go. And if you're going to do some embroidery, silk finished cottons would be lovely from Metla. Don't put them in your bobbin, just have them in your top thread. £39.99 for 28. That's £1. 28, so it's 28 for 50. Ooh, less than £2 each. My brain's not working that one out, I'm afraid. Fantastico. That's everything done. Let's have a look at now. I'm not in tomorrow, no, because I normally do the Tuesday and Wednesday, and Wendy does the Thursday and Friday, didn't she? She couldn't do one the day, so it's moved out. She's now doing Wednesday. She's now doing what day is it? Wednesday and Thursday, and I'm doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So here's Wendy's show tomorrow. She's got Gentle Wave. Oh, it's the Wendy day, isn't it? Gentle Waves with Wendy Orlando. Then we've got the Moda Rosalind fabric from Moda. Then we've got Sewing Street doorstops. Oh, they're the ones all hanging on the wall. Which ones have we got? Do we know which ones we've got? The church is back. The florist is back. There's two florists, actually. Pistachio, which is called what's called the pistachio. Then we've got a Sashko hour at 11 o'clock. Oh, what? Oh, you said haberdashery shop. Sorry. No, not pistachio. Then they run for Yarn Lane. Oh, no, will they run there? Crochet for the Home with Wendy Orlando. So that's a busy day for them tomorrow, isn't it? So Wendy Gardner is presenting and Wendy Orlando is the guest. Right, I need you to check out everything in your baskets, please. I need to say thank you for your company today. It's been lovely having you here. And I'll be back in on Friday, Saturday and Sunday here. So don't forget my Facebook Live on Thursday morning after we talk about the Great British Sewing Bee. And I'll see you on Friday morning at 8. But make sure you're here for Wendy and Wendy and Wendy and Wendy and Wendy tomorrow morning. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done.
You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.